Now, today, we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter was raised by Dorimon and he helped him to find horcruxes and to defeat Voldemort. This is the Season 1 Episode 1, and I will continue only if this video will get 100 likes, so please make sure to like. Join Patreon for early ACESS of Super Op stories, also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Privet Drive was as ordinary a street as anyone could imagine, and that was exactly how its residents wanted it to be. Perfect, neat houses sat under perfectly trimmed lawns. Nobody wanted anything unusual disturbing the peace, especially not at an odd hour of the night. But on this particular evening, something rather extraordinary was unfolding at number 4, Privet Drive. The streetlights cast a dim glow on the perfectly paved walkway leading to a tidy house with a sign that read, "No junk mail, please," stuck firmly to the door. Everything inside appeared quiet, except for a strange figure standing just outside the front gate. An old man with a flowing silver beard and half-moon spectacles looked around, the twinkle in his eyes subdued by a touch of sorrow. This was Albus Dumbledore, and clutched in his arms was a small bundle, no bigger than a baby. The baby within the bundle did not cry. Perhaps he sensed something of comfort in the gentle arms holding him. Or perhaps he was simply exhausted from the day's tragic events. Quietly, Dumbledore approached the doorstep. He glanced around cautiously, almost expecting someone to challenge him, but the only sounds were distant cars and rustling leaves. He gently placed the baby on the cold, hard stoop, noticing how vulnerable he seemed in the chilly night air. "I'm sorry, Harry," Dumbledore whispered, voice thick with emotion. "I hope one day you'll understand." He tucked a letter into the baby's blankets, addressed to Mr. and Mrs. Dursley. The infant stirred, letting out a small sigh, but didn't wake. For a moment, Dumbledore let his hand rest on the little boy's brow, where a lightning bolt-shaped scar, still pink and raw, bore testament to the night's horrors. With a last look at the child, Dumbledore straightened. A faint sense of finality filled the air as he turned away, walking along the dark pavement until he disappeared around a corner. The baby named Harry Potter remained on the doorstep, unaware that this night, this very moment, would set in motion events unlike any the world had ever seen. But not the same events that in another version of reality would take him to Hogwarts. Fate had something different in store. The next morning dawned as usual for the Dursleys. Petunia Dursley, a thin woman with an exceptionally long neck, perfect for craning over neighbors' fences, woke first. She always prided herself on keeping an immaculate home. She bustled about the kitchen in her dressing gown, preparing bacon and eggs for her husband, Vernon, and their son, Dudley. Vernon Dursley was a large man with very little neck. He sat at the breakfast table, rummaging through the morning newspaper, grunting at headlines. Dudley, a round, spoiled boy, was busy banging his spoon on the table, shouting for more bacon, more eggs, more everything. Petunia, carrying a frying pan of sizzling bacon, sniffed. "Dudley, dear, don't bang your spoon like that. You'll ruin the table." "I want more," Dudley demanded in a voice that brooked no argument. "I'm hungry." "You already had 3 helpings," Petunia replied sweetly, though there was a twitch at the corner of her mouth. "Let's save some for your father." Vernon slammed the paper down on the table, causing Dudley to jump. "Petunia, do you see this nonsense? Another story about weirdos in cloaks roaming the city last night. Honestly, how does the media come up with these ridiculous stories?" Petunia set the pan down, quite forgetting to scold her son for banging his spoon. She pursed her lips in disapproval. "I don't want anything to do with that sort of thing," she said primly. As she started to ladle more eggs onto Dudley's plate, she noticed something outside through the kitchen window, something that made her nearly drop the pan. A small figure in a blanket was lying on their doorstep. "Vernon," she whispered, voice trembling. There's a baby on our doorstep." Vernon let out an exasperated sound. "A baby? On our? That's impossible." He stood up, jowls quivering. "Must be a stray cat or something." He marched to the front door, Petunia following. Dudley clambered along, worried he might miss something entertaining. Sure enough, there was a baby boy, wrapped in warm blankets and sleeping soundly. On top of the blankets rested an envelope. Petunia picked it up with trembling fingers. "It's addressed to us," she said softly. Dudley peered over Petunia's shoulder. "What is it?" "Mummy, is that baby for me to play with?" Vernon muttered under his breath, "This is disgraceful. Who'd leave a baby on a doorstep? This is some kind of joke." But despite his blustering tone, he looked bewildered. Petunia opened the envelope, her eyes scanning the letter. She turned pale. "Vernon, it's from her," she whispered, the last word escaping her lips as though it were something foul. "My sister, Lily." Vernon huffed. "But, your sister is dead," Petunia finished quietly. She swallowed hard, looking down at the sleeping baby. "It says here his name is Harry Potter." Dudley made a face. "He's got a funny scar on his head. Look, it's shaped like a lightning bolt." Petunia's expression was unreadable, a mix of fear, confusion, and a vague sense of responsibility. "The letter says, we're to take him in." Vernon pulled at his mustache in frustration. "We'll have to discuss this," he said, already trying to figure out how they might get rid of this child. "Let's bring him in. We can't very well leave a baby outside." So they carried the tiny boy into their pristine home, not knowing how drastically their lives, and his, would be changed forever. That day established a new routine of sorts. The Dursleys, resentful as they were, cared for Harry's basic needs. Yet from the very start, they made it clear. He was not one of them. Unlike in another reality, where Hogwarts might send him an invitation, this Harry Potter would never receive an owl-bearing acceptance letters. As the years went on, Harry grew accustomed to the life the Dursleys forced upon him. He wore Dudley's hand-me-down clothes, which were far too large. He did an unfair share of the household chores. He was never allowed to forget that he was, in Petunia and Vernon's words, extra baggage. By the time he was 10 years old, Harry had learned not to complain. He kept his head down, focusing on chores and tasks, ignoring Dudley's cruel teasing. Though the Dursleys never said so directly, Harry sensed they believed he'd inherited some of that unnaturalness from his parents, and they wanted it kept at bay. But how does a young boy keep at bay that which he doesn't even understand? It was a Saturday afternoon, raining heavily, and Harry was on his hands and knees scrubbing the kitchen floor. He glanced up at the clock. 2 more hours until dinner, which he'd have to prepare. 2 hours of chores left, at least. His stomach rumbled, but he ignored it. Dudley appeared in the doorway, wearing a smug grin. He clutched a bag of sweets in one hand. "Harry," he sing-songed, "look what I've got. Chocolate frogs, crunchy bars. Loads of them. Too bad you can't have any." Harry kept scrubbing. "Good for you, Dudley." Dudley took a mocking bite of a chocolate bar. Tastes brilliant." Despite himself, Harry's eyes flickered over to the sweets. He quickly looked away. "You enjoy that, then?" Dudley stuffed an entire bar in his mouth, chewing exaggeratedly. "Mum says you can't have any sweets until you finish all your chores. And even then, you probably don't deserve it." Harry bit back the retort forming on his tongue. He wouldn't let Dudley get a rise out of him. The last time Harry tried standing up for himself, he got locked in his cupboard, the small storage space under the stairs, for a full night. Dudley scowled, annoyed that Harry wasn't reacting more dramatically. "Anyway," he said, voice full of false cheer, "Mummy and Daddy and I are going to the cinema tonight. You'll stay here and wash the dishes, polish the floors, clean up the living room, and maybe, if you finish, Mummy says you can have a leftover slice of bread." "That's nice," Harry muttered, scrubbing harder. With a snort, Dudley wandered off, probably to brag about his sweets to someone else. Though there was no one else to brag to. The house was quiet except for the hum of the vacuum Petunia was running in the living room. Harry paused, pushing a stray lock of hair away from his eyes. He was used to this. Life at the Dursleys was always unfair. There was a sense of emptiness in his chest that he sometimes felt as he stared at his reflection in the soapy water. Who were his parents? Were they truly as strange as the Dursleys claimed? Someday, he thought, I'll escape this. I'll find a life of my own. He had no idea how, or when, but he held onto that thought fiercely. Night fell, and the Dursleys left for their cinema outing. Harry stood by the window, watching the rain drizzle down, feeling the quiet loneliness of the house around him. He'd finished almost all of his chores, though he knew that wouldn't win him any praise. His room, the cupboard under the stairs, was small and cramped, with only a thin cot for sleeping. There was a single light bulb overhead, which flickered ominously whenever the refrigerator in the kitchen clicked on. In one corner, he kept a ragged cardboard box of his prized treasures. A single crayon stub, a broken chess piece Dudley had discarded, a mysterious old coin he'd once found on the street. Harry often tried to distract himself by imagining stories, or reading from the battered old books he'd found in the rubbish bin outside. He'd read each of them cover to cover so many times, he practically had them memorized. Escapism was his only solace in a house that never felt like home. The front door banged open. The Dursleys were back. Harry tensed. Something told him that if they were in a foul mood, he might get the brunt of it. "Harry," Petunia's shrill voice echoed through the hall. "We're home. Where are you?" He scrambled out of the cupboard, shutting the door behind him. "Yes, Aunt Petunia?" Vernon, red in the face, stomped in, dripping water everywhere from the still pouring rain. "Harry, you forgot to remove the dust from the top of the living room shelf," he growled. Harry blinked. "But, I did dust it. Twice. Don't backtalk me," Vernon roared. "Up to your cupboard, no dinner for you tonight." Harry nodded quickly and scurried away, not wanting to provoke Vernon any further. Dudley stuck out his tongue as he passed. "Ha ha, no dinner for you, Potter." Harry slipped into the cupboard and closed the door. He sat down on his thin mattress, ignoring the emptiness in his stomach. This was his life. Maybe it would never change. Maybe he would never find out why he felt so different. He was drifting off to a restless sleep when he heard, or thought he heard, a voice whisper from somewhere. "Don't worry, you're not alone." But when he opened his eyes and looked around the dark, cramped space, there was nothing there. The next day brought more of the same. Chores, rude remarks, a table of breakfast that Harry wasn't quite allowed to share until the Dursleys had eaten their fill. Dudley flung bits of eggs at Harry whenever Petunia's back was turned. Vernon glowered at Harry over the newspaper. Petunia managed forced politeness that barely masked her disdain. Eventually, Dudley grew bored of egg flinging and demanded to go to the park. Vernon grunted his agreement. "Harry, you come too," he said, as though bestowing a tremendous gift. "You can push Dudley on the swings." Harry didn't protest. The park was at least open air, a chance to stretch his legs. He followed the family outside, down the front path, and along the perfectly manicured lawns of Privet Drive. The sky was overcast, but at least it wasn't raining. Once at the park, Dudley ran ahead, shouting. A few other children were there, but upon seeing Dudley's bulk and scowling face, they retreated or pretended not to notice him. Dudley marched to the swings, and Harry dutifully took position behind him. "Push harder," Dudley demanded. Harry pushed harder, sending Dudley soaring. He squealed in a mix of delight and terror. Not 10 minutes later, Dudley grew bored of the swings. "Harry, race me to that tree," he challenged. Harry, though thin and underfed, was quite nimble. The pair began running. Dudley, panting heavily, fell behind quickly, which only incensed him. He cut across the grass, trying to catch Harry from the side. In an effort to dodge, Harry slipped on the wet grass and went sprawling face first into the mud. "Ha!" Dudley crowed, doubled over in laughter. "Serves you right." Bruised and covered in muck, Harry spat out grass. "I wasn't trying to, you just." Dudley loomed over him, meaty fists clenched. "You made me look bad," he hissed. "I'll show you who's boss." Before Harry could scramble away, Dudley yanked him by the collar. Harry struggled, trying to free himself. The other kids in the park watched, but none dared intervene. "Dudley!" came Petunia's shrill cry. She marched across the lawn, looking furious. Not here. People are watching." Vernon brought up the rear, mustache quivering. "You, boy," he snapped at Harry, as though everything were his fault. "Stop causing trouble." Harry, for once, let frustration show. "I'm not doing anything, Dudley's the one." "Quiet," Vernon roared. "We'll deal with this at home." The ride back in the car was tense and silent. Harry's heart pounded. He knew what "deal with this at home" meant. More punishment. Possibly skipping dinner again. Possibly the cupboard for 2 nights in a row. Sometimes, he swore he could almost feel something inside him that wanted to react. Something that wanted to push back. But it never materialized into anything more than a fleeting sensation. Not magic. He'd never heard of magic, not properly. He just felt like there was something inside him that the Dursleys couldn't crush, no matter how hard they tried. That evening, The sky unleashed a thunderous storm. Rain battered the windows, and lightning streaked across the clouds. The Dursleys huddled in the living room with the TV turned on high volume. Harry was, as usual, tasked with cleaning up after dinner. He dried the last dish and stowed it in the cupboard, exhaustion weighing on him. Lightning flashed again, illuminating the entire kitchen for a split second. A loud crack of thunder followed, causing Harry to jump. He listened to the patter of heavy rain against the window, feeling something akin to dread. With chores done, he slipped into the hallway, intending to go to his cupboard under the stairs. But Petunia stopped him. "Harry," she said, glancing nervously at the storm outside. "Go to Dudley's room. He wants a glass of water. Bring it to him, now." Harry fetched the water and trudged upstairs. He didn't bother knocking. Dudley never cared for manners. But when Harry stepped into the bedroom, Dudley wasn't there. The room was in disarray, toy chests flung open, clothes strewn about. Harry sighed, placing the water on Dudley's bedside table. Lightning lit up the sky again, and in that brief flash, Harry spotted something odd about Dudley's dresser. The bottom drawer was slightly ajar, as if someone had yanked it open in a hurry. A strange sense of curiosity tugged at Harry. He normally avoided rummaging through Dudley's things, as it led to immediate accusations of stealing. But the drawer was open just enough for him to see something inside, something that didn't look like Dudley's usual junk. The shape was obscure, a metallic glint reflecting the occasional flashes of lightning. Without quite knowing why, Harry felt compelled to approach. He knelt, gently easing the drawer open. Suddenly, a blue shape tumbled out, almost colliding with his face. Harry yelped, falling backward. He scrambled to his feet, heart hammering. The shape was, well, it looked like a roundish, blue creature. Or was it a machine? It had a large, round head, a red nose, and a white belly. It was so unexpected, so bizarre, that for a moment, Harry just gaped. The thing blinked up at him with wide eyes. Then it spoke, in a voice that wobbled with surprise and excitement. Yikes! That was quite a tumble. Harry's heart nearly exploded. He'd seen robots on television, but never one in the flesh, let alone one emerging from Dudley's drawer. "Wha? Who?" he stammered. The creature, a robot, sprang upright. "Hello there," it said, a friendly grin on its face. "I'm Dorimon, a 22nd century robot cat. Pleased to meet you." Harry stared, mouth open. The windows rattled with thunder. A bright flash of lightning revealed Dorimon in full. He was about half Harry's height, shaped almost like a sphere with stubby arms and legs. Where cats would have ears, Dorimon's head was smooth. A tiny bell hung from his neck, and he looked absolutely cheerful despite being in the middle of a Dursley house. "Who are you?" Harry croaked again. "I just said," Dorimon repeated, "I'm Dorimon." He tugged at a pouch on his stomach. "I come from the future to help a boy in need." And according to my calculations, he rummaged in his pouch, pulling out what looked like a tiny futuristic device with blinking lights. "That boy is you, Harry Potter." Harry was beyond confused. A robot from the future? That's impossible." "Not impossible at all," Dorimon said cheerfully. "I was sent here on a special mission. And by the looks of it, I arrived just in time." "In time for what?" Dorimon gave him a knowing look. "That's what we have to figure out." Harry let out a nervous laugh. The day had been terrible. Chores, scolding, bullying. And now a robot cat from the future was in front of him, talking as though this were normal. "This is crazy. If my aunt or uncle sees you..." Dorimon wagged his paw. "They won't see me unless I want them to. Don't worry, I have all sorts of gadgets that can help us. But first, I should properly introduce myself. I'm Dorimon, and I'm here to make your life easier, or at least more fun." "Harry," came Vernon's booming voice from downstairs. "Where's that glass of water? And what are you doing up there? Get a move on." Harry's eyes went wide. "Oh no, I forgot." He darted to Dudley's table, grabbed the glass of water, nearly sloshing it over the rim. "If they see you, they'll..." Dorimon shushed him gently. "Don't worry. I have just the thing." He reached into his pouch, rummaging around. "Where is it? The invisibility wrap. The disappear while they're there blanket. Maybe the shrink ray. Aha. He pulled out a small pink door handle with a suction cup attached. "What is that?" Harry asked, breathless. "Stick this anywhere, and you'll have a temporary hidden compartment." Dorimon winked. "You can hide me in there for the moment." With trembling hands, Harry affixed the suction cup to the side of Dudley's desk. Like magic, a small opening appeared as though the desk had grown a hidden compartment. Dorimon hopped inside, saluting Harry. "I'll be right here when you need me." Before Harry could speak, Dorimon vanished into the hidden space, and just like that, the compartment disappeared, leaving the desk looking perfectly normal. "Harry," Vernon bellowed again, "don't make me come up there." Harry sprinted downstairs, trying not to spill the water. His mind whirled with the revelation. A robot from the future was in his cousin's drawer. Or had been, anyway. Nothing made sense. But there was no time to process that now. Vernon's wrath would be immediate. Vernon gave Harry a glare that could melt steel. "What took you so long, boy?" Harry, panting, offered the glass to Dudley. I couldn't find the glass," he lied quickly. Dudley took the water, slurping loudly. Too cold," he complained, as though it were Harry's fault. "That's enough," Petunia said sharply, waving her hand. "Up to your cupboard, Harry. We don't want you underfoot." He obediently turned, heading to the cupboard. He heard Dudley's voice behind him, mocking. "Poor little Harry," he said in a babyish voice, "always messing up." Harry clenched his fists. He wanted to shout back, to do something, but he thought of Doraemon and decided to bide his time. A plan began forming in his mind. If Doraemon truly had gadgets, maybe Harry could use them. Maybe he wouldn't have to be the helpless, bullied boy forever. In the solitude of his cupboard, Harry lay on the cot, the day's events replaying in his head. He could hardly believe it. Doraemon, a robot cat, from the future? Here? He wanted to talk to him, to ask 1,000 questions. But how? The Dursleys never let him roam the house freely, especially not at night. He'd have to wait until they were asleep. Outside, the storm raged on. Thunder rolled, lightning flickered. Harry took a deep breath, exhaled slowly. At least it was the weekend. Tomorrow, the Dursleys would probably have errands or some outing that didn't include him, leaving him a few hours alone in the house. That might be his chance. But he was still scared. What if Doraemon was discovered? What if the Dursleys decided to blame Harry for having something so bizarre and abnormal? Harry squeezed his eyes shut, trying to calm the swirling panic in his chest. He drifted into a fitful sleep, haunted by images of metal cats, swirling portals, and Dursleys shouting. Somewhere in the distance, an owl hooted. Morning brought a sudden calm after the storm. The sky was bright, and birds chirped in the hedges outside number 4. Harry woke to the sound of Petunia's shrill voice, ordering him to make breakfast. He was used to this routine, though his mind buzzed with excitement about Doraemon. After preparing eggs and toast, Harry managed to eat some scraps while the Dursleys weren't looking. Vernon announced they would be going to the mall to buy Dudley new clothes, as he had grown even larger over the summer. "You," Vernon pointed a finger at Harry, "will stay here, don't break anything." Harry nodded, trying not to appear too eager to be left alone. Within half an hour, the Dursleys were gone, leaving a hush in their wake. Finally, a chance. Harry bolted upstairs to Dudley's room. He shut the door behind him, heart pounding. The drawer was still slightly ajar, exactly as before. He knelt next to it. "Doraemon?" he whispered. A muffled voice came from the desk. "Here I am," and just like that, the small pink handle reappeared. The hidden compartment slid open, and Doraemon peeked out. "Good morning, Harry." "You're real," Harry breathed, as though verifying it one more time. "I didn't just dream you." Doraemon hopped out, dusting himself off. "Of course I'm real. I'm a technologically advanced robot from the 22nd century, to be exact." He gave a friendly grin. "How are you feeling today?" Harry took a moment to observe Doraemon in the light. The blue fur, or metal, was vibrant, his big round eyes inquisitive. "I'm confused," Harry admitted. "Why are you here, and how did you get stuck in Dudley's drawer?" Doraemon fiddled with his little bell. "It's a bit complicated. Let's just say that I was aiming to arrive quietly in your room, but my dimensional entry got scrambled by some unknown interference. I ended up in that drawer. Good thing you found me." Harry shook his head in disbelief. Unknown interference? Dorimon nodded. There's a strange energy in this house, especially around you. Something about your scar, perhaps? Harry's hand instinctively went to his forehead, tracing the lightning-shaped scar. I've had it since I was a baby, I don't really know why. Dorimon studied it intently, but then seemed to shrug it off. Anyway, the important part is, I'm here now. My mission is to help you lead a better life. A better life, Harry repeated. His mind flashed to the chores, the cupboard, Dudley's bullying. Can you really do that? Dorimon puffed out his chest. I have a whole arsenal of futuristic gadgets right here in my pouch. He patted the round pocket on his belly. With them, we can do almost anything. Want to travel through time? I can do that. Want to conjure up fancy meals? Sure. Want to teach Dudley a lesson? I've got a gadget for that, too. Harry's eyes lit up. He couldn't help the smile that tugged at his lips. For the first time in forever, he felt a flicker of hope. That sounds amazing. But, is it allowed? Dorimon gave a thoughtful hum. Strictly speaking, I'm supposed to use my gadgets only to help you with everyday problems, not to drastically change world events or cause massive chaos. But as long as we're careful, I see no problem in making your life easier. He paused. Within reason, of course. Harry nodded eagerly. I understand. I'd love to be able to stand up for myself. Or to have some fun for once. Dorimon's eyes sparkled with empathy. I know you do. So let's get started with something small, shall we? Small? Like what? Harry asked, the excitement in his voice barely contained. Dorimon rummaged in his pouch, pulling out a variety of strange items. A battered dictionary, a pair of gloves with blinking fingertips, a half-eaten dorayaki, which Harry discovered was a kind of sweet pancake sandwich that Dorimon apparently loved, and finally, something that looked like a stylized flashlight. This, said Dorimon, holding the flashlight aloft, is the miniature housemaker. One beam on any enclosed space transforms it into a comfortable living area, proportionally bigger on the inside. Perfect for turning your tiny cupboard under the stairs into something more homely. Harry stared. Really? That's incredible. Shall we try it? Dorimon asked, waggling his eyebrows. Harry hesitated only a moment. Yes. Definitely. Quietly, they made their way downstairs. Harry winced at the squeaky step, but fortunately, the Dursleys were out. He opened the cupboard door, revealing the cramped space. Dorimon squeezed inside with him. All right, said the robot cat. Let's see. He clicked a small switch on the flashlight device. A soft blue glow emanated from it. Hold on tight, Harry. He pointed the beam at the walls of the cupboard. A bright light shimmered, and almost instantly, the cramped interior began expanding. Harry watched in awe as the walls seemed to stretch outward. Within seconds, the cupboard was transformed into a cozy, modestly sized bedroom, complete with a small bed, a desk, and a lamp. It was still under the stairs, in a sense, but it felt like a completely different space. This is amazing, Harry breathed, running his hands over the neat little desk. A small bookshelf lined one wall, empty for now, but full of potential. The bed had soft sheets, too. How did you do that? Dorimon put the flashlight away. A bit of 22nd century technology. It warps the interior dimensions. The outside remains the same, so your aunt and uncle won't suspect anything as long as they don't peek inside for too long. Harry couldn't stop smiling. It's brilliant, thank you. Dorimon rubbed the back of his head, looking pleased. No trouble at all. Now at least you can have a proper place to sleep. And maybe even read or do your homework without being crammed against the wall. Harry's eyes shone. It's perfect. For a moment, the gravity of what was happening washed over him. He blinked back sudden tears, overwhelmed by the kindness this strange blue robot was showing him. I don't know what to say. You don't have to say anything, Dorimon replied softly. I'm here to help. Though Harry was thrilled at his new living space, fear gnawed at him. What if the Dursleys find out? They hate anything unusual. They'll think I did it. He swallowed hard. They'll throw me out. Dorimon considered. We can set it up so only you can enter in the expanded dimension. If they open the door, it'll just appear as it always does, tiny and cramped. That's possible? Harry asked, astonished. Sure is. Dorimon flicked another device from his pouch that looked like a small dial. We'll just calibrate it. There. Now, anyone but you, and me, obviously, will see the cupboard as normal. Relief flooded Harry's features. That's so cool. Dorimon gave him a thumbs up. Now, how about we celebrate with something sweet? He produced the half-eaten dorayaki from earlier and offered it to Harry. Harry sniffed it curiously. Dorayaki? That's right. It's a sweet bean paste pancake from Japan. My favorite. Doraemon sighed dreamily. Try some. Harry took a small bite, the unfamiliar flavor pleasing his taste buds with a warm sweetness. This is really good, he said, eyes wide. Isn't it? Doraemon beamed. We can fetch more from the future if you like. Harry laughed softly, a sound so rare it almost surprised himself. I never thought I'd be able to try something like this. We only have bland bread and leftover bacon here. Doraemon waved a stubby arm. You should experience more of the world, Harry. That's part of why I'm here. Not just to help with chores, but to help you find happiness. Harry looked at the robot cat with sincere gratitude. Thank you, Doraemon. I feel, well, I can't explain. But I feel like everything might be okay someday. Doraemon's face softened. It will be, Harry. Trust me. We've got a lot of gadgets to explore, a lot of fun to be had, and maybe a few challenges to face. But together, we can handle it. Later that afternoon, Harry showed Doraemon the rest of the house, quietly, so as not to disturb anything that might make Petunia suspicious. He pointed out the living room, the kitchen, and Vernon's prized sofa where nobody but him was allowed to sit. Doraemon peeked around corners, wide-eyed, taking everything in with childlike curiosity. As they passed the mantel in the living room, Harry noticed a photograph of his aunt, uncle, and cousin at the beach. He looked down, a pang in his chest. Never once had he been invited on these family outings. How about your parents, Harry? Doraemon asked gently. Do you have any photos of them? Harry shook his head, voice tight. No, Aunt Petunia might have had some of Mum and Dad once, but she never shows them to me. It's like, she wants me to forget they ever existed. Doraemon's expression turned sympathetic. I see. That's quite harsh. Harry turned away, blinking furiously. Yeah. But it's always been like that. Sometimes, I wonder if they really were as bad as the Dursleys say. Or if they were good people. Doraemon reached into his pouch again, rummaging. He pulled out something that looked like a small magnifying glass. This is the memory scope, he explained. If you ever come across any item that belonged to your parents, like an old letter, or maybe a keepsake, it can reveal their memories. So you can see the truth for yourself. Harry's breath caught. Really? That's incredible. For the first time, he felt a tangible way to connect to his lost mother and father. But Aunt Petunia doesn't let me near anything of Mum's. Then we'll have to be clever, Doraemon replied. We don't want to cause a row with your aunt just yet. Harry nodded, swallowing the lump in his throat. He felt more determined than ever to learn about his parents, someday. The sound of a car door slamming signaled the Dursleys' return. Harry and Doraemon hurried upstairs, hearts pounding. Harry ushered Doraemon back into the hidden desk compartment in Dudley's room. Stay here, Harry instructed, until I can get them out of the house or something. Doraemon gave him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. No worries, I'll be fine. Harry locked the door behind him and dashed to his cupboard, seconds before Petunia's shrill call rang out. Harry, get out here and help bring in the shopping. He complied, heading to the car. Vernon was wrestling with several bulging bags, Dudley trailing behind with a sulky look. Petunia handed Harry 2 heavy sacks. Don't drop them, she warned. They're full of Dudley's new shoes and clothes. Harry nodded, straining under the weight. Once inside, he helped put things away. Dudley slouched onto the sofa, flipping through channels on the TV. Petunia began preparing dinner. Roast beef, peas, mashed potatoes, the usual Sunday fare. The only difference was that Harry, if he behaved, might be granted a small plate of leftovers. Dinner time passed in awkward silence, punctuated by Dudley's complaints about his new clothes, they're too tight, and Vernon's occasional grunt. Harry ate a cold plate of peas and 2 slices of roast that Petunia begrudgingly placed on the table. It wasn't much, but it was better than the stale bread from the night before. By 10 o'clock, the Dursleys were retiring for the night, Dudley stomped upstairs to his room, slamming the door. Vernon and Petunia soon followed, discussing something about a new car in hushed voices. Harry listened until the house fell quiet. He couldn't stop thinking about Doraemon. Was the robot cat comfortable in that hidden compartment? Did he have enough dorayaki to snack on? Harry tiptoed upstairs, intending to check. But as he passed Dudley's door, he heard his cousin's snores. Like the growl of a small walrus. That was a good sign. Dudley was a heavy sleeper. Harry carefully turned the doorknob and stepped inside. The room was dark, illuminated only by the moonlight that streamed through the curtains. Dudley lay sprawled on the bed, snoring heavily, wrappers from the day's sweets scattered around him. Quiet as a mouse, Harry crept to the desk. He whispered, "Doraemon?" There was no response at first. Then the pink handle appeared again, glowing faintly. Doraemon poked his head out, blinking sleepily. "Harry? Everything all right?" Harry nodded. "Just checking on you. You okay in there?" Doraemon smiled. "I'm fine. It's quite roomy once you set the dimensional parameters right. Did the Dursleys suspect anything?" "No," Harry whispered. "They went to bed, but it might not be safe to talk here. Dudley's right behind us." He glanced at his cousin, who remained blissfully unconscious. "Do you want to come to my new room?" He managed a small grin at the phrase, "new room." Doraemon crawled out, treading lightly as they made their way to the hallway. They descended the stairs, skipping the squeaky step with practiced ease. Soon, they were in the cupboard, which, thanks to Doraemon's gadget, was spacious and inviting. "This is much cozier," Doraemon said, settling on the small bed. "I'm glad you have a proper place to sleep." Harry sat beside him, leaning against the wall. "Me too. I still can't believe it's real." He chewed his lip thoughtfully. "Doraemon, you said you're here to help me lead a better life. But, how long can you stay?" Doraemon tilted his head. "I'll stay as long as you need me. Time is flexible for me. But eventually, I'm sure I'll need to return to my own era. Don't worry, though. That won't happen until we ensure you have a bright future." A flicker of sadness crossed Harry's eyes. "I wish you could stay forever." Doraemon patted his arm. "We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. For now, let's focus on what you need. Is there something specific you'd like help with tomorrow? A chore that's particularly difficult? A problem with Dudley?" Harry thought for a moment, a grin forming. "Well, Dudley's got this big fancy camera he's been bragging about. He keeps taking embarrassing pictures of me and threatening to show them to his friends. Then they all laugh at me. Maybe we can, I don't know, get rid of the photos or something." Doraemon nodded sagely. "I have just the thing. But first, we must see the photos. If it's something we can fix quietly, we'll do so. Otherwise, we might have to get creative." Harry's grin widened. "Creative, huh? This might be fun." They talked in hushed tones for another hour, brainstorming small ways Doraemon could help Harry handle day-to-day troubles. At last, fatigue caught up with them, and Doraemon hopped back into the hidden desk compartment. This time in the expanded version within Harry's new room, where he could rest comfortably. Harry climbed into his bed and pulled the covers up, the tiny lamp on his desk casting a gentle glow. For the first time in his life, Harry felt a sense of excitement for the morning. Even in this house of neglect and cruelty, a secret ally now existed, someone who cared, who wanted to help him. Doraemon's presence changed everything. With a soft sigh, Harry closed his eyes, mind full of wondrous possibilities. Maybe the future wasn't so bleak after all. Just before sleep claimed him fully, Harry heard Doraemon's gentle voice echo in the small room. "I promise, Harry, from this day on, your life will never be the same. No matter what obstacles arise, we'll face them together." Harry smiled, drifting into dreams of mechanical wonders and cozy futures. And so it was that, on a stormy night in the cupboard under the stairs, Harry Potter found a companion unlike any other. A round, blue robot cat with a pouch full of miracles, stepping in where magical letters and invitations to wizarding school never arrived. Though he did not know it yet, this was the beginning of an extraordinary journey, one that would intertwine the boy who lived and the cat from the future in ways no prophecy could have foreseen. Because sometimes, fate veers off course. Sometimes, instead of an owl, you get a robot. And in this version of reality, that changed everything. Harry Potter woke to the muted glow of a single lamp in his newly expanded cupboard bedroom. For a moment, he forgot where he was. The bed beneath him felt almost comfortable, far more comfortable than anything he'd known at the Dursleys before Dorimon used that remarkable gadget to enlarge the space. Drowsy, Harry rubbed his eyes and yawned, then blinked at the sight unfolding at the foot of his bed. Dorimon stood there, bright blue fur gleaming in the soft light, making the silliest faces Harry had ever seen. The robot cat pursed his lips, wiggled his round cheeks, and let out a comically over-the-top gasp. He must have been entertaining himself while waiting for Harry to stir. Not expecting to wake up to a wide-eyed cat robot contorting his features, Harry let out a startled yelp and jerked backward. His foot lashed out accidentally, catching Dorimon right in the belly. Whoops! Dorimon squeaked, tumbling onto his back. His stubby arms flailed in the air. OWWW, watch out! Harry sat up instantly, heart pounding. Oh no, sorry, I didn't mean to do that. With a groan, Dorimon rolled upright, brushing himself off. Well, that's one way to say good morning, he said, rubbing his stomach. Harry felt his cheeks heat. I'm really sorry, you just surprised me. A grin spread across Dorimon's face, and he shrugged good-naturedly. All good, Harry, I was only trying to wake you up. You looked so peaceful, I thought I'd try a more whimsical approach. Harry couldn't help a small laugh. It was still surreal to see a talking robot cat in front of him, especially one who'd turned his cramped cupboard into something far cozier overnight. No, I appreciate it, honestly. I'm just still not quite used to you being here. It's weird, but in a good way. Dorimon crossed his arms, puffing up his chest. Don't worry, you'll get used to me soon enough. Now that you're awake. Hungry? I was rummaging in my pouch for a snack, but I've only got dorayaki. I know you liked it yesterday. Want some breakfast? Harry's stomach growled at the mention of food, but he shook his head. I have to see what my aunts got cooking. Probably nothing for me except leftover toast crust, but I can't go rummaging around in front of them or they'll get suspicious. They might figure out something strange is happening. With a sympathetic sigh, Dorimon opened his pouch and pulled out a small round pastry filled with sweet bean paste. He handed it to Harry. Well, have this for now. You can worry about your aunt's cooking after you get a bit of real fuel. Harry bit into the dorayaki, savoring the sweet taste. Despite everything, the chores, the harsh rules, the relentless bullying from Dudley, this was the happiest morning he could remember, and it was all thanks to Dorimon. He wolfed down the treat in a few eager bites, then stood up, taking in the newly furnished nook. The bed felt snug. A proper desk sat in the corner, and a small lamp cast a warm glow. From the outside, the cupboard would look just as it always did. A cramped storage area with barely enough space for a scrawny boy to sleep. But inside, thanks to Doraemon's technology, Harry had an oasis of his own. He looked around, still marveling. Doraemon cleared his throat with an energetic harumph. So, any plans for today, Harry? Well, Harry said, it's Sunday, so the Dursleys might stick around the house or they might go out. If they leave me behind like usual, that means we'll have time to, try more of your gadgets. A gleam lit Harry's eyes. Actually, that reminds me. Last night, we barely scratched the surface of what you can do. You mentioned all sorts of inventions, but you never got to explain them. Doraemon's round face brightened considerably. Now that you mention it, I've got plenty to show you. We can make a real day of it. Let's see, he reached into his pouch again, rummaging around. Harry couldn't understand how anything, much less entire contraptions, fit in that small front pocket. But sure enough, Doraemon's stubby arm disappeared up to the shoulder as he sorted through possible gadgets. Aha! Here's a classic, the bamboo copter. He pulled out a tiny plastic device shaped like a short propeller. It looked hardly bigger than a toy. You stick this on your head, like this. Dorimon placed the bamboo copter on top of his own head, where it stayed upright as if magnetized. And off you go. Harry's eyes widened. Off I go, what do you mean? But Dorimon simply pressed a small button on the side of the propeller, and with a faint buzzing sound, he rose gently from the floor. Harry gasped, stumbling backward against the bed frame as Dorimon hovered in midair, wearing a self-satisfied grin. You mean, it can make us fly? Harry asked, voice trembling with excitement. Exactly, Dorimon replied, bobbing in place as though afloat on invisible waves. The bamboo copter can lift you as high as you want. Great for traveling or just having fun. Here, try this one. He handed Harry a second bamboo copter. With trembling hands, Harry took it. He placed it on top of his head, feeling slightly ridiculous. Just press the button. Yep, that's it, Dorimon said. Harry pressed the small switch, and a thrill shot through him as his feet lifted from the floor. There he was, floating a few inches off the ground inside his cupboard room. It felt wobbly at first, and he tilted dangerously to one side. Steady yourself, Dorimon coached. Lean forward a bit. You control direction by shifting your weight. It's like learning to ride a bike in the air. Harry tried leaning forward and nearly crashed into the wall. He burst out laughing at how absurd and exhilarating it was. Within a minute, he was floating confidently around the small space. There wasn't much room to maneuver, but he didn't care. He was flying. Dorimon, this is amazing, Harry breathed, the corners of his mouth aching from the wide grin on his face. Dorimon nodded. One of my personal favorites. But we've got more. He glided gently to the floor, reached into his pouch, and withdrew another device. This one looked like a small pink door. Miniature in size, only about a foot tall. And this, Dorimon declared proudly, is the Anywhere door. Anywhere door? Harry repeated, carefully removing the bamboo copter from his head and lowering himself back down. Does it, go anywhere? Exactly that, Dorimon said. Place it against a wall, open it, and imagine your destination. Step through, and you're there. Pretty handy for traveling the world without leaving a trace. Harry's thoughts spun with the possibilities, like going to a real city, or a beach, or anywhere that wasn't Privet Drive. But a twinge of worry gnawed at him. If I disappear without telling my aunt and uncle, they'll go mad. Especially if I come back covered in sand or something. Dorimon shrugged sympathetically. We can try it out carefully. Maybe keep the destination simple. Your aunt and uncle need never know, as long as we time everything right. Harry nodded, feeling an even greater rush of excitement. What else do you have? Dorimon rummaged further. Here's the small light. He produced a flashlight-like gadget, smaller than the one that had expanded Harry's cupboard. Shine this on an object or creature, and it shrinks them. Very useful for storing big things in small places. We can even shrink ourselves if we ever need to sneak around. Sounds kind of dangerous, Harry said with a grin, imagining Dudley shrunk to the size of a mouse. Oh, it can be, Dorimon agreed, if misused. But if you handle it carefully, it's perfectly safe. And it does wear off eventually, once you use the return light. That's another beam that sets everything back to normal. Harry's head was spinning. Flying gadgets, teleportation doors, lights that shrink things, he could hardly believe his luck. Yet part of him felt a pang. He thought of the invitation he'd never received, the one to Hogwarts, the wizarding school that, in another life, might have taught him real magic. Instead, here he was in a non-magical household, seemingly fated to a dull life. Now a robot cat with futuristic wonders had arrived. Perhaps destiny was giving him something else entirely. He glanced at Dorimon, who was rummaging in his pouch for yet another gadget. Suddenly, footsteps sounded overhead. The Dursleys were awake. Harry froze, listening to the heavy tread of Uncle Vernon crossing from his bedroom to the bathroom. Dorimon paused mid-rummage, eyes wide. Probably best we keep all these gadgets hidden for now, Harry whispered. They'll freak out if they see you floating or something. Dorimon nodded in agreement, quietly tucking the devices back into his pouch. We can do more exploring later. They waited in hushed silence until the house's morning routine settled into place. Uncle Vernon stomped about, complaining about the morning paper. Aunt Petunia's shrill voice demanded Harry's presence in the kitchen. Dudley thundered downstairs, whining for breakfast. Harry gave Dorimon a quick smile. I'll be back as soon as I can. If they leave the house, we'll have more time to, do fun stuff. Dorimon winked. Take your time, I'll be hidden. Harry slipped out of his cupboard bedroom and emerged under the stairs to Aunt Petunia's stern gaze. Took you long enough, she snapped. The bacon's burning, and Dudley wants his eggs fried properly, hop to it. Yes, Aunt Petunia, Harry said quietly, falling into old habits of subservience. He prepared breakfast, listened to the Dursleys' growls about the weather, endured Dudley's jibes. Over the clatter of plates and silverware, Uncle Vernon's gravelly voice rumbled. "We'll be going out this afternoon to pick up some new suits for Dudley. Need to get him looking smart for when school starts. You, boy." He pointed his fork at Harry. "Stay here and don't break anything." Harry forced a bland smile, relief surging in him at the prospect of some free time. "Yes, Uncle Vernon." A half-hour later, the Dursleys left. The house rang with sudden stillness. Harry raced back to the cupboard and found Dorimon perched on the little bed, humming a tune Harry didn't recognize. "They're gone," Harry said, breathless with excitement. "We've got the house to ourselves." Dorimon jumped up. "Great. Let's try out the gadgets properly, though maybe not the anywhere door just yet. We don't want to risk you returning late if your aunt and uncle come home early." Harry nodded, still intrigued. "Let's do the bamboo copter again, outside, maybe. I've never been able to fly. Well, at least not that I remember." The thought tumbled out awkwardly, and for half a second, Harry felt a strange tingle, recalling the one time in his childhood when he somehow ended up on a school roof while running from Dudley. But that had been a fluke or a dream. This, however, was real. "Sure," Dorimon said, "but we should be discreet." They left the house, making sure no neighbors were watching. Number 4 Privet Drive was quiet on Sundays, with most neighbors either off in their gardens or gone to visit relatives. The late summer sun was high, its warmth hinting that autumn was still a few weeks away. Out in the backyard, shielded by a tall hedge, Dorimon handed Harry a bamboo copter. "Remember to keep it on low power," he cautioned. "We don't want to go soaring over the rooftops where everyone can see us." Harry grinned. "Right. Here goes." He placed the copter on his head, pressed the button, and shot up about a meter off the ground. Heart racing, he hovered with as much control as he could muster, drifting over Aunt Petunia's flowers. Dorimon joined him, floating smoothly. They flew lazy circles in the yard, occasionally dipping down when a stray breeze threatened to carry them higher. Harry felt giddy, laughter bursting forth when Dorimon wobbled in the air to do a little loop-de-loop. They were airborne, and for a few minutes, everything felt perfect. No chores, no insults, no fear of punishment. Just the sun, the sky, and that bubbly feeling of weightlessness. Eventually, they landed behind the hedge, hearts pounding with exhilaration. "That was incredible," Harry said, face glowing with excitement. "I never knew flying could feel so free." Dorimon patted him on the back. "There's more where that came from. You'll get better at it too. Soon you'll be zipping around like a pro. Still, best to keep a low profile." Harry nodded, pulling the device off his head. "Thanks, Dorimon. Really, you have no idea what this means to me." He paused, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. "So, about that anywhere door. Could we, maybe just try a short trip? Like, to the park?" He gestured toward the tall fence that separated number 4 from the rest of the neighborhood. "It's only a few blocks away, but it'd be fun to see it in action." Dorimon considered. "The park, huh? That's close enough. We can pop through, see how it works, and come right back." "Sure. Let me get it." They ducked back inside, shutting the back door so no one would see them. Harry carefully carried the small pink door, no bigger than a toy, while Dorimon scanned the living room to ensure no one was around to witness. Then the robot cat placed the door flush against the wall and turned a tiny knob on the side. "Okay," Dorimon explained in a hushed tone. "Think of the park in your mind. The big oak trees, the pond, the swings. Whatever helps you picture it. Then open the door." Harry did so, heart-hammering, and gasped at what lay beyond the rectangular doorway. Instead of seeing the wallpapered living room, he saw the green grass and familiar swings of the local park. A gentle breeze rustled through, as if beckoning him in. "You first," Dorimon offered. Harry stepped through and felt a brief flicker of disorientation, like walking through a gust of cool wind. Suddenly, he was standing at the edge of the park, the anywhere door standing upright behind him, though from the outside it appeared to have sprouted from nowhere. Dorimon followed, closing the door gently. That's extraordinary," Harry said, looking around. The park was quiet at midday, with only a couple of distant figures strolling. "We teleported." Dorimon folded his arms happily. "We sure did. I use it all the time in my era. Much simpler than driving or taking a bus, let me tell you." They shared a laugh, then strolled over to the swings. Harry gave them a push. He couldn't believe how calm it felt, stepping from one place to another in an instant. But he supposed he should stop being surprised by Doraemon's abilities. The robot cat was from the future, after all. They spent a cheerful hour messing around with the bamboo copter, hovering just a foot above the park's grass to avoid drawing attention. They tested the small light on a stray stick, shrinking it to the size of a toothpick, then used the return beam to restore it. Doraemon told silly jokes, and Harry nearly doubled over with laughter when Doraemon tried to do a cartwheel with his short legs. For perhaps the first time in his life, Harry was actually having fun in public without fear of being ridiculed or punished. But as the afternoon wore on, Harry realized he should probably head back. If the Dursleys returned and found him missing, there'd be trouble. Doraemon agreed. "We can easily slip through the anywhere door again," he said, rummaging in his pouch. "Just let me pull it out." Harry's breath hitched. "Wait, do we even need to set up the door to return, or can I do it alone if you give me the door?" Doraemon shook his head. "I'd better come with you. Don't want you fiddling with the settings yet. One wrong turn, and you could end up somewhere we never intended." Harry nodded, glancing around to see if anyone was near. Satisfied that the park was still quiet, Doraemon placed the miniature pink door against the trunk of a tree and turned the knob, just as before. Harry pictured the living room at number 4, and once again, the door opened to reveal it. "Let's do it quickly, so nobody sees," Doraemon whispered. They slipped back through, closing the door behind them. An instant later, they stood in the Dursleys' living room. Everything looked exactly as they had left it. Harry felt a surge of relief, followed by a pang of worry. He hadn't noticed the time. What if the Dursleys were already back? He hurried to the front window and peeked outside. No sign of the car. Good, they were safe. "That was a blast," Harry said, exhaling. "We should do it again soon, maybe somewhere farther next time, though we'll have to be careful." Doraemon gave an enthusiastic thumbs up. "Definitely. We can plan it out so we're not caught." They stashed the door and the copter in Harry's cupboard bedroom, just to be safe. Then Doraemon hopped back inside the hidden dimension within the desk. Harry had set up a mini version of the same expansion trick, so Doraemon could hide comfortably if someone opened the cupboard door from the outside. Harry waited around, tidying any trace of their activity, heart still thrumming with excitement. Later that day, after the Dursleys returned, and after Harry endured another round of Dudley's casual taunts, he managed to slip outside again. This time, he told Doraemon to stay put while he went for a short walk to the park. He often did chores or occasional errands on foot, and the Dursleys usually didn't care as long as he got back in time for more chores. The late afternoon sun was dipping lower in the sky by the time Harry reached the park again. He spotted a few kids he recognized from school, though none he particularly cared for. Most avoided Harry anyway, seeing him as a scrawny oddball who was no friend of Dudley's. He strolled to a secluded corner near a thicket of trees, wanting a few moments of peace before returning to the house. He sat on a bench, letting out a tired sigh. The day with Doraemon had been magical in its own way. Yet he couldn't help the longing that welled up inside him. All his life, something had felt off. He knew he was different from regular people, that the scar on his forehead and the strange events in his childhood pointed to something bigger. And sure enough, he recalled overhearing once a stray comment from Uncle Vernon about that wizard nonsense. It made no sense at the time. But now he had Doraemon, who came from the future with gadgets that defied logic. Maybe, Harry thought, it was time to share his suspicions about what he really was. If Doraemon understood advanced technology, maybe he'd also understand the idea of magic. The real reason behind his parents' deaths. The reason Harry always felt like he didn't belong. He'd bring it up soon. He just needed the right moment. The air around him suddenly turned chilly. Harry frowned, rubbing his arms. Evening was near, but it wasn't that cold. Yet a damp, icy sensation seeped into his skin, as if a storm cloud had settled right over him. He glanced up. The sky was fairly clear, though the sun was setting. A dog barked somewhere in the distance. Then, abruptly, the dog's bark turned into a frightened whimper. Harry stood from the bench, heart thumping. A wave of dread prickled down his neck. The leaves in the nearby thicket rustled, though no breeze was blowing. And then he saw it. A dark shape drifting into view, hooded and faceless. a figure of nightmares that seemed to drain the color from the world around it. A high-pitched gasp left Harry's throat. He knew, in some distant part of himself, what this was, even if no one had ever told him. A Dementor. A creature that fed on despair, that stole away warmth and happiness from the air. Another shape followed, gliding just above the ground, bringing a sense of deep gloom that curdled Harry's insides. He backed away, stumbling over a patch of grass. Get away. His breath emerged in ragged puffs, although the temperature had dropped drastically, enough to make his teeth chatter. The first Dementor advanced, skeletal hand reaching out from beneath its robes, and Harry felt an overwhelming sense of loss crush him. Memories flashed. His parents, the faint echo of screams he'd never understood until now. A wave of hopelessness knocked him to his knees, making his vision blur. No, he thought desperately. This can't be happening. He was powerless. He had no wand, no knowledge of magic spells. Nothing that might fend off a Dementor. And why were they here, in broad daylight, in the middle of a Muggle park? The creature loomed over him, drawing closer, the rancid smell of decay filling his nostrils. Harry felt that final thread of happiness slip away, replaced by utter despair. This was the end. He would never see Dorimon again, never taste Dorayaki, never feel the wind beneath him as he hovered on the bamboo copter. A blinding flash tore through the gloom. Harry heard a metallic whoosh and then a burst of energy, like a shockwave that rippled through the air. The Dementor recoiled, hissing silently, its shapeless mouth opening in an unseen scream. Another flash. A second shockwave. The creature quivered, then fled into the dimming light, disappearing into the shadows of the trees. Its companion followed, both vanishing as if they'd never been there. Harry collapsed, gasping, unable to stand. It took him a moment to realize Doraemon was sprinting toward him across the grass, some strange contraption in hand. A metal cylinder with a funnel-like muzzle. "Harry!" Doraemon cried, voice cracking in alarm. "Are you okay?" I sensed something was wrong. My danger radar started buzzing like mad. Harry staggered to his feet, limbs shaking. I'm not sure." His words were slurred by shock and the lingering chill in his soul. "I think those things, Dementors, were trying to attack me." Doraemon supported Harry by the arm, scanning the area warily. "They ran off when I used my blast gadget. It's designed to repel dangerous creatures by emitting a high-energy pulse. But what were those things?" Through chattering teeth, Harry rubbed his arms and tried to steady his racing heart. I guess they're called Dementors. I've heard the name before in some nightmares, or maybe I read it in a book. But I know they're tied to magic." "Magic?" Doraemon asked, eyebrows rising. "Wait, you mean actual magic? Like wizards and witches?" Harry, swallowing hard, nodded. "Yes. I'm one. A wizard, I mean. At least, that's what I've been told, or hinted at. My parents were." He hesitated, memories swirling in confusion. "They died when I was a baby. It had something to do with a dark wizard, at least in the stories I overheard. My aunt and uncle never told me, but I've pieced things together over the years." Doraemon's eyes were wide as saucers. "You're a wizard? That's incredible. But that means you can do spells and incantations, right?" Harry shook his head, tears of frustration gathering at the corners of his eyes. "No, I've never learned. My aunt and uncle despise everything about magic. I never got an acceptance letter to a wizard school or anything. Maybe it got lost, or maybe they did something to hide it. I don't know. I just know that I am a wizard. And I guess that's why those Dementors came after me. They're drawn to magical folks, or to certain negative energies. But I didn't think they could appear here in a Muggle park." Doraemon rubbed his chin, the funnel gadget still clutched in his hand. "I see. That's serious. Harry, if these Dementors are hunting you, it might not be safe to wander alone. You need magical protection, or some way to keep them at bay." Harry nearly laughed, though no humor filled his voice. "Magical protection? The only friend I have who can protect me is you, and you're a robot from the future, not a wizard." Doraemon placed a reassuring paw on Harry's shoulder. "Hey, I just saved you, didn't I? I might not be a wizard, but I've got plenty of gadgets that can help. And you're not alone, Harry." Shivers racked Harry's body. Even though the Dementors had fled, he felt drained, as though his happiest memories had been tampered with. Thank you, he whispered, voice wavering. I really thought that was it. Doraemon gave him a firm, warm smile. I'll always come if you're in danger. But we need a plan. If you really are a wizard, we should figure out how to harness that. Even if your aunt and uncle won't help, maybe we can do something else. Could we try to find your wizarding school? Harry's gaze dropped. Hogwarts, he mumbled, choking back emotion. That's what it's called. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Supposedly it's where my parents studied. But I don't know how to contact them. I never got a letter. Doraemon nodded slowly. We'll figure something out, Harry. I can't use my gadgets to twist entire timelines. There are rules about that. But maybe we can do enough to keep you safe until you can find your rightful place. Harry felt tears sting his eyes, tears of relief and longing all at once. Thanks, Doraemon. I guess you're the only one I can trust with this. The only one who believes me, or even listens. Doraemon wrapped a comforting arm around Harry's shoulders and guided him away from the bench. Come on. Let's get you home. You're pale, and the sun's nearly set. I'll walk with you as far as I can, then I'll hide again before the Dursleys spot me. All right, Harry said shakily, each step feeling like a struggle. The encounter with the Dementors had left him weak, but Doraemon's presence gave him some measure of strength. They left the park, following a small path back toward Privet Drive. Harry glanced over his shoulder more than once, half expecting another cloak-shrouded figure to appear. But the Dementors did not return. The quiet suburban streets seemed almost normal, if a bit eerie under the evening sky. When they reached a corner hidden enough from prying eyes, Doraemon stopped. I'll slip back through the anywhere door, he said gently, rummaging in his pouch. Don't worry, I'll be waiting for you in our cupboard bedroom. Just try to act normal for your relatives. I doubt they'll notice anything out of the ordinary anyway. Harry took a shaking breath. Got it. Thank you, Doraemon, for everything. With that, Doraemon opened the small pink door against a hedge, gave a nod, and stepped through. Harry watched him vanish into the living room of number 4, shutting the door behind him. An instant later, the door was gone, and all that remained was the hedge rustling in the cool breeze. Harry squared his shoulders and headed up the road alone. He replayed the events of the day, a morning full of joyful laughter, testing gadgets that made him feel alive, and an afternoon that nearly ended in horror. The Dementors were real. He was a wizard, and the only reason he'd survived was Doraemon's intervention. He arrived at the front walkway of number 4, checking to see if the Dursleys' car was in the driveway. It was. Lights glowed in the windows, and Harry's stomach twisted with nerves. He forced himself to calm down. This was the only home he had, however awful. As he pushed open the front door, Aunt Petunia's shrill voice rang out. Where have you been? She snapped. Supper's nearly ready, and you haven't set the table. Harry swallowed, glancing anxiously at the shadows of the staircase. Doraemon would be in his expanded cupboard room by now, waiting. Trying to sound as neutral as possible, Harry muttered, I was just at the park. Sorry. Petunia eyed him suspiciously, but she allowed him inside. Get to it, then. Harry forced down the urge to tell her everything. That he'd nearly died, that horrible soul-sucking creatures had attacked him. But she wouldn't believe him or, worse, she'd turn furious at any mention of abnormality. So he kept silent, retrieving cutlery from the drawer. Meanwhile, Dudley lumbered into the kitchen, ignoring Harry, and Vernon stared at the television. Before too long, Harry finished his chores. With tension thrumming through his veins, he retreated to his cupboard. Once inside, and certain nobody was looking, he opened the door to his expanded room. Doraemon sat on the bed, legs dangling, carefully polishing that funnel-shaped blast gadget. Their eyes met. Harry felt a wave of relief that he hadn't truly been alone in that horrifying moment at the park. He stepped inside, closing the cupboard door behind him. A sense of safety enveloped him in the small but comforting space. You all right? Doraemon asked, setting the gadget aside. Harry sank onto the bed, shoulders hunched. Yeah, he said in a near whisper. Just shaken up. Thank you for saving me. Doraemon nodded solemnly. We'll face this together, Harry. I'm here for you, and now I know. You're a wizard. There are dark creatures out there. That means we have to be prepared. I'll do everything I can with my technology to help, until you can find someone in the wizarding world to teach you. Because I have a feeling those Dementors won't be the last threat you encounter. Harry swallowed hard, determination flickering in his eyes despite the fear. I'll learn, he said. I'll figure it out, and if the Dursleys won't tell me anything, I'll find answers on my own. Maybe you can help me track down Hogwarts, or at least find out why I never got to go. Dorimon gave him a confident grin. Absolutely. We'll figure it out. In the meantime, let's keep practicing with the gadgets. And keep an eye out for any more unexpected visitors. Harry managed a small laugh, though his hands still trembled when he recalled the freezing chill of the Dementors. Deal, he said. And, thanks again. If you hadn't blasted them, I don't know what would have happened. Dorimon set a comforting paw on Harry's shoulder. Well, let's just say it's a good thing I've got a built-in danger radar. Next time, we might want to bring the bamboo copter along for a quick getaway, too. Harry nodded, a bit of color returning to his cheeks. He felt the faintest spark of hope. For so long, he'd been alone in this house, bullied by his relatives, knowing nothing of his heritage or the world beyond. And now, in the span of 2 days, everything had changed. He had Dorimon, a guardian with gadgets beyond imagining, and a renewed desire to seek out his magical roots. The day might have ended in terror, but it also ended in understanding. Harry was a wizard, and Dorimon would stand by him until he found the path that had been denied him. Together, they were forging a new kind of adventure. One that mixed future technology with a destiny bound to magic. Though questions still loomed, Harry felt the corners of his mouth lift into a tentative smile. He wasn't powerless anymore. He wasn't alone. And for the first time in his life, despite the looming threat, he believed he might truly have a fighting chance at happiness. That night, with the hum of the Dursleys' television muffled by the walls, Harry lay in his new bed under the stairs, gazing at the ceiling. Dorimon snoozed gently near his gadgets, apparently worn out from the day's excitements. Harry closed his eyes, letting himself drift off, determined that if any Dementor dared show its face again, he and Dorimon would be ready. Harry Potter woke the next morning with the faint echoes of Dementor-induced nightmares still tugging at his mind. His entire body felt unsteady, like he'd just climbed off a wild carnival ride. But the second he opened his eyes and remembered the events of the previous day, Dorimon's blast gadget saving him, the robot cat's vow to stand by him, he felt an odd mixture of unease and renewed hope. For a moment, he lay quietly in the bed of his expanded cupboard room, letting the warm lamplight chase off lingering shadows. He breathed deeply, trying to steady his pounding heart. Beside him, Dorimon snoozed in a snug corner, arms wrapped around a half-finished dorayaki like it was a teddy bear. Harry had to stifle a grin at the sight. Even in sleep, Dorimon carried an aura of benevolent protection. Eventually, Dorimon stirred, blinking blearily before meeting Harry's gaze. The robot cat blinked once more and then offered a gentle smile. "Morning, Harry," he said softly, voice still scratchy with sleep. "How are you feeling?" Harry sat up, pushing the covers aside. "Better than I did last night. Thanks for asking." A shudder rippled through him. "That Dementor attack, it still makes my skin crawl." Dorimon nodded, concern furrowing his brow. "I don't blame you. Those creatures felt unnatural, even by advanced technology's standards. It was like all the joy got sucked out of the air." Harry swallowed, remembering that icy despair. "I never want to feel that again. But, if they return, I can't do anything. I don't know how to cast spells. I don't even have a wand." He fiddled with the edge of the blanket, trying to hide how much this frightened him. "I'm just a boy with no idea how wizarding magic really works." With a resolute expression, Dorimon stood and set his half-eaten dorayaki aside. "We'll fix that," he announced, voice steady with conviction. "I promised yesterday that I'd help you become a perfect wizard. Or at least, as prepared a wizard as you can be without actual Hogwarts teachers. I want to do everything in my power to help you get into that school." Harry's eyes widened in surprise. "Dorimon, that's a huge goal." He paused, excitement warring with doubt. "Are you sure you can do that? I mean, Hogwarts is supposed to be hidden away from non-magical folks. There's a whole system of secrecy. And you're a robot from the future." Dorimon thrust a stubby arm into his 4D pouch. "Just because it's tricky doesn't mean we can't try," he replied, voice muffled as he rummaged around. "There's a wealth of knowledge in here, plus a few gadgets that might simulate wizardry enough to help you train." Harry's heart pounded. Simulate wizardry, precisely. Doraemon pulled out a glossy, rectangular device topped with blinking lights. I've got all sorts of modules that can replicate the effects of certain magic spells. They're illusions, mostly, but good for practice. And, aha! He set aside the blinking device and produced what looked like a puffy, pillow-sized cushion of shimmering material. This is my invisible tutor mat. It can generate illusions or training simulators of just about any shape, including wizard models. I'm sure we can adapt it so you can learn basic offense and defense, even if you don't know real spells yet. Harry gasped, curiosity flaring. Wizard models? You mean, like actual illusions that will duel me? Doraemon's whiskers bounced as he nodded. Exactly. Think of it like a holographic training program, but more advanced, because it can also respond to your movements. I can even create a mock wand that channels a bit of energy from my gadgets, so you'll get the feel of aiming and defending yourself. It's not the same as a real magical wand, but the motions and reflexes should carry over when you eventually get the real thing. Harry felt a wave of gratitude so strong it nearly made his eyes sting. He closed them briefly, steeling himself. Doraemon, I can't thank you enough. I've wanted to learn magic my whole life, but nobody would teach me. He opened his eyes, meeting Doraemon's earnest gaze. I'll do whatever it takes. Doraemon smiled widely, determination shining on his round face. That's the spirit. Let's get started as soon as we can. Though, he added wryly, glancing at the cupboard door, we might have to do it when your aunt and uncle aren't around. They'd freak if they heard a battle going on in your bedroom. Harry nodded grimly. They definitely would. Aunt Petunia still believes I should pretend magic doesn't exist. If she caught me practicing anything remotely unnatural, she'd lock me in here for a year. Then we'll keep it secret, Doraemon declared. We'll find pockets of time, like when they're off doing errands or asleep, and we'll do structured lessons. You'll train in both offense and defense, and I'll keep track of your progress. We'll refine your techniques until you're Hogwarts worthy. And then, he placed a comforting paw on Harry's shoulder. Then we'll figure out how to contact that school properly, or at least find a way to get you recognized by the wizarding world. Harry let out a shaky laugh. It sounds almost too good to be true. It's entirely possible, Doraemon assured him. I might be a simple robot cat from the 22nd century, but we have technology that can replicate a lot of phenomena. And more importantly, we have dedication. Before they could plan further, a sharp knock came from outside the cupboard. Petunia's voice sliced through the air. Harry, come help with breakfast, now. Harry jolted. Yes, Aunt Petunia, he called, shooting Doraemon a quick apologetic glance. The robot cat nodded, understanding the daily routine all too well by now. I'll hide, Doraemon whispered. Go do what you need to. We'll strategize after they leave the house. Or tonight if they decide to stay in. With that, Doraemon slipped behind the little desk in the expanded space, activating the hidden compartment. His presence vanished behind the seamless surface. Harry exhaled, stood up, and slipped out of the cupboard door into the real hallway. He forced an expression of mild compliance onto his face as he joined his aunt in the kitchen. About time, she snapped, thrusting a spatula in his direction. Bacon's in the pan, eggs are half done, and Dudley wants sausages. Don't burn them. Harry murmured his assent, carefully turning bacon strips over with a spatula. He felt a sense of simmering excitement under his usual sense of dread. Doraemon was going to train him, help him find his wizarding potential. Every time Petunia barked an order, Harry answered automatically, his thoughts racing ahead to the illusions and the fake wizard models waiting for him in the cupboard. Across the table, Uncle Vernon grunted behind a newspaper. Dudley sat, scraping at his plate, occasionally tossing bits of scrambled eggs onto the floor to see if Harry would be told to clean them up. Harry tried to ignore the boy's mocking smirk. Soon, he thought, soon I'll be practicing spell movements while you're plopped in front of the telly. After the Dursleys finished breakfast, Vernon hefted himself out of the chair and announced, we're off to buy a new set of golf clubs for me, and then Dudley wants some sweets. We'll be gone for a few hours. Petunia, you coming? She glanced at Harry. I suppose. I'll keep an eye on him later. She shot Harry a suspicious look. Boy, you stay here. Tidy the living room. Clean the downstairs loo. And don't think we won't notice if something's off. Yes, Aunt Petunia, Harry replied dutifully. He forced himself not to smile. They'd be gone for hours, which would be the perfect window of time for training. He watched as they piled into the car and pulled out of the driveway. The second they were out of sight, Harry dashed back into the cupboard, carefully shutting the door. Inside, Dorimon emerged from his hiding spot, gadget-laden arms ready for action. Perfect timing, Dorimon said, excitement lighting his face. Let's set up the training room right away. Harry nodded, feeling a jolt of electricity course through him. Let's do it. Dorimon led the way into the open space within the cupboard bedroom. With a few practiced motions, he spread the glimmering, invisible tutor mat across the floor in a corner. The material shimmered like a pool of liquid starlight. Now, Dorimon said, this mat can generate illusions or training sequences based on any data it receives. I have some references from your memory, since you saw Dementors, for example. But we'll start simple, with a target dummy. Once that goes well, we'll ramp up to illusions of wizard opponents. Okay? Harry stood by, heart pounding. All right. Dorimon fiddled with a small control panel that popped up from the mat. A cluster of holographic icons and text lines hovered in midair. Dorimon tapped a few, typed in some data, and said, we'll start with a stationary target that can appear anywhere within your field of vision, so you can practice focusing. Also, to replicate the idea of spells, I'm going to give you this. He reached back into his pouch and pulled out a slender, wand-shaped device that glowed faintly at the tip. Harry accepted it gingerly, eyes wide. It looks almost like a real wand, he breathed. It's basically a conduit for a minuscule energy beam from my 4D storage, Dorimon explained. When you flick it in certain motions, that beam will produce a flash or a mild kinetic push. Like a low-level magical jinx. We can ramp it up in intensity as you improve. Think of it as your practice wand. Harry gripped it, throat tightening with excitement. He raised his arm, feeling the slender shape move between his fingers. I can't believe this, he whispered. Are you sure it'll respond to me and not to you? Dorimon nodded. Yes, I've keyed it to your unique biosignature. Give it a try. Point it at the floor and flick your wrist like you're saying a command. Let's pretend you're casting, something like a stupefied jinx, just to get used to the motion. Harry swallowed. Stupefy, he said softly, flicking his wrist. A thin beam of pale red light flared at the wand tip, accompanied by a soft pop. A wave of tingling force rippled outward, smacking the floor gently enough that it didn't damage anything. But the energy was there. Harry felt it vibrate through his arm. His heart soared. It works. Harry gasped. Dorimon's eyes crinkled into a beaming grin. Excellent. Remember that feeling. Keep your arms steady, and concentrate on your target. Now let's conjure up a basic training dummy. He tapped the control panel, and the mat glowed brighter. Suddenly, a head-sized target popped into view. A floating orb with concentric circles, hovering about 3 feet off the ground. It bobbed in the air, rotating slightly. Give it a shot, Dorimon said. Try to cast your jinx again, this time aiming at the target. The wand will help you focus, but you need to direct your eyes and mind at the same time. Nerves fluttered in Harry's stomach. He raised the wand, exhaled slowly, and then flicked his wrist. Stupefy, he whispered, keeping his gaze locked on the target. A crimson spark shot forth and hit the center of the floating orb, causing it to quiver. Then it righted itself, the rings rippling like water. Harry's shoulders trembled with excitement. I did it, he exclaimed, looking at Dorimon as if seeking validation. Dorimon clapped his paws together. Well done, Harry. Let's see if you can do it a few more times in quick succession. We'll call it a basic attack combo. Harry nodded, readjusting his stance. He cast again, and again. 3 successive flicks of the wand sent mild blasts at the target, each leaving a visible glow. Harry noticed that the second shot went slightly off-center, but the third one hit the bull's-eye again. His face split into a huge grin. He felt alive in a way he never had before. That's the idea, Dorimon praised. Keep practicing. Build up muscle memory. The more you do it, the more natural it'll feel. Harry obliged, repeating the motion until his arm started to ache. He had to pace himself, especially since the energy blasts, though mild, were demanding enough that he began to break a sweat. But he persevered, fueled by the knowledge that he was finally getting a taste of what real wizard training might feel like. After about 15 minutes, Doraemon tapped the control panel again. "Time to level up," he announced. "I'll make the target move. That way, you have to adjust your aim." Before Harry could reply, the orb darted upward, then zipped sideways across the mat, trailing a faint light in its wake. Harry whipped the wand around, flicking and calling out the incantation. He missed the first shot by a wide margin, the beam dissolving harmlessly into thin air. The second shot grazed the edge of the orb, sending it spinning. "Stay focused," Doraemon encouraged, stepping aside so as not to distract Harry. "Watch its movements." Harry gritted his teeth, eyes tracking the orb as it dipped and swerved. At the next opening, he lunged forward and launched a blast. It struck dead center, making the orb flicker and pulse red, an indication of a direct hit. Yes. He lost track of time in that flurry of motion. His breath came in ragged gasps, but he couldn't stop. For once, he was practicing something that mattered to him, something that felt right. Even if it was a simulation, it awakened a sense of purpose in him. Eventually, Doraemon signaled a pause. "All right, I think you've got the idea of hitting a moving target." He shut down the orb, allowing Harry a moment to catch his breath. "Next, we can practice defense. Real wizard duels involve blocking or countering spells, right?" Harry nodded, recalling the bits of rumor he'd gleaned from overhearing random Dursley complaints or mysterious hints about his parents' world. "They do. There's a shield charm called Protega, I think. But obviously, I don't know how to cast that." Doraemon raised a paw. "You don't yet, but I can replicate a shield effect in your wand if you move it in a certain pattern. Let me program that now." He tapped the control panel a few times. A new icon blinked into existence, shaped like a small shield. "Now, if the mat conjures an attack, you can wave your wand in a circular motion, like drawing a circle in the air, and the wand's energy beam will project a protective field. Give it a try." He flicked another icon, and suddenly, a small swirling orb of red light materialized near the corner of the mat. It crackled ominously, then shot a weak beam at Harry like a simulated adversary. Harry yelped, quickly raising the wand. He tried to draw a circle in the air, but his motion was sloppy. A faint shimmer appeared around him, then fizzled out. The red beam grazed Harry's side. He felt only a mild sting, but it startled him enough to jump back. Ouch. Doraemon switched off the attack. "It's okay. First time is always tricky." He walked over, gesturing for Harry to hold the wand upright. "Here, let's do the motion more precisely. A firm, circular sweep. Think of a bubble forming in front of you, and keep your stance balanced." Harry gulped, nodding. He practiced the motion in slow motion, letting Doraemon guide his arm. "Like this?" he asked, rotating his wrist in a smooth arc. "That's it," Doraemon encouraged. "Now let's try again, but gently. I'll set the attack to the lowest intensity." He resumed the simulation. Another small orb of red light coalesced, took aim, and fired. Harry braced himself. Focusing every ounce of will, he swept the wand in a circle. This time, a faint, transparent barrier flared up between him and the incoming beam. The red light struck the barrier and dispersed harmlessly, as if it had collided with solid glass. "I did it!" Harry exclaimed, adrenaline spiking. "Fantastic," Doraemon said, hopping in excitement. "Now do it a couple more times so you get comfortable." Harry managed to block 3 more weak beams in a row, though the third came at an odd angle that forced him to pivot sideways. Each time, the shimmering shield held, and his confidence grew. After the fourth, Doraemon let the illusions fade out. "You're picking it up fast," the robot cat said, tone brimming with pride. "And remember, these illusions are only partial stand-ins for real spells, but the movements, the reflexes, those are all you. You're truly learning." Harry was panting, sweat trickling down the back of his neck, but his spirits soared. "I can't believe how right this feels. Like something I was always meant to do." Doraemon gave him a warm smile. "Well, you're a wizard, Harry, even if you haven't had the official schooling yet." They laughed at the unintentional pun, though Harry thought that line sounded oddly familiar, as if it were a phrase someone else was meant to say. Shaking off the stray thought, he wiped his brow. "So, do we move on to illusions of wizard opponents now?" Doraemon hesitated. "That might be jumping ahead. You're already tired from practicing. Maybe we should rest." We don't want you collapsing in the middle of a... No, Harry insisted, surprising even himself with his resolve. I want to at least see it. Even if I can't do a full duel yet, just give me a glimpse. Dorimon eyed him for a moment, then nodded. All right. But we'll keep it short. I'll conjure a wizard model, with minimal aggression, just so you understand what it looks like. He reset the mats program. The shimmering area grew bigger, rippling like water. Harry watched, heart-hammering, as a vague human shape materialized, translucent at first, then solidifying into a robed figure with a wand in hand. The face was featureless, more like a mannequin, but the stance was unmistakably that of a wizard duelist. This is the fake wizard model, Dorimon explained softly. It can cast basic illusions of spells, the same way you can cast illusions of spells. I've set it on easy mode. Ready? Harry nodded, swallowing hard. He lifted his practice wand and squared his shoulders. The mannequin wizard bowed stiffly, then pointed its own wand. It fired a faint bolt of light that whizzed past Harry's shoulder, missing him intentionally. Just a warning shot. Block it, Dorimon urged. A second bolt came straight at Harry's chest. He swept the wand in the circle motion, conjuring the shield. The beam fizzled against the barrier. The mannequin wizard raised its wand again. Harry responded with a stuttering shout of "Stupefy!" The pale red jinx soared out and struck the wizard's shoulder. It staggered but remained upright. Great, Dorimon called. Keep going. Despite his fatigue, Harry pressed on, exchanging 2 or 3 more blasts. The wizard mannequin's attacks were slow enough for him to block, though one slip-up grazed his foot. Harry squeaked in pain, but it wasn't serious, just enough to remind him to stay sharp. Finally, with one final flick and a burst of energy, Harry landed a direct hit on the mannequin's chest. It froze, flickered, and dissolved into shimmering dust. Panting, Harry nearly collapsed onto the mat. His arms felt like jelly. Yet a triumphant grin spread across his face. That had been real training. A direct confrontation with a wizard-like opponent, even if only an illusion. And he'd done better than he ever imagined for a first try. Dorimon rushed over, patting Harry on the back. You did amazing. Don't push yourself too hard, though. We can pick up again tomorrow or whenever we have free time. Harry tried to speak but only managed a weak gasp at first. After a moment, he nodded and said, Right. That was just so incredible. Thank you. Dorimon beamed. You're welcome. Let's clean up and get you some rest. Maybe some food, too. They deactivated the mat, and Dorimon rolled it neatly back into the 4D pouch. Harry laid the practice wand on his little desk. His mind spun with possibilities. He was learning. He was actually learning how to duel. Even though these were illusions, he felt a spark of raw satisfaction at the progress. He glimpsed a future where he could truly fend off creatures like Dementors on his own. Just then, a car door slammed in the driveway outside. Harry jolted upright. They're back already? He glanced at the clock. Indeed, nearly 2 hours had passed. Dorimon looked startled. We'd better hide the training stuff. Quick, finish up anything that might look suspicious. Harry flew into action, smoothing the sheets on his bed, making sure no stray scorch marks lingered on the floor. Thankfully, Dorimon's illusions left no real damage. Once satisfied, Harry stepped out of the expanded area, closing the cupboard door behind him. He had to force himself to adopt a neutral expression. If the Dursleys noticed him sweating, they might ask questions. Outside, he heard Vernon's heavy steps and Petunia's staccato heels tapping on the porch. Dudley's voice drifted in, whining about not getting enough sweets. Harry took a slow breath, steeling himself to face them. With the illusions all packed away, Dorimon retreated to his hidden compartment, leaving Harry to handle the Dursleys alone. The door opened, and Aunt Petunia's scowl cut through the air. Well, don't just stand there, boy. Help with these bags. Your uncle bought half the shop, and I won't have you lazing about. Yes, Aunt Petunia, Harry said, bowing his head. He hurried outside to haul in plastic bags of groceries and a brand new golf club set that Vernon clutched protectively. Dudley slouched off to the living room, complaining about the heat. How's the living room? Petunia demanded once the bags were on the kitchen counter. Did you dust properly? Harry nodded. Yes, Aunt Petunia. She eyed him suspiciously. Looks like you've been running a marathon. You're all flushed. Harry gulped, realizing sweat still dotted his forehead. I was scrubbing extra hard in the bathroom, Aunt Petunia. It's warm in there. She sniffed. Well, at least you did something useful. Now go tidy up Dudley's new sweets on his shelf. He wants them arranged. Suppressing a sigh, Harry obeyed, climbing the stairs to Dudley's bedroom. He methodically placed chocolate bars and crisps on the shelves, all while his mind buzzed with excitement. He couldn't wait for the next chance to practice more illusions. To become stronger, faster, worthy of Hogwarts. Doraemon's vow played in his thoughts like a favorite melody. I'll help you become a perfect wizard. For the next week, they followed a routine. Each day, Harry woke up early to do his usual chores. The Dursleys inevitably went out in the afternoons. Dudley's attempts at losing weight for the doctor's orders, Vernon's endless visits to golf shops, Petunia's jaunts to gossip with neighbors. Whenever they left, Harry would slip into the cupboard, and Doraemon would set up the training mat. Bit by bit, Harry grew more confident in aiming the practice wand, summoning illusions of mild spells, blocking or dodging simulated attacks. Doraemon introduced more gadgets, too. He had a spell trace analyzer that recorded Harry's aim and reaction times, offering real-time feedback. Whenever Harry missed a target or got hit by a simulated beam, a soft beep let him know to adjust his stance. He also had magic model cards, which, when placed on the mat, conjured illusions of famous wizard types, like an elder wizard with elaborate robes, or a younger rival with agile footwork, each with unique fighting styles to challenge Harry. Though these illusions were still guided by Doraemon's programming, they mimicked wizard duels well enough to teach Harry strategies and footwork. In between sessions, Harry peppered Doraemon with questions about Hogwarts. How to get in? Where was it located? How did wizarding acceptance letters usually arrive? Doraemon did his best to offer suggestions, though he admitted that his knowledge was limited to what he could glean from scanning local resources and the bits of wizard lore stored in Harry's memory. Still, they tentatively hatched a plan. Once Harry felt confident enough in his magical reflexes, they'd try to track down the wizarding world. Perhaps an old wizarding shop in London, or a mention of Diagon Alley, would provide leads. During mealtimes with the Dursleys, Harry maintained a facade of normality. He wore Dudley's baggy cast-off shirts, kept his head down when Uncle Vernon glowered, and endured Petunia's shrill demands. But underneath it all, a fiery hope burned. Each day, he was quietly transforming from a scrawny, bullied boy into someone capable of launching illusions of real spells. It wasn't proper magic, but it was the closest he'd ever come. Then, one evening, Doraemon unveiled another tool, the Wizard Field Box. It looked like a small chest, ornate and old-fashioned, which he carefully pulled from his pouch. Setting it on Harry's desk, Doraemon explained, this device can create a short-lived environment that simulates certain magical conditions, like if you were in a forest under threat, or a cramped corridor with hexes flying. It's an advanced training feature. Are you up for it? Harry's heart skipped. Absolutely. They opened the chest's lid. Immediately, the cupboard's expanded space shimmered and morphed. Walls melted into tall, ghostly trees. A faint wind rustled leaves overhead. Harry gasped, turning a circle and realizing that the entire environment had changed to resemble a nighttime forest. Even the ground felt soft with pine needles. Doraemon's voice echoed from beside him. It'll last about half an hour. During that time, illusions, fake wizard models or creatures, can appear, and you can move around as if you're really in this forest. Don't worry, though. If you run into the real wall, you'll feel a slight force field. Sure enough, Harry bumped his shoulder into what seemed like a tree trunk, but it gave off a subtle hum, marking the boundary of the actual cupboard. This is incredible, he whispered, raising the wand. Let's do it. Doraemon tapped a holographic icon that manifested in midair. Instantly, an eerie hoot sounded above, and a swirl of silver blue lights coalesced into a row of lifelike, robed figures at the edge of the forest. Harry's pulse leapt as 5 illusions brandished wands. Their features were vaguely formed, but their posture spoke of a readiness to duel. Take them on, one at a time, Doraemon said, floating at Harry's side, and remember to use your shield if they cast back. This environment might make it harder for you to see their attacks. Harry gulped, adrenaline surging. I'm ready. The illusions advanced, arms raised. One of them fired a beam of swirling yellow light. Harry traced the circle with his wand, summoning the shield. The magic dispersed against the barrier. He stepped forward on the soft pine needle floor, aimed, and fired a stupefy illusion. It struck the nearest foe, who collapsed in a burst of light. The 4 remaining illusions spread out, encircling him. Heart-pounding, Harry spun, blocking a second hex from behind. He flicked his wand in a broad arc, and a wave of red pulses soared at 2 illusions at once. They both dodged, launching their own beams. Chaos erupted. Flashes of color lit the forest scene, and Harry had to scramble to keep up. He rolled sideways when one bolt nearly singed his side. Another soared overhead, scattering leaves that weren't truly there, yet looked and sounded real. He had never felt so alive. Every lunge, every pivot, every flick of his wand ignited his blood with purpose. He was dueling illusions, but it felt genuine. For a moment, he imagined himself in a Hogwarts courtyard, locked in a real defense class. The fear, the excitement, the sense of pushing his limits, it all combined into a dizzying rush. One by one, the illusions fell to his blasts. The final foe managed to cast a sizzling orange beam that nearly stunned Harry's shoulder, but he blocked just in time, retaliating with a crisp shot that dissolved the illusion in a flash of sparks. Then, silence fell over the simulation. The forest gradually brightened, reverting to the normal lamplight of the cupboard bedroom. The chest closed with a click, returning the room to its ordinary expanded shape. Harry panted, wand arm trembling. Dorimon hurried over, eyes shining. "Harry, that was remarkable. You took on 5 illusions at once. You're learning so quickly." Harry let out a breathless laugh. "That was so intense. I need a moment." They both sank onto the bed, letting the adrenaline fade. Harry could feel the sweat on his temples, the ache in his arms. But within him, a fierce pride glowed. He was making real progress. It wasn't just a single target orb anymore. He was maneuvering like a proper duelist, reacting to illusions that mimicked spells. He'd never felt more certain that, with enough practice, he might actually be ready to face real magic. Over the next several days, Dorimon continued to ramp up the difficulty. Harry learned how to weave in and out of illusions that simulated different types of magical creatures, like trolls or werewolves, so that he'd practice both evasion and wand work. Dorimon even introduced a fake Patronus test, though it was purely technological. "The real Patronus charm is advanced magic," Dorimon explained apologetically, "but I can at least simulate the motion and the feeling of channeling happiness as you project a protective barrier. While it wouldn't repel actual Dementors, it might give Harry the muscle memory he'd need should he ever learn the genuine spell at Hogwarts." Their training often involved comedic mishaps, too. One afternoon, Dorimon attempted to show Harry a transformation gadget that could alter the illusions into random shapes. "Just to keep things unpredictable," the robot cat said enthusiastically. Unfortunately, the gadget malfunctioned halfway through, turning the illusions into a bizarre mix of dancing teapots and giant rubber ducks. Harry nearly keeled over laughing at the sight of a teapot firing rainbow beams, while Dorimon scurried about, frantically trying to reboot the system. Despite these light-hearted stumbles, Harry grew more adept, and each success fueled his hunger for the real thing, for an actual wand, real spells, real acceptance to Hogwarts. Whenever he was alone at night, after the Dursleys had gone to bed, he'd whisper to Dorimon about how much he longed to walk the halls of the wizarding school his parents had attended. "It's like, I'm so close, yet still so far," Harry confided one late evening, collapsed on his newly comfortable bed. "No matter how good I get at these illusions, I can't just waltz into Hogwarts uninvited." Dorimon, perched on the edge of the bed, nodded sympathetically. "I know. But I promise, Harry, we'll find a way. With your skill level growing each day, you'll be a shoo-in once we can contact someone from that world. And if an acceptance letter was truly lost, maybe we can find out who's responsible for sending them out, so we can show your progress." Harry inhaled, the tension in his chest easing somewhat. "I believe you." The next morning, the weather outside turned blustery, with gray clouds rolling in. After another batch of chores, Harry and Dorimon squeezed in a short training session. It went well. Harry managed to block multiple illusions from 3 angles at once. By the time the Dursleys' car rumbled down the street, returning from their errands, Harry was beaming with quiet pride. Dorimon removed the wizard field box from the mat, then stowed everything in his pouch. "Harry, I have one last promise for you," he said, voice warm with affection. "I promised to help you be a perfect wizard. Now I'll promise specifically to get you to Hogwarts. We might not know how or when, but I'll do everything in my power to see you walk through those doors as a student." Touched, Harry gently set the practice wand down on his desk. "Thank you," he said quietly. "I don't have the words to express how grateful I am. My whole life, I've felt worthless here. You've given me hope." Doremon's eyes were bright. "Then let's keep at it, step by step." They clasped hands, Harry's slender fingers against Doremon's soft, round paw. The oath seemed to settle in the air between them, a vow that transcended time and logic. A boy wizard who'd never set foot in the wizarding world, and a futuristic cat robot with technology beyond imagination. United in the quest to get Harry Potter where he truly belonged. Harry Potter woke early the next morning, still dizzy from the intensity of the previous day's training session. His arms and legs ached with the pleasant burn of practiced exertion. He and Dorimon had spent hours perfecting defensive spell illusions, working with the wizard field box, and pushing Harry's reflexes to new limits. Now, curled up on the soft sheets of his magically enlarged cupboard bedroom, Harry found himself wondering if this was all just a feverish dream. A robot cat from the future had arrived, turned his life upside down, and set him on a path toward mastering wizardry that he'd never even glimpsed before. He shifted, rolling over onto his back. The single overhead light bathed the small space in a warm glow. A short distance away, Dorimon was still asleep, slumped contentedly against the side of Harry's desk. His plump blue body rose and fell with quiet snores. Even in repose, the robot cat's ears, or where ears might have been if he had them, twitched gently. Harry couldn't help but smile. "He's given me everything I've ever wanted," Harry thought, the warmth in his chest tempered by gratitude and a flicker of anxiety. "I can actually cast illusions. I can defend myself. And soon, maybe, I can go to Hogwarts for real." Gently, Harry eased himself out of bed and tiptoed around to the other side of the tiny room. He knew the Dursleys were still asleep. Uncle Vernon's thunderous snores could be heard through the living room walls, and Dudley never woke this early on a weekend. Harry decided he might as well enjoy a moment's peace before the next round of chores began. A small, battered clock on his desk told him it was only 5:30. He slipped on a pair of Dudley's old trainers that he'd stowed away in the corner, still too big, but he'd learned to walk in them without tripping, and quietly nudged open the cupboard door, stepping into the dark hallway. The entire house remained silent, so Harry made his way to the front door. Often, on mornings like this, he'd take a stroll down Privet Drive, just to clear his head, then hurry back before anyone realized he was missing. Outside, the sky was still a dusky gray, with dawn's earliest light just peeking over the neat row of suburban houses. Harry took a deep breath of the cool air. It felt refreshing after the stuffiness inside. He crossed the lawn quickly, making sure not to step on any squeaky stepping stones that might awaken the neighbors. "I'm going to Hogwarts," he reminded himself. "It'll happen, soon. If not by formal acceptance letter, then by the plan he and Dorimon were crafting. To find the wizarding world, prove Harry's readiness, and enroll for real." He rubbed the lightning bolt scar on his forehead absently. The idea of truly discovering what had happened to his parents, beyond the half-facts and overheard hints, both thrilled and terrified him. He completed a short loop around the block, passing identical houses and neatly trimmed hedges. By the time he returned to number 4, the rising sun bathed the roof tiles in pale gold. He slipped back inside, locked the door, and crept into the cupboard without a sound. To his mild surprise, he found Dorimon awake, rummaging in his pouch with swift, purposeful motions. At Harry's entrance, the blue cat looked up, eyes shining with excitement. "Good morning," Dorimon chirped, voice still hushed to avoid drawing attention from the Dursleys. "I was just about to come find you. Something's been on my mind all night. I think it's time we consider a new approach to discovering what really happened to your parents and how to reach Hogwarts." Harry blinked. He shut the cupboard door behind him gently. "A new approach? You mean something bigger than illusions and training?" Dorimon nodded so vigorously that his little bell jingled softly. "Much bigger, look." He reached into his 4D pouch and pulled out what looked like a small, box-shaped contraption made of shiny alloy, with a circular display screen that glowed softly. Numerous levers and buttons jutted from its sides, and the whole thing looked older than Doraemon's usual futuristic gadgets, almost retro-futuristic, as though built decades ago in a style that never quite existed. "What is it?" Harry asked, curiosity piqued. "This," Doraemon said with solemn pride, "is my time machine." Harry's eyes went wide. "Time machine? You mean, a device that can send us into the past or future?" "Exactly," Doraemon replied, patting the contraption. "It's normally hidden in my home dimension. I rarely use it because tampering with time is risky. But I've been thinking about your situation. How you never got to learn the truth of your parents' final moments. If you could witness what really happened, maybe it'd give you clarity and a sense of closure. And if we want to figure out how to approach Hogwarts or face Voldemort, maybe seeing the past might be the key." Harry felt his heart twist. The final moments of his parents' lives. He'd always ached with curiosity and dread about that night, the night Lily and James Potter were murdered. He swallowed hard. "Doraemon, are you sure we should do that? I mean, going to the past. That's serious. And I don't know if I can handle seeing my parents die." Doraemon set a comforting paw on Harry's arm. "It's your choice. I won't push you. But if you really want to know, truly know, the circumstances of that night, the time machine can take us there. We'll have to be incredibly careful, of course. We can't change what happened, or we risk tearing time apart. But we can observe, learn, and maybe, just maybe, we'll discover the clue we need to help you move forward." Harry's stomach churned. The thought of seeing his parents, even from a distance, it both exhilarated and terrified him. He remembered the Dementors and the sudden rush of hearing faint screaming in his head whenever they got close. That had to be his mother's last moments, echoing inside him. Could he bear to see it for real? At the same time, a fierce longing rose up. I want to know the truth," he said, voice trembling. "I've spent my entire life hearing only half stories or lies from the Dursleys. If the time machine can really show me, I'll do it." Doraemon nodded, jaw set in determination. "All right. But we need to do it when your aunt, uncle, and cousin are out. We can't risk them finding an actual time travel device in this cupboard." Harry's lips twitched in a humorless smile. "Definitely not. They'd probably blame me for bringing in some freakish contraption." They waited, hearts pounding, until late morning. Petunia bustled about the kitchen, ordering Harry to vacuum and dust every corner. Uncle Vernon stomped around complaining about odd people in the streets, and remarking that the weather was unseasonably chilly. By midday, the Dursleys had piled into the car. Harry stood at the window, feigning disinterest, but inside he was a storm of nerves. They were headed to a large shopping center in the next town over to buy Dudley more clothes. Knowing them, they might be gone for hours. As soon as the car roared out of sight, Harry practically sprinted to the cupboard under the stairs. Doraemon was already waiting, time machine in hand. "No time to lose," he said. "Let's do it. But, once we leave, we'll have to be mindful of how much time we spend in the past. We don't want to come back a week later to find the Dursleys have reported you missing or something." Harry nodded mutely, adrenaline surging. He swallowed hard. "I'm ready." They retreated into the expanded cupboard bedroom, locking the door behind them. Doraemon placed the time machine on the floor and pressed a large green button. A panel slid open, revealing an interior that looked bizarrely bigger, like stepping into a small submarine. Harry gave a low whistle of astonishment. It was one thing to see a 4D effect in a gadget. It was another to witness an entire time travel vessel concealed in something the size of a breadbox. "Inside," Doraemon said, ushering Harry through the panel. "Welcome to my time machine. Don't worry, the dimension inside is stable." Harry climbed in, passing from the cramped cupboard bedroom to a metal-walled chamber that stretched a few meters in every direction. In the center stood a control console with glowing dials and screens displaying dates, times, and cryptic symbols. The walls were lined with what looked like soft seats, or perhaps padded benches, and the air had a faint hum that suggested a powerful engine at work somewhere unseen. Doraemon hopped in after him, the panel slid shut, and the interior lights brightened. "Now, to set the date. We need to go to the night your parents were killed. Based on the wizarding calendars I've accessed, and the partial memories you have, it would be Halloween night, 1981. Harry's breath caught in his throat. "Yeah, I was only a baby." Dorimon nodded, sympathetic. He tapped a series of keys on the console. The date displayed on the screen. The 31st of October 1981. Then he input a location, based on the address that Harry remembered overhearing once. Godric's Hollow. We have to be invisible observers, Dorimon cautioned. In other words, we can't interfere. I can activate a cloaking shield for us. We'll see and hear what happens, but no one will see us, unless we do something to break the cloak. Promise me you'll do everything you can to stay out of sight. Harry's eyes glistened with a mix of fear and determination. I promise. I don't want to mess up time. I just need to see them, Dorimon. Even if it's just for a moment. Dorimon gave a solemn nod. All right, let's do this. He pulled a large lever, and a low rumble vibrated through the floor. Harry clutched a nearby railing as the time machine's walls shimmered, the overhead lights flickered, and a swirling vortex of color and shape seemed to appear on a circular screen at the front. He felt his stomach twist, much like the sensation of going down a steep drop on a roller coaster. The console beeped a series of times. Then, just as abruptly, the rumbling ceased. Dorimon took a deep breath and flipped a smaller switch. We've arrived, he said softly. Halloween night, 1981. Harry's mouth was dry. He nodded, unable to form words. Dorimon pressed another button to open the hatch, and a warm breeze wafted in. They stepped out. They were in a quiet, dark street lined with old houses. Softly glowing jack-o'-lanterns flickered on porches, casting dancing shadows. Somewhere in the distance, children giggled, likely returning home from trick-or-treating. Dorimon tapped a device on his collar, and Harry sensed a light shimmer around them both, presumably the cloaking field. No one turned their heads to look at the odd duo stepping from nowhere, so it must have been working. Which way? Harry whispered. Dorimon consulted a small handheld scanner. This way. There's magical energy up ahead. I think that's the house. They moved cautiously along the lane, every step echoing in the hush of the night. A sign on a garden fence read, Godric's Hollow in faded letters. A short distance away stood a quaint, ivy-clad cottage with lights in its windows. Through the window, Harry glimpsed the warm glow of a fireplace. His heart hammered. Was this his parents' home? He approached, trembling. Dorimon kept a supportive paw on his shoulder. We'll look through the window, Dorimon whispered. Remember, we're invisible, but try not to make noise, and don't move anything. Harry swallowed, stepping up to the cottage carefully, his breath caught at what he saw inside. In a cozy living room lit by flickering candlelight, a tall, bespectacled man with untidy black hair was bouncing a baby boy in his arms. The baby had the same messy hair, though softer and shorter, and giggled with unbridled delight. That's me, Harry realized, a lump forming in his throat. The man, James Potter, grinned from ear to ear, making silly faces at the baby. Across the room stood a beautiful, red-haired woman, Lily Potter, with bright green eyes. She watched James and their baby with an affectionate smile, occasionally shaking her head in mock exasperation at their antics. Harry's eyes stung with tears he fought to keep in check. This was his family, his real family. He had no memory of that living room, that sense of warmth and love. He pressed closer to the glass, transfixed. Can you hear anything? Dorimon whispered. Harry strained his ears, remembering that sometimes illusions or spells might keep eavesdroppers at bay. But faintly, he heard Lily's voice. James, you'll wear him out before bedtime. James chuckled. Nonsense. He's a strong little tyke. Aren't you, Harry? Yes, you are. Baby Harry squealed and reached for James's glasses, nearly yanking them off. Lily laughed, stepping forward to rescue her husband from the baby's grasp. She pressed a soft kiss to the child's forehead. Harry, the older Harry who stood outside, felt a tear slide down his cheek. They loved me, he realized anew. They were happy. He wanted to stay there, locked in that moment of joy forever, but he knew what was coming, and dread coiled in his gut like a venomous snake. He turned his head slightly, scanning the street, the yard, the shadows. There was no sign of anything amiss, yet he knew, from the stories, that Lord Voldemort arrived that night to kill them. He heard James speak again, a bit more quietly. Tomorrow, I'm going to take Harry to see his broomstick. He's already trying to ride the toy one I got him last month. Imagine that, Lily. A Quidditch star in the making. Lily laughed, setting the baby in a small bassinet by the fireplace. You just want him to follow in your footsteps. Harry watched the scene, chest tight. He felt Doraemon's paw tighten on his shoulder, as if to steady him for what came next. Harry closed his eyes briefly. I don't know if I can bear to see this, he thought, but he owed it to himself, to them, to know the truth. Suddenly, a sharp chill swept the air, as though an icy wind had blown through. Harry noticed the shadows on the street lengthening unnaturally. Doraemon tensed. Harry, something's happening. Are you ready? Harry forced himself to nod, though his hands shook. Together, they stepped away from the window, quietly circling around the side of the house. The front gate creaked open as if nudged by an unseen force. The figure who entered was cloaked in darkness, the faint lamplight revealing a pale face beneath the hood. A face twisted by cruel cunning. Voldemort. A cold wave of terror rolled through Harry. Even after all his illusions and training, he felt paralyzed at the sight of the man who murdered his parents. There was an otherworldly aura around Voldemort, as though the shadows themselves bent to his will. Without a sound, he advanced toward the cottage door. Inside, James must have sensed something was wrong because Harry heard him shout, Lily, take Harry and go. It's him. Go. Run. I'll hold him off. A flash of green light seared through the window. A violent crash followed as the front door burst open. James stumbled back, hands raised. He had no wand in hand. Perhaps he'd left it on a table somewhere. Harry screamed silently, but no sound emerged from his throat. He wanted to charge in, to do something, but Doraemon gripped him tightly. They were invisible, yes, but if Harry tried to interfere, they could unravel history. Lily, he's here. Run, James yelled, voice ragged with desperation. But there was a second flash of green light. James froze, body going rigid, and then collapsed to the floor with a thud that resonated like a funeral bell. No last words, no farewell, just gone. Harry's eyes filled with tears. His father, killed in an instant. He wanted to scream, to throw up, to do anything. No, this was it. He was watching the horrifying moment that shaped his entire life. From somewhere deeper in the cottage, Lily shrieked, a sound of terror and heartbreak that cut into Harry's soul like a knife. He could see, through the shattered front door, her fleeing up the stairs with the baby. Voldemort advanced. There was a slow, almost casual stride to his movements, as though he savored the fear he spread. Doraemon, Harry choked, tears streaming down his face. We have to, we can't. Doraemon was trembling, too, with fury and sadness. We can't change it, Harry, he whispered, voice thick. I'm so sorry. They followed, invisible, up the stairs. In a small bedroom painted in soft colors, probably the nursery, Lily stood in front of the crib, her arms spread protectively. Baby Harry wailed. Voldemort's silhouette filled the doorway, dark robes billowing. Lily pleaded, voice shaking. Not Harry, please not Harry. The older Harry felt his heart break. He knew these words from nightmares, from the echo he'd heard near Dementors. Hearing them now, in reality, was unbearable. Voldemort's voice slithered through the air, high and cold. Stand aside, you silly girl, stand aside, now. Lily refused to move, tears streaming. No, not Harry, take me, kill me instead, but not Harry, please. You fool, Voldemort hissed. No one can stop me. He raised his wand. Lily tried to shield the baby with her own body, but a surge of green light erupted, striking her squarely in the chest. She collapsed, eyes wide, life extinguished in a heartbeat. Another thud as she hit the floor. Baby Harry screamed, voice filled with pure, uncomprehending fear. Then, unbelievably, Voldemort aimed the wand at the child. But the older Harry heard no incantation. Instead, there was a flash of green light that collided with something intangible around the baby. Love's last protection, Lily's final act. The spell rebounded. Voldemort let out a high-pitched cry, and for an instant, a searing green glow engulfed the room. The walls rattled. The floor shook. Then, just as quickly, it ended. A swirl of dark energy collapsed in on itself, leaving only silence and a wailing child with a lightning bolt wound on his forehead. Harry stared, shattered by grief and horror. He knelt by Lily's form, wanting to reach out, to cradle her. But he couldn't. He was just a phantom observer from the future. His breath came in ragged gasps. Doraemon placed a trembling paw on Harry's shoulder, tears gathering in the cat's wide eyes as well. The cottage had fallen silent, save for the cries of the infant. Voldemort was gone. His body or form disintegrated, leaving behind only a rent in the fabric of the night. The older Harry closed his eyes and bit his lip so hard it nearly drew blood, trying not to sob aloud. He felt Doraemon hugging him, trying to offer comfort. But what comfort was possible, having just witnessed the murder of his father and mother? Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Harry willed himself to stand. He gazed at the broken crib, the infant inside howling in distress. There was no one left to answer. That's me, he thought numbly, barely able to process the fact that he was watching the worst moment of his own history from the outside. He stumbled back, staggering out of the nursery. Doraemon followed, blinking away tears. The entire top floor was wrecked by the force of the backfired curse. Debris littered the hallway, and the front door still stood ajar below. The older Harry could hear faint moans of neighbors starting to gather outside, drawn by the noise, but none had dared to enter yet. We need to leave," Doraemon whispered, voice trembling with compassion. "We've seen it, Harry. We have to go, or we risk someone detecting us. This is a high magic area now." Harry nodded numbly. He couldn't bring himself to take one last look at the bodies. It was too painful. Without another word, they hurried down the stairs, out the shattered door, across the garden, and back into the street. By now, a concerned neighbor had started to approach the yard. A dog barked anxiously in the background. Doraemon quickly scanned the area. "The cloak is still holding," he murmured. "Let's get back to the time machine." They broke into a run, Harry's mind reeling, tears streaking his face. He wanted to scream at the top of his lungs, to lash out at something, anything. He felt Doraemon's intense sorrow radiating through the cloaking field. This wasn't just some story or rumor. This was real, and they had just borne witness to the horror. At last, they reached the hidden time machine, ducked inside, and slammed the hatch shut. Doraemon wasted no time flipping the switches. The vessel rumbled, and swirling patterns of color reappeared on the central screen. "Home," Doraemon said softly. "Let's get you home." He keyed in the present date and location. Number 4, Privet Drive, the approximate time they had left. Harry sank onto one of the seats, burying his face in his hands. His entire body shook with silent sobs. The rumble of the time machine spiked, and a whirling vortex of time filled the display. Moments later, the engine noise died down, and with a mechanical hiss, they arrived back in the present, minutes after they'd first departed. For a time, neither spoke. Then Doraemon placed a gentle paw on Harry's shoulder. "I'm so sorry," he whispered, tears glistening on his own whiskered cheeks. "Harry, I'm so sorry you had to see that." Harry lifted his head, eyes red-rimmed. "I wanted to," he croaked. I needed to know." A shaky breath rattled his chest. "They loved me. I could see it. They died to save me. And that monster, I hate him. I hate Voldemort." His voice broke on the name. "I want to destroy him for what he did to them." Doraemon nodded, hugging Harry tightly. "Then we will," he said, voice uncharacteristically fierce. "You and I, together, we'll make sure he can never hurt anyone else. But your first step is still the same. You must get to Hogwarts. Learn real magic, real spells. Become the wizard you're meant to be. And I'll help you in every way I can." Harry bit his lip until it hurt. We have to make him pay." Doraemon took a moment to steady himself. "Let's step out," he said softly. "Back into your room. We need to hide the time machine again." They left the machine's interior and found themselves standing in the expanded cupboard bedroom, exactly as they'd left it. Doraemon pressed a button, and the time machine shrank into a handheld box, which he promptly tucked into his 4D pouch. Harry stood in the middle of the room, wiping his face with the back of his hand. The weight of what he had just witnessed seemed to press down on him like a giant's foot. "Harry," Doraemon murmured, "I want you to know something. I've traveled time before for my own missions, usually small, to fix someone's timeline or teach them a lesson. But seeing that, it was awful. And it's not fair that you had to grow up without them. But you're not alone anymore." He reached out and took Harry's hand, his voice trembling with empathy. "I'm here. I'm your friend. We'll do this together. Harry nodded, tears still glistening at the corners of his eyes. Thank you, he whispered. I'm grateful I saw it. Now I know for certain what happened. And I know why I must go to Hogwarts. The wizarding world is where Voldemort came from, and if I want to protect myself, if I want to avenge them, I need to be there. Dorimon squeezed Harry's hand. We will. Let's rest for a bit, okay? The Dursleys might be back soon. They spent the next few hours in solemn silence, occasionally speaking in hushed tones about what they'd witnessed. Dorimon tried to lighten the mood by offering some sweets, but Harry's appetite was gone. Eventually, the rumble of the Dursleys' car signaled their return, and Harry had to slip back into the role of the house's overlooked occupant. He forced a neutral mask over his grief, offering no sign that mere hours ago he had traveled through time and watched his parents die. That night, after the Dursleys had long since gone to bed, Harry lay awake in his magically enhanced cupboard. Dorimon sat beside him, gazing at the dimly lit space. The hush of the household pressed in around them, making the boys' quiet sobs painfully audible. Dorimon, Harry said suddenly, wiping his eyes. I want to do it. I want to leave this place. I want to find Hogwarts, now. The robot cat turned to him, brows furrowed in concern. Harry, do you think you're ready? We haven't pinned down exactly how to get inside, and if we show up unannounced. I don't care, Harry hissed softly, fresh tears trailing down his cheeks. This place is suffocating me. I can't stand pretending anymore. I want to be in the wizarding world. I want to learn real magic. I want to face Voldemort one day, to make sure what happened to my parents can't happen again. Dorimon pursed his lips. All right, he said gently. I understand. But we need to be strategic. Remember, Hogwarts is hidden behind wards and illusions. Non-magical folks can't normally see it. Even magical folks need knowledge of how to get there, or a letter, or a guide. Harry's heart hammered. But there must be ways. Like, the train from platform 9 3/4. Everyone talks about it in the stories I've overheard. Or something about a secret location in Scotland. If we just found that location, maybe your gadgets could get us in. Dorimon considered. Yes, the anywhere door might do it, if we had a precise fix on Hogwarts coordinates or a sense of its wards. But the wards might block my technology. We'd need a better plan. Harry let out a long breath, feeling frustration welling. Then let's gather more info. Find wizarding shops, talk to someone who might help. Maybe there's a teacher or someone that could direct us. Dorimon patted his head sympathetically. We can try. Let's do this in steps, okay? We'll figure out how to locate Diagon Alley. Rumor has it that's the main wizarding market in London. And from there, maybe we can get instructions to Hogwarts. A flicker of hope broke through Harry's grief. Diagon Alley, right, that's the place where wizards buy wands, books, everything. Dorimon smiled. Exactly. The big question is how to get inside, because muggles can't see it. But with my tech, maybe we can mimic wizard signatures enough to pass. Then we find a way to Hogwarts. Sound good? Harry nodded eagerly, the raw pain of witnessing his parents' murder channeling into a fierce determination. Let's do it. But, as soon as possible. I can't stay here, living under the Dursleys' roof, waiting for some letter that might never come. We'll prepare, Dorimon said, and then we'll make our move. But let's get some rest, okay? He offered Harry a small blanket. We'll need a clear head. Tomorrow, we'll start investigating how to get to Diagon Alley. Despite the roiling emotions in his heart, Harry felt exhaustion dragging at his limbs. He nodded, let Dorimon dim the lights, and closed his eyes. Sleep came fitfully, haunted by visions of green flashes and the echoes of Lily's pleas. But every time he stirred awake, Dorimon was there, quietly humming or patting Harry's arm, reminding him he wasn't alone. The next morning, the Dursleys announced they would be gone nearly all day, off to some distant relative's birthday party. Harry was instructed to clean the house top to bottom and not touch the television or the fridge. He nodded in feigned compliance, but his heart soared at the prospect of an entire day without them. As soon as the car disappeared down the street, he and Dorimon retreated to the cupboard, time for the next phase of their plan. Right, Dorimon said, rummaging in his 4D pouch. We're going to attempt to find Diagon Alley. We'll use the anywhere door, but we need a magical lock-on, so we don't land in the wrong place. Let me see. He pulled out a device that looked like a mechanical compass fused with a wand. This is a magic signature tracker. Normally, it's used in the 22nd century to identify leftover magical traces from historical spells. But I can repurpose it to seek out the closest wizarding hub if we're near enough. London, Harry said, excitement mounting. That's probably where Diagon Alley is, or so I've heard. We can start in central London and see if your device picks up anything. Dorimon nodded. Exactly. Then we can open the anywhere door from the cupboard and step right into an alleyway in London. We'll keep out of sight, find the magical aura, and slip into Diagon Alley if we can. Harry pulled on a tattered jacket. Let's do it. He hesitated, then said, should I bring the practice wand and illusions? Dorimon considered. Might be best to leave them behind for now. Wizards in Diagon Alley might question them. And we only have illusions, not real spells. Let's keep a low profile. If things get dicey, I have other defensive gadgets. Harry agreed, though a small part of him felt exposed without the mock wand he'd grown used to. Still, this was Doraemon's expertise. He stuffed a few leftover sweets in his pocket and stood ready. Dorimon placed the anywhere door against the back wall of the cupboard bedroom. Picture a quiet spot in central London, he told Harry. Somewhere you've seen before, even if only in pictures. Then I'll let the device do its work. Harry closed his eyes, recalling images from the TV news segments he'd caught glimpses of, Trafalgar Square, maybe, or a lesser-known corner near Charing Cross Road. He pictured it as best he could, focusing on the hustle of city life. Dorimon tapped the device in his paw, which glowed faintly. All right, Dorimon said. He turned the door's handle, and it opened onto a bustling sidewalk filled with gray buildings, passing cars, and pedestrians in coats. The noise of traffic spilled into the cupboard like a sudden tidal wave. Harry's eyes widened. This was it. They stepped through, emerging onto a cracked bit of pavement near a row of shops. It was mid-morning, and Londoners hurried by, paying the pair no heed. As always, Dorimon's futuristic or cat-like appearance was hidden by a partial invisibility field he'd rigged to function in crowds, so passers-by only glimpsed Harry's figure or felt a faint distortion around Dorimon. Harry took a deep breath. We're really here. Dorimon nodded, tucking the device under his stubby arm. Now, let's see. The tracker should beep if we move closer to a wizarding location. He flicked it on. A soft ping sounded, and a small arrow on the device pointed north. They navigated the busy streets, weaving between people hurrying to offices or shops, ignoring the occasional jostle. Every so often, Dorimon paused to check the arrow. It slowly swung left, then right, leading them closer and closer to a nondescript section of buildings. Finally, they arrived at a shabby-looking pub with a faded sign reading The Leaky Cauldron. Harry felt his heart skip a beat. He'd heard the name once in passing. This had to be the entrance to Diagon Alley. And sure enough, passers-by on the street seemed to glance at the pub as if it weren't worth noticing. Or perhaps they didn't see it at all. This must be it, Dorimon whispered, scanning the device. I'm picking up strong magical readings. Let's see if we can slip inside. They approached the door. A handful of oddly dressed individuals, some in cloaks, some wearing pointed hats, passed in and out. The muggles around them seemed oblivious to these strange outfits, further confirming the presence of spells that concealed or distorted the pub's appearance. Harry hesitated at the threshold. This is it, he thought, heart pounding with excitement. My first real step into the wizarding world. He took a breath and pushed the door open. Dorimon followed, still partially cloaked from muggle eyes. Inside, the pub was dimly lit by lanterns that hung from wooden beams. A few small tables stood scattered about, occupied by patrons sipping tankards of butterbeer or reading newspapers with moving pictures. The place smelled of roasted nuts and old wood. Conversation died down briefly as Harry entered, but quickly resumed when no one seemed to recognize him. Dorimon deactivated the muggle cloak, revealing himself to any wizard who cared to notice. But apparently, a talking blue cat was only mildly curious around these parts. One or two patrons raised eyebrows, but many simply returned to their drinks. Harry breathed out a laugh of relief. An old bartender behind the counter gave them a curious glance. "Morning," he said, wiping a glass with a rag. "Not seen you before, lad. Here for Diagon Alley, I presume?" Harry swallowed, trying not to stammer. Yes, sir. I need to get supplies. He wasn't quite sure what story to concoct, but hopefully the man wouldn't question too hard. Right through the back, the bartender answered with a friendly nod. Just tap the bricks in the right order, then the archway opens. Thank you, Dorimon said politely. The bartender blinked at him, but said nothing, as if used to bizarre sights. They crossed the pub and emerged into a small courtyard enclosed by high brick walls. A trash bin sat in one corner, and a few weeds sprouted between the cobblestones. Harry's pulse quickened. I think you tap that brick, he said, pointing to one near a drainpipe. He recalled some rumor that the combination was 3 up and 2 across. He did his best to piece it together from faint recollections. Sure enough, when he tapped the correct brick with a knuckle, the wall shuddered. Bricks began rearranging themselves, sliding and folding into an archway. A wide alley was revealed beyond, bustling with robed witches and wizards, shops selling everything from potion ingredients to broomsticks. Bright signs clamored for attention. Ollivanders, makers of fine wands, Flourish and Blot's bookstore, Aesop's Owl Emporium, and so on. Dorimon, Harry whispered, eyes shining. We're here, Diagon Alley. The robot cat grinned broadly. We made it. Wow. He gazed around at the throng of magical folk. Some carrying cages of live bats or owls, others levitating trunks behind them. So this is the wizarding marketplace. They stepped onto the cobblestone street, taking in the sights and sounds. Harry marveled at cauldrons stacked outside a shop, a group of teenage witches giggling over new potion kits, and an aged wizard consulting a long parchment list of items. It was unlike anything he had ever experienced, a kaleidoscope of magic and wonder laid out in front of him. First step, Dorimon said. Let's see if we can find out how to get into Hogwarts properly. Maybe we should talk to a bookstore or uniform shop, see if the new year has started, or if we can enroll late. Harry nodded, excitement warring with nerves. But what if they ask for fees or formal acceptance letters? I don't have any wizard money, either. The Dursleys never gave me anything like that. Dorimon patted his pouch. No worries. I have a currency converter gadget. We just need a bit of muggle money, and we can convert it into wizard coins for small purchases. As for proving you belong at Hogwarts, that might be trickier. We'll just have to ask around, maybe mention your name if needed. You're Harry Potter, after all. Harry felt a jolt. Harry Potter, the boy who lived. Did these people know about him? Or had everything been kept secret? He swallowed and trudged forward with Dorimon. They made their way to Flourish and Blot's, the large bookstore with a sign advertising textbooks for various magical subjects. Inside, rows of shelves stretched from floor to ceiling, stuffed with volumes on charms, transfiguration, potions, and more. A bespectacled clerk wearing a pointy hat noticed them. Hello, they're looking for Hogwarts textbooks? Harry nodded hesitantly. Yes. I'm hoping to enroll, but I never received my letter. The clerk raised an eyebrow. Never received your. Well, that's odd. Usually first years get them by owl. Are you a transfer from overseas? Or homeschooled up, till now? Harry fumbled. Something like that. I was, living with muggles who might have kept the letters away. I'm not sure. The clerk said sympathetically. Well, if you're looking to start soon, you'll need the standard set of first-year books. The year's well underway. Mind, Hogwarts started back in September. You're a bit late, but perhaps the staff will accommodate a special case. You'll want to talk to the headmaster or deputy headmistress about that. Harry's face lit up. So it's possible? The clerk shrugged. Best to speak with them. Meantime, I can sell you the standard first-year texts if you'd like. That'll be a galleon or 2 each, plus some sickles. Do you have wizard coin? Dorimon discreetly rummaged in his pouch, pulling out the currency converter gadget. He fished out a few British pounds that Harry had found lying around the house, or in Dudley's discarded pockets, and fed them into the device. With a quiet whir, it spat out a handful of gold, silver, and bronze coins. The clerk's eyes widened momentarily, but he said nothing beyond a curious smile. One moment, Harry mumbled, turning to Dorimon. We can buy the textbooks, but how are we going to physically get to Hogwarts? Dorimon whispered back, let's see if the clerk knows how to contact the headmaster. Or maybe we can figure out where the train is. If the term already started, that might not be the best route, though. Harry nodded. He turned back to the clerk, who was laying out a stack of books. The Standard Book of Spells. Grade 1. A History of Magic, Magical Theory, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, Hogwarts. A History, and more. Do you know how to get in touch with Hogwarts if I missed the start of term? Harry asked hesitantly. The clerk scratched his chin. Owl Post is typical, but if you haven't got a wizarding guardian, you might send one from the Owl office down the street. Or, if you're feeling adventurous, you could attempt to apparate near the school grounds. Though it's heavily warded. Actually, easiest path is usually the Hogwarts Express, from King's Cross, September 1st. But that's already come and gone. Harry's heart sank a bit. Doraemon cut in. Is there any direct path to the castle from here? The clerk considered. Well, sometimes Hogwarts professors come to Diagon Alley on errands. If you're truly in need, you might speak to them. Alternatively, there's the Flow Network, if you have a wizarding friend who'll let you use their fireplace connection. But you'd still need to know an approved Flow address. The school's quite selective about that. They paid for the books with some of Doraemon's newly converted coins, thanking the clerk for his help. Carefully, they packed the volumes in a bag Doraemon pulled from his pouch, conveniently expanded inside. Stepping out of Flourish and Blots, Harry felt a mixture of excitement. He had real wizard textbooks now. And frustration. How to physically get to Hogwarts if the term was already well underway. Doraemon seemed to read Harry's thoughts. We'll figure it out, he whispered as they walked back along the alley. Worst case, we can try to locate the exact coordinates of Hogwarts and use the Anywhere door. It might be warded, but we can at least attempt it. And if not, maybe we can send an owl to the headmaster. Let them know you're alive and ready to attend. Harry nodded, scanning the crowd. He noticed more than a few people giving him odd looks. A few witches elbowed each other and pointed subtly in his direction, whispering. He felt a chill. Had they recognized him somehow? Was the scar visible? He tucked his fringe lower over his forehead. This was all so new. Suddenly, a tall wizard in emerald green robes, carrying a hefty bag of potion supplies, walked close by. His gaze settled on Harry's face, then flicked to Doraemon, who froze. The wizard's eyes widened in apparent shock. Excuse me, he said, voice quivering. You there, by Merlin's beard, are you Harry Potter? Heat flooded Harry's cheeks. Doraemon stepped forward. He might be. Who's asking? The wizard seemed flustered. My name is Emrys Cedrington. Well, I was in the order once, that's not important. I just recognized the scar. Everyone knows about the boy who lived. He glanced around, lowering his voice. Rumor was that Harry Potter vanished, never came to Hogwarts. Good heavens, we thought, some even feared you'd died. Harry's heart pounded. No, I was, hidden away by my relatives. They didn't want me going to Hogwarts. But now I want to enroll. The trouble is, I never got a letter. Cedrington's eyes flicked to the bag of books. You've already bought your supplies, I see. Good. Hogwarts. Yes, you should go there. You're needed. Everyone whispered that you know who might not be truly gone, and if you're alive, he exhaled shakily. You're a symbol of hope, lad. Harry clenched his fists, remembering his parents' death. I'm not just a symbol, he said quietly. I want to fight him. I want to learn real magic. But I need to actually get to Hogwarts. Cedrington set down his bag of potions, glancing over his shoulder as if worried about being overheard. The headmaster is Albus Dumbledore, he murmured. Many say he's the only wizard you know who ever feared. If you can get to him, he'll surely let you enroll. Even late. But the school wards are layered. You can't simply apparate there. We heard about the Flow Network, Doraemon said carefully. But we don't have a wizard's home or a fireplace to use. Cedrington nodded, looking thoughtful. I might be able to help. My sister is a caretaker at a small wizarding hostel not far from here. They have a registered fireplace. It's used for safe travel. If you come with me, we could flow directly to Hogsmeade, that's the village near Hogwarts. Then from Hogsmeade, it's a quick walk up to the castle gates. The wards usually allow visitors if they have good reason. Harry's eyes lit up. This was perfect, almost too good to be true. That'd be brilliant. Would you really help us? Cedrington nodded, sincerity etched into his features. You're Harry Potter. And I have my own reasons for wanting to see you safe at Hogwarts. Consider it a small gesture of thanks for what your parents did to oppose you-know-who." Harry swallowed thickly, remembering James and Lily. He gave a small nod. "Thank you." Doraemon, who had been eyeing Cedrington with a mixture of caution and curiosity, gave a tentative smile. "We appreciate your help." Cedrington gestured for them to follow him down a side street off Diagon Alley. The buildings here were narrower, the crowds thinner. They arrived at a modest hostel called the Phoenix Nest, which had a sign featuring a rising phoenix painted in warm colors. Inside the lobby, a witch behind the counter, presumably Cedrington's sister, raised an eyebrow at Harry's presence but said nothing beyond a polite greeting. Cedrington exchanged quick words with her, explaining that they needed to use the flow for an urgent trip to Hogwarts. She hesitated. "You know the rules, Emrys. We can't just let random folks use it." But Cedrington murmured something about Harry Potter, and her eyes flew wide. She stammered an apology and ushered them into a cozy sitting room dominated by a large stone fireplace. "All right," Cedrington said, voice echoing slightly. He grabbed a small urn from the mantel. "Flow powder. You just throw a pinch into the fire, step in, and say, 'Hogsmeade,' clearly. The flames will turn green, and you'll be whisked there. Ready?" Harry's nerves buzzed. He clutched the new textbooks to his chest. Doraemon hovered by his side, eyes resolute. "Ready as we'll ever be," Harry said. Cedrington sprinkled some of the powder into the hearth, and with a whoosh, green flames roared up, casting dancing shadows on the walls. "Right," he said, offering the urn to Harry. "You first, lad." Harry took a pinch of the powder, stepping into the flames. They licked at his ankles, pleasantly warm but not painful. He cleared his throat, trying to keep his voice steady. "Hogsmeade," he said. The world blurred. He felt as though he were spinning at high speed, an endless parade of fireplaces and green sparks whirling past his peripheral vision. The noise was thunderous, a whooshing roar in his ears. Just when he thought he might be sick, he tumbled out onto a stone floor. He stumbled forward, nearly tripping on the hearth's edge. Nearby, an old wizard in a battered hat was dozing by another fire, but he jerked awake at Harry's abrupt appearance. Before Harry could speak, Doraemon flew out of the fireplace after him, landing on all fours, bag of books clutched tight. Cedrington arrived moments later, stepping gracefully onto the floor of what looked like a small public flow station in Hogsmeade. The air smelled of sweet pastries and wood smoke. Outside the window, Harry glimpsed a quaint village street lined with old-fashioned shops and lamp-posts. "Welcome to Hogsmeade," Cedrington said, dusting soot from his robes. "Just up that path lies Hogwarts." Heart pounding in his throat, Harry nodded. Doraemon stared wide-eyed out the window at the scenic village. A few witches and wizards bustled about, some carrying shopping bags, others chatting beneath the sign of a cozy pub named the Three Broomsticks. "This is incredible," Harry breathed. "We're so close now." Cedrington led them outside, pointing up a winding road that curved around a hillside. "Follow that route, you'll see the castle gates eventually. I can come with you if you'd like." Harry glanced at Doraemon, who nodded. "We'd appreciate it," Harry said. "But, you've already done so much for us." Cedrington patted Harry's shoulder. "Don't fret. I'd like to see you safely into the grounds, at least." They walked together, passing cottages and shops that gradually gave way to rolling fields. In the distance, towering spires and turrets rose. Hogwarts Castle. Harry's breath caught at the sight. Even from afar, the ancient fortress looked majestic, perched on a cliff overlooking a vast lake. Lights glimmered in countless windows, and faintly, Harry thought he could hear the echo of students' laughter drifting on the breeze. Doraemon's round eyes shone with wonder. "Harry, we're here," he whispered, as if not to break the spell of the moment. Harry couldn't speak, his throat tight with emotion. The memory of his parents' death still weighed heavily in his heart, but now, at last, he stood on the threshold of the only place that could teach him to fight back. The place he should have been all along. Finally, they came to a set of imposing gates, wrought iron twisted into ornate shapes. Beyond them lay a long drive leading up to the castle proper. Two winged boar statues perched atop the pillars, silent guardians of the entrance. Cedrington paused. "Well, this is as far as casual visitors can go," he said. "If I step in without an official reason, The wards might alert someone. But you, Harry, just walk up to the gates. If you truly are the Harry Potter, they should let you pass. Harry stared at the gates. He reached a tentative hand forward, heart pounding. Then, gathering his courage, he took a step. The gates shimmered, and a soft hum resonated in the air. Dorimon stood beside him. When Harry pressed his palm lightly against the iron, the gate swung inward of its own accord, inviting him in. Cedrington exhaled in relief. There you go. I suspect the castle wards recognize you. Listen, Harry. Once you're in, ask for the headmaster's office. Someone will guide you, and, good luck. He placed a hand on Harry's shoulder, eyes bright with meaning. We're all counting on you, son. Harry nodded, voice thick with emotion. Thank you for everything, he whispered. Then he looked at Dorimon. Ready? As I'll ever be, Dorimon said, giving Harry a gentle poke in the arm. We're in this together. They stepped through the gates. Cedrington offered a small salute, then turned away, heading back toward Hogsmeade. Harry watched him go, gratitude surging in his chest. Then he and Dorimon began the slow walk up the winding drive to Hogwarts Castle. The closer they got, the more massive the fortress appeared. Towers soared overhead, stone walls centuries old. Banners of the four houses, Gryffindor, Slytherin, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, fluttered in the breeze near the entrance. A wide wooden door stood at the top of a short flight of steps, which Harry and Dorimon ascended with awe. It's magnificent, Dorimon breathed. I've never seen anything like it, not even in the future. Harry nodded. His heart felt like it might burst from his chest. I made it, he told himself. Despite everything, I'm here. He recalled the time travel horror he'd witnessed, the training illusions, the secret gadgets, the lonely nights in the cupboard. All had led him to this moment. Mum, Dad, he thought, tears threatening again, I'm going to learn magic. I'm going to stop Voldemort. I promise. He raised a trembling hand and knocked on the heavy door. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a loud creak echoed, and the door swung inward, revealing a cavernous entrance hall lit by torches. Staircases in the distance moved and shifted, and the murmur of countless voices drifted down corridors. Somewhere above, a floating candle chandelier brightened the lofty ceiling. Dorimon's eyes shone with amazement. Harry took a tentative step inside. Immediately, a voice boomed. Who goes there? A tall shape emerged from a side corridor, a stern-looking witch wearing emerald robes, her hair in a tight bun. A small square of tartan pinned to her shoulder. She regarded them with narrowed eyes. Professor McGonagall, Harry breathed, recognizing her from descriptions. He cleared his throat, voice trembling. My name is Harry Potter. I've come to enroll. Silence stretched in the hall. McGonagall's sharp gaze flicked to the lightning scar half hidden under Harry's messy hair, then down to Dorimon, who gulped but stood firm. Her eyes widened, though she kept her composure. Mr. Potter, she said at last, voice laced with both surprise and concern. We thought. We weren't sure where you'd gone. Letters were sent. So many letters, but your relatives never responded. She paused, scanning him critically. You appear unharmed. And who is this? Dorimon offered a polite bow. My name is Doraemon, Professor. McGonagall blinked, clearly baffled by the talking blue cat with no ears. But years of teaching at Hogwarts had taught her to handle surprises, and she recovered quickly. Very well. Mr. Potter. This is highly unusual. You are aware that term began over a month ago. The headmaster will want to see you immediately. Follow me. She turned briskly and led them down a corridor, the heels of her boots echoing on the stone floor. Harry and Dorimon exchanged relieved, nervous glances. They had made it inside without being turned away. Now, they would face the headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, arguably the greatest wizard in the world. Part of Harry felt a swirl of anxiety. How would Dumbledore react? Would he be angry Harry had not arrived sooner? Or thrilled that Harry was alive? They climbed a staircase that wound up to a gargoyle statue. McGonagall paused, whispered a password. Fizzing Whizbee. And the gargoyle leapt aside, revealing a spiral stair leading upward. Harry's heart hammered in his throat as they ascended, step by step, into what he guessed must be the headmaster's office. The door at the top was carved from ancient wood, decorated with an ornate brass knocker shaped like a griffin. Without waiting, McGonagall rapped the knocker. A calm voice from within called, "Enter." She pushed the door open, ushering Harry and Doraemon inside. The office was a circular room lined with portraits of former headmasters. Shelves of curious objects ticked and whirred, silver instruments that puffed smoke, telescopes, and spindly contraptions. Behind a grand wooden desk sat an elderly wizard with half-moon glasses, a long silver beard, and kind, bright eyes. Albus Dumbledore. Dumbledore looked up, surprise registering on his face. "Minerva. What is?" His gaze settled on Harry, and a brilliant warmth suffused his expression. "My boy. Is it truly you?" Harry swallowed. "Yes, sir," he managed. "I'm Harry, Harry Potter. I'm sorry I'm late." Dumbledore stood, moving around his desk with an agility belying his age. He studied Harry's scar, then gently clasped his shoulders. "Oh, my dear boy. We have been searching high and low, sending letters, trying everything to contact you. It appears your relatives refused all attempts at communication. But you are here now." He glanced at Doraemon, curiosity alive in his eyes. "And who is this unusual companion?" Doraemon stepped forward, bowing politely again. "I'm Doraemon, sir. I'm a friend of Harry's. I've been helping him train and find his way here." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled, though a flicker of confusion crossed them. "A remarkable friend indeed." He turned back to Harry. "Young man, you have missed quite a bit of this term. But we can remedy that if you are willing to work diligently. May I ask why you have only now decided to come?" Harry's voice caught. He thought of the time travel journey, witnessing his parents' final moments, and how the Dursleys had withheld everything. A swirl of emotions clamped his throat. I didn't know for sure how to get here. My aunt and uncle never told me about the letters, or about Hogwarts. But I want to learn magic. I have to. Voldemort." He flinched at the name, but forced himself to say it. "He killed my parents. I want to be strong enough to face him someday." A profound sadness and empathy filled Dumbledore's gaze. "I see. Harry, my boy, your parents were dear friends and remarkable wizards. We have all grieved their loss." He pressed a hand gently to Harry's shoulder. "If you wish to study at Hogwarts, if you desire to take up the path they once walked, we shall welcome you with open arms. It is your birthright. However, it will not be easy to catch up. You must be prepared for that challenge." Harry exhaled in relief, 1,000 pounds of tension sliding off him. "I'm ready," he said, voice trembling. "I'll do whatever it takes." Dumbledore smiled kindly, then cast a curious glance at Doraemon again. "And you, friend Doraemon, are you a magical creature, or some manner of conjuration?" Doraemon shook his head. "No, sir. I'm, well, a robot from the 22nd century. It's a long story." McGonagall, who had been silent thus far, let out a slight gasp. "A robot? From the future?" Dumbledore let out a soft chuckle. "Hogwarts has always been a place of wonders, Minerva. It seems we now have an unexpected visitor from a different realm of possibilities." He turned to Doraemon. "I must insist, however, that you respect our rules and secrecy. The wizarding world is hidden from muggles for good reason. But if Harry finds comfort and assistance in your companionship, I will not forbid it." Doraemon bowed. "Thank you. I promise to do my best to keep your secrets safe and to help Harry in any way that doesn't disrupt your world." "Splendid," Dumbledore said, eyes twinkling anew. "Now, let's see about getting you sorted out, Harry." He glanced at McGonagall. "We shall need the sorting hat. And a set of robes, I believe. Young Mr. Potter cannot attend classes without proper attire." McGonagall nodded briskly, though she still looked slightly flustered by the presence of a futuristic cat. "I'll fetch them at once, Albus." As she left, Dumbledore guided Harry and Doraemon further into the office. Fox the Phoenix dozed on a golden perch, blinking awake to peer curiously at Harry. The headmaster gestured for them to sit in 2 chairs opposite his desk. "In time," he said, sinking back into his own chair, "we shall discuss everything in detail. How you managed to arrive here, what you have already learned, and how best we can catch you up. I am quite curious about your training, especially if it involved some form of advanced technology. But for now, let us rejoice that you have found your way home, Harry Potter." Harry felt tears prickle at the corners of his eyes again. Home. Was that what Hogwarts could be? a place where he truly belonged. He remembered the vow he and Dorimon had made, after seeing his parents' final moments. Defeat Voldemort. He clenched his fists, determination flaring. This is the first step. I'll learn magic here. I'll get strong. I'll avenge Mum and Dad. Dorimon must have sensed his resolve, because he placed a comforting paw on Harry's knee. We did it, he whispered. We're really here. Dumbledore's smile grew. Yes, you are. Welcome to Hogwarts, Harry Potter and Dorimon. I suspect your journey has only just begun. Harry nodded. Outside the office windows, the sky was a bright midday blue, as though reflecting the promise of a new dawn in Harry's life. Despite the sorrow still clinging to his heart, he felt a glimmer of hope. He was finally where he belonged, guided by an extraordinary friend from the future, ready to face the wizarding world head-on. And so Chapter 4 ended with Harry Potter and Dorimon stepping over the threshold into Hogwarts Castle at last, united by grief, resolve, and the unbreakable bond of friendship. The echoes of Lily and James's final sacrifice lingered in Harry's heart, fueling his determination to grow stronger, to learn magic, and to stand against Voldemort one day. Whatever trials lay ahead, endless catch-up lessons, the mysteries of the castle, or the looming shadow of evil, Harry knew he would not face them alone. Harry Potter woke early on his first official morning at Hogwarts, heart thrumming with mingled excitement and trepidation. Even though he was late to start the school year, very late, in fact, Professor Dumbledore had insisted that he belong in Gryffindor Tower for the time being, at least until they sorted out the details of his schedule. The headmaster had apologized for the fuss, explaining how unusual it was to admit a student weeks into the term. But Harry sensed no reluctance from Dumbledore, only a gentle warmth and curiosity about everything that led Harry here. He opened his eyes to find thick maroon drapes around his four-poster bed. A single, embroidered G on the tapestry overhead reminded him he was in Gryffindor Tower, a place he hadn't even dreamed he'd be allowed to enter without receiving the standard acceptance letter. Somehow, he felt both comfortable and a bit disoriented, like he was living someone else's story. A soft mechanical hum made Harry lift his head. There, perched on a trunk at the foot of his bed, was Dorimon, fiddling with a small device that looked like a futuristic alarm clock. "Good morning, Harry," Dorimon greeted him in a hushed voice. He'd insisted on sleeping in the dorm as well. Though McGonagall had arched a stern eyebrow, she ultimately allowed it after an approving nod from Dumbledore. Most of Harry's new dorm mates were stunned to see a round, blue, earless cat rummaging about, but they'd quickly grown excited once they realized how friendly Dorimon was. All the same, Dorimon tried to keep his stranger gadgets tucked away until he better understood Hogwarts rules. Harry yawned and sat up, brushing a hand through his perpetually messy hair. "Morning, Dorimon. I can't believe we're here. Last night was surreal." Memories flooded back. Arriving at Hogwarts, meeting Professors McGonagall and Dumbledore, glimpsing the great hall's enchanting ceiling full of floating candles. He'd even sat at the Gryffindor table for an impromptu dinner, late as it was, to a chorus of gasps, stares, and whispers of Harry Potter. At the time, he'd been too overwhelmed to register it all. Now, a swirl of excitement and dread tugged at him. After all, classes had already started. He was behind, and the entire school seemed to know his name. "We should get you ready," Dorimon said brightly, setting down the gadget. "Remember, Professor McGonagall said she'd take you around and sort out your timetable first thing. Then you'll meet your classmates in each subject." Harry sighed, swinging his legs over the edge of the bed. "Right. I hope they don't mind I'm so behind, but I'll do my best to catch up." Dorimon hopped off the trunk, his round shape bouncing lightly. "If you can handle wizard dueling illusions, you'll be fine in class, I'm sure. Just keep that humble attitude." He paused, then flashed a wide grin. "Also, if you need any help with homework, I have a few futuristic gadgets that might come in handy. Imagine a device that reads your textbooks instantly and summarizes them, though maybe that's cheating." Harry laughed softly, rolling his stiff shoulders. "Well, let's see how complicated wizard homework is before we decide." He rummaged in his trunk, which the house elves had apparently brought up for him last night. Inside, he found the brand new sets of Hogwarts robes Dorimon had helped him purchase in Diagon Alley. Slipping into one, he felt a jolt of wonder. "I'm really wearing Hogwarts robes." I'm here. He caught sight of a reflection in the small mirror on the wall. The black robe was a tad long on his lanky frame, but still, he looked almost like any other Hogwarts student, except for that famous scar peeking out from beneath his fringe. The mirror gave a cheerful, looking dapper, dear, making Harry jump. Dorimon snorted in amusement at Harry's startled expression. Voices in the dorm corridor signaled that other students were awake. Harry and Dorimon emerged from behind the curtained bed to find the circular Gryffindor dorm room abuzz with activity. Ron Weasley, a lanky red-haired boy about Harry's age, was pulling on socks and yawning, while Seamus Finnegan rummaged around for his tie. Neville Longbottom fumbled with a toad in one hand and a stack of books in the other. They'd all greeted Harry and Dorimon last night, full of wide-eyed questions, but no one had time for a proper chat. Ron was first to notice them this morning. "Hey, Harry. Hey, Dorimon, right?" He pronounced it carefully, as if worried he'd get the name wrong. Dorimon grinned, giving a friendly wave. "That's me, good morning." Ron blinked a few times at the sight of Dorimon's blue fur in the daylight. "This place keeps getting weirder," he muttered, though not unkindly. "Say, Harry, you coming down to breakfast? It's starting soon, and we can show you around on the way." Harry felt a rush of gratitude at the offer. "That'd be great, thanks. I have to meet McGonagall afterward, but maybe you can show me where the Great Hall is. This castle's massive." Seamus barked a laugh. "That's an understatement. You'll get lost all the time. Took me a month to figure out how not to end up in the astronomy tower by accident." Neville appeared sheepish. "I still get turned around if the staircases move unexpectedly." "Staircases that move?" Dorimon repeated, whiskers twitching with curiosity. "Now that's interesting. I'd love to see them in action." Ron slung his bag over his shoulder. "You will. Now come on, I'm starving." Within minutes, they set off, heading down the spiral staircase from the Gryffindor boys' dormitory into the common room, which glowed red and gold in the early morning sunlight. A few more older students lounged there, reading or chatting. Some turned to stare at Dorimon, who waved cheerily. Whispers followed them, and Harry's cheeks burned. He realized people must be thinking, "That's Harry Potter, and a strange talking cat?" Part of him wanted to hide, but he squared his shoulders, taking courage from Dorimon's calm presence. They climbed out through the portrait hole. The fat lady gave Dorimon a hilariously baffled stare but let them pass and emerged into the corridor. Hogwarts Castle seemed to come alive in the morning. Paintings chatted among themselves, suits of armor occasionally shifted positions, and the air smelled faintly of toast wafting from the Great Hall. Harry couldn't help looking around in awe. Ron led the way. "So you said you've never been to Hogwarts until now? Blimey, how'd you learn about it?" Harry hesitated. He and Dorimon had prepared a half-truth, that Harry lived with muggles who hated magic and refused to let him come. Dorimon would remain a magical friend from some far-off place. Telling everyone that Dorimon was a time-traveling robot cat from the 22nd century might not go over well. Clearing his throat, Harry said, "Yeah, I was with relatives who, well, they threw away my acceptance letters. I only learned about Hogwarts recently from a friend, Dorimon, who helped me get here. Professor Dumbledore's letting me start late." Ron frowned. "That's mental. Why'd your relatives do that? I thought muggles might be curious about magic, not refusing it." "They're not curious, they're terrified," Harry muttered. "But I'm here now, so that's what matters." Ron nodded, seeming to sense Harry didn't want to dwell on it. "Right. Glad you made it. If you need notes from the first month of classes, we can lend them. Though mine might have gravy stains," he added wryly. Harry smiled. "Thanks, I appreciate it." Dorimon, meanwhile, had paused to inspect a moving portrait of a knight who challenged him to a duel. The robot cat chuckled, pressing a paw to his belly pouch as if searching for a gadget. "A duel with a painting? That's a first," he joked, catching up quickly. Down a set of wide staircases they went, one of which rumbled and began shifting mid-descent. Neville yelped, grabbing the banister for balance. Seamus cursed under his breath, and Dorimon gave a yelp of his own. Harry grabbed onto the rail with wide eyes. When the staircase finally swung into place at a different corridor, Seamus let out a shaky laugh. "Welcome to Hogwarts, Harry. Never trust a staircase to stay put." Doremon's eyes sparkled with fascination. That's quite a phenomenon. In my era, we have mechanical moving walkways, but they don't do so unpredictably. This is more like magical chaos. Too right, Ron replied, leading them through an archway. Soon, they entered the grand foyer, a majestic space with polished floors and tall windows letting in morning light. The great hall lay just beyond a pair of open double doors. Harry caught his breath at the sight through the doorway. 4 long tables flanked by banners of red, green, blue, and yellow overhead. The enchanted ceiling showed a brilliant sunrise, streaks of pink and orange swirling through a pale sky. Dozens upon dozens of students bustled about, already eating, talking, and laughing. Harry's stomach did a little flip. So many people, he braced himself. Dorimon patted his back reassuringly, and they stepped into the great hall. A wave of chatter washed over them, and heads turned left and right. Harry Potter was easy enough to recognize, but the presence of a bright blue, earless cat in a place no one had ever seen such a thing made the entire hall buzz with heightened curiosity. "Blimey," muttered Ron, steering them toward the Gryffindor table. "Try not to mind the stairs. They'll get bored soon enough." A hush briefly fell, though, when a certain pale-haired boy from the Slytherin table stood up, flanked by 2 hefty-looking goons. Draco Malfoy. Harry recalled hearing that surname from chance mentions in Diagon Alley, usually linked to a wealthy old wizarding family. The boy had a sneer on his face as he sauntered over. "What in Merlin's name is that?" Draco demanded, pointing at Doraemon. "Some kind of raccoon." A few Slytherins snickered. Doraemon blinked, then scowled. "Raccoon? I'm a cat robot." "Well, cat-type robot. And who are you, the local jerk?" Ron chortled, but Malfoy's pale cheeks colored. "How dare you talk to me like that? I'm Draco Malfoy, heir to." Doraemon rolled his eyes. "Could have fooled me. You look like the heir to a broom factory with that hair." Harry stifled a laugh, though he felt a bit nervous. Malfoy's sneer deepened. "Watch yourself, cat. My father." "Oh, here we go." Pulling the father card, Doraemon sighed dramatically. "Listen, Draco," he continued, over-enunciating the name, "if you can't be polite, maybe you need a little lesson." Before anyone could stop him, Doraemon rummaged in his pouch. Harry's eyes went wide as he recognized the small light device. They'd used it once to shrink random items in the Dursley house, but never on a person. Well, not a human, anyway. Draco advanced threateningly, but Doraemon pointed the small light at him. A bright beam of pinkish light flashed. "Hey, what?" Draco squawked. In the blink of an eye, Draco Malfoy shrank to half his original size, clothes and all. He now stood barely as tall as Doraemon's waist. A burst of shocked laughter swept through the students in the hall. Even the teachers looked taken aback, though some frowned disapprovingly. Draco's cronies, Crabbe and Goyle, gaped in confusion at their newly miniaturized friend. "What have you done?" Draco squealed, his voice coming out comically higher. He looked like a furious little toddler dressed in Hogwarts robes. Doraemon smirked, flicking the device off. "Just a little, small light effect. Don't worry, you'll return to normal in a few minutes. Maybe this will teach you not to insult random strangers by calling them raccoons." He leaned forward, patting Draco's head as if he were a pet. Draco sputtered in outrage. Laughter rippled through the great hall. A few Slytherins glowered, while many Gryffindors and Hufflepuffs roared with delight. Even a handful of Ravenclaws cracked grins at Draco's predicament. Harry, torn between worry and amusement, had to fight not to burst out in hysterics. Suddenly, a firm voice cut through the clamor. "That's quite enough." Everyone turned to see Professor McGonagall striding in, her lips pressed into a thin line. She looked around the hall with a stern glare. "What is happening here?" Doraemon promptly reversed the effect on Draco by pointing the device again, this time set to return beam. Draco shot back to full size, stumbling as he did. He nearly fell backwards. The hall's laughter swelled, but McGonagall's glare silenced most of them. "Who started this?" she demanded, eyeing Draco's disheveled state. Harry felt a twinge of guilt, but he couldn't let Doraemon take all the blame. "Professor, Malfoy insulted Doraemon first," he said quietly, stepping forward. "He called him a raccoon. Doraemon used a gadget on him." McGonagall's nostrils flared slightly. She took in Malfoy's reddened cheeks and Doraemon's calmly folded arms. Mr. Malfoy, I would remind you that courtesy is expected of all students. That said, she turned her sharp gaze on Doraemon. I must insist such magical, or otherwise, pranks are handled through proper channels. We do not shrink each other in the Great Hall. Doraemon bowed. My apologies. I was merely reciprocating rudeness. Malfoy scowled, but seeing McGonagall's imperious expression, he huffed and slinked back to his table with Crabbe and Goyle in tow. Ron and others sniggered. McGonagall looked like she wanted to roll her eyes but maintained decorum. Potter, she said briskly, after breakfast, you are to come directly to my office so we can finalize your timetable and get you oriented. Doraemon, she eyed him thoughtfully. I trust you'll accompany him. And no more of these demonstrations in the corridors. Understood? Doraemon saluted. Understood, Professor. Sorry. She nodded curtly and swept away toward the staff table at the head of the hall. Harry exhaled, and Doraemon let out a tiny laugh under his breath. That was intense, Harry murmured, though he couldn't deny feeling a pang of satisfaction at Draco's comeuppance. He only hoped he wasn't making enemies on his first day. They took seats at the Gryffindor table, where a flurry of introductions and curiosities erupted. Students leaned over to greet Harry, ask about Doraemon, and in some cases, stare at the pair in awe. A bushy-haired girl, Hermione Granger, piped up with, I've never read about a talking cat in Hogwarts. A history, are you an animagus? Or a half-Kneasel? She seemed both anxious and thrilled to discover something new. Doraemon shook his head. Not an animagus, no, I'm just a special friend. Technology and all that. Hermione's brow furrowed, but she saw the taboo look in Harry's eyes, so she let it go, though she clearly was dying to know more. Meanwhile, food appeared on the table, bacon, eggs, toast, porridge, fruit, and more. As Harry tucked in, he realized this was possibly the best breakfast he'd had in years. No Dursleys to ration stale bread. No chores to finish before nabbing leftover scraps. His plate overflowed with warm, delicious food. Doraemon, though he could technically eat as a cat robot, mostly stuck to nibbling pastries, explaining that in the future, dorayaki was his favorite, but Hogwarts fare wasn't bad. All around them, conversation bustled. People asked if Harry had truly fought Voldemort as a baby, or if the scar was real. They clamored to know how Doraemon did the shrinking trick, whether he had more devices, and if Harry was truly the boy who lived. Harry felt overwhelmed at times, but Doraemon's calm comedic presence helped deflect the more intrusive questions. Eventually, Harry managed to actually eat. At the staff table, Dumbledore observed with a smile, occasionally whispering to McGonagall or other professors. Professor Snape, the potions master, wore a perpetual scowl, shooting suspicious glances at Doraemon now and then. Hagrid, the giant gamekeeper, beamed and waved from the end of the table, as though eager to say hello. Harry promised himself he'd talk to Hagrid soon. Finally, with breakfast winding down, McGonagall beckoned Harry and Doraemon from across the hall. They rose, bid quick farewells to their new acquaintances, and headed off to her office near the Transfiguration classroom. Once inside, the stern professor seated herself behind a large oak desk cluttered with parchment. She gestured for them to sit in 2 wooden chairs, which Doraemon and Harry did. Now, she began crisply, Mr. Potter, as you know, your arrival is most unconventional. I have conferred with the headmaster, and we agree you shall begin as a first year, despite the fact you've missed nearly a month of lessons. We'll arrange extra tuition so you can catch up on crucial basics, spells, potions, etc. Harry nodded eagerly. I'll do my best. I've read some first-year textbooks already. He patted the bag at his side. She eyed the bag. Yes, well, you'll find practical application differs from reading. Now, your classes will include transfiguration, charms, potions, history of magic, defense against the dark arts, astronomy, and herbology. Standard for all first-year students. Your head of house, Professor McGonagall, that is myself, will oversee your progress. Should you need help or tutoring, we have older students or staff who can assist. Harry said, Yes, Professor, that sounds great. McGonagall adjusted her square spectacles and turned to Doraemon. Now, about you. The headmaster has allowed you to remain on Hogwarts grounds as Harry's companion, but we do not usually have non-student residents wandering about. You must abide by our rules. No unauthorized magic, or technology that simulates magic, on students. And I must emphasize, absolutely no interfering with classes unless invited. Dorimon bowed slightly. I understand. I'm here to support Harry and continue helping him develop, but I'll respect the rules. Good. Any questionable incidents, like that episode with Mr. Malfoy, will result in consequences, is that clear? Crystal, Dorimon answered, sincerity in his voice. Harry suppressed a grin, remembering Draco's squeaky rant. He doubted Malfoy would forget that lesson anytime soon. McGonagall passed a parchment timetable to Harry. Here, this is your schedule for the rest of the term. Tomorrow, you'll start classes with the rest of the first years. Today, we'll have you meet with each professor briefly so they know you're joining late and can guide your catch-up. Harry took the parchment, his eyes scanning lines of text. Monday, charms with Flitwick, transfiguration with McGonagall. Tuesday, potions with Snape, defense against the dark arts with Quirrell. He felt a flutter of nerves. Defense against the dark arts with Quirrell, he murmured. Is he good? McGonagall pursed her lips. Professor Quirrell is competent, though a bit timid. You'll see for yourself soon enough. She rose, smoothing her robe. Now, let's visit the headmaster. He wishes to speak with both of you privately. Harry's heart thumped. A private meeting with Dumbledore? He recalled the intensity of yesterday's conversation about Voldemort, his parents, and the path ahead. Dorimon must have shared some of those feelings, because he placed a reassuring paw on Harry's arm. They followed McGonagall out of her office, through a winding corridor, and eventually up a spiral staircase that led to Dumbledore's domain. The corridor was lined with portraits of wizards dozing in frames, occasionally eyeing passers-by with mild interest. Harry's breath caught as they arrived at a familiar carved door with a brass knocker shaped like a griffin. McGonagall rapped lightly. Come in, called Dumbledore's calm voice from within. They entered to find the headmaster seated behind his large wooden desk, half-moon glasses perched on his nose. He offered a warm smile as they approached. The office appeared much as Harry had seen it last night, full of peculiar instruments, whirring silver contraptions, and shelves of thick tomes. Fawkes the Phoenix dozed on a perch near the window, feathers gleaming scarlet and gold. Thank you, Minerva, Dumbledore said, nodding at McGonagall, who excused herself with a polite bow. Then the headmaster gestured for Harry and Doraemon to take seats. I trust you both slept well. Harry cleared his throat, still feeling a slight awe whenever he faced Dumbledore. Yes, Professor. Gryffindor Tower is amazing. Dumbledore chuckled, eyes twinkling. I'm glad. Now, I've asked you here partly to discuss your academic arrangements. Though I see Minerva has given you a schedule. More importantly, we need to address larger matters. He folded his hands, leaning forward slightly. Harry, you've returned to the wizarding world at a precarious time. Many believe Voldemort was vanquished when you were a child, but some of us suspect he is not truly gone. You expressed your desire to stand against him, to avenge your parents. I applaud your bravery, but you must understand the complexity of that path. Harry clenched his jaw, memories of seeing his parents' final moments still raw. I do. I know I can't just face him now. But I want to learn as much as I can, so that when he does return, if he does, I'll be ready. Dumbledore nodded, a hint of sadness crossing his face. You have your mother's eyes, Harry. And I see her courage in you. As well as your father's spirit. However, Lord Voldemort, or Tom Riddle as he once was, is no ordinary foe. Over the years, he delved into dark magic far deeper than most realize. If he yet clings to life, it is likely due to his creation of horcruxes. Dorimon spoke up softly. Horcruxes? I've heard the term once, something about storing a part of the soul? Dumbledore's blue gaze flicked to Dorimon. Precisely. A horcrux is a most foul creation. An object in which a dark wizard has concealed a fragment of his soul to achieve immortality. Voldemort, I suspect, made multiple horcruxes. Destroying them all is essential if he is to be defeated permanently. Harry's heart lurched. You mean, he can't be killed unless we destroy these objects? Dumbledore's expression was grave. In essence, yes. He is tethered to life so long as any horcrux remains intact. We have reason to believe the process to create them involved unspeakable acts. Silence hung in the office. Fawkes let out a soft trill, as if sensing the heaviness of the conversation. Harry's mind raced, recalling the merciless green light in his parents' house. Of course Voldemort would commit any atrocity to cling to power. Finally, Dorimon broke the hush. Professor, if these horcruxes are scattered, do we know what they are? Where they might be? Dumbledore sighed, steepling his fingers. We have leads on a few potential artifacts, but not all. This is dangerous knowledge, and typically, I would not burden a student with it. However, Harry's fate has been intertwined with Voldemort's from the start. And you, Doraemon, have shown unwavering loyalty to Harry's cause. He paused, looking at Harry kindly. I do not expect you to drop your schooling and embark on a dangerous quest. You are still a child, and your safety matters. Yet, I sense you will not rest until you know how to defeat Voldemort. Harry's throat felt tight. I need to. He murdered my parents. He's hurt so many people. Dumbledore nodded slowly, sadness in his eyes. Very well. In time, we will speak more about potential horcruxes. For now, your first step is to learn magic in earnest. Grow stronger, form friendships, understand the wizarding world. Only then can you hope to face the challenges ahead. Dorimon listened intently, arms folded. So, we focus on becoming the best wizard Harry can be. Meanwhile, we gather information on horcruxes quietly, so that when Voldemort inevitably resurfaces, we'll be ready to destroy them. A small, grateful smile graced Dumbledore's lips. Precisely. We must keep knowledge of the horcruxes secret from most, for fear that any leak could warn Voldemort's sympathizers. This castle is safe, but not impenetrable to cunning spies. Harry nodded, his heart pounding. The conversation sobered him further, reminding him that Hogwarts wasn't just a place of whimsical magic and friendly faces. Beneath the surface, a battle brewed. Still, he felt a flicker of determination. We'll do it, he whispered. We'll find them. We'll stop him. Dumbledore leaned back, his gaze warm. I admire your resolve. Today, concentrate on settling in. Tomorrow, classes begin in earnest. If you need anything, my door is open. For now, I think you both should explore the castle, meet your professors, and let your new life here truly begin. Harry stood, Dorimon following. Before they left, Harry mustered the courage to ask one more question. Sir, do you think my parents would be proud, if they knew I'm here, ready to fight? A profound gentleness shimmered in Dumbledore's eyes. I have no doubt, Harry. James and Lily died to protect you, believing in your future. They would be exceptionally proud to see you carry on their legacy. And even prouder to see you do it with such a kind heart. Harry swallowed the lump in his throat. Thank you, Professor. Then he turned and left, Dorimon by his side. Once the door closed behind them, they lingered on the spiral stairs, letting the weight of the conversation settle in. Horcruxes, Harry murmured, voice shaky. Evil things. And we might be the ones to hunt them down someday. Dorimon placed a paw on Harry's arm. We'll do whatever it takes. But for now, we follow his advice. Focus on learning, building friendships, and discovering the ins and outs of this castle. Harry nodded, drawing a deep breath. Right, let's do it. I'm ready to be a proper Hogwarts student, albeit late. They descended the staircase and re-entered the corridors, where the hustle of midday classes had begun. Students rushed by, carrying books, chattering about upcoming lessons. A few shot curious or friendly looks at Harry and Dorimon. One tall, dark-skinned Gryffindor boy recognized Harry from the feast and shouted, Oi, Potter, want me to show you where Charms class is tomorrow? Harry grinned and said he'd catch up later. As they navigated the hallways, Dorimon pointed at the various paintings, suits of armor, and statues with unabashed fascination. Everything here resonates with a layer of magic I've never seen before, he observed. The energy readings on my scanning device, well, if I had it out, would go crazy. Harry chuckled. That's Hogwarts for you. I'm barely used to it myself, but I'm thrilled to see what the classes are like. Real wandwork, potions, all of it. They stopped by an ornate window seat overlooking the castle grounds. The sun glimmered on the black lake. In the distance, the forbidden forest loomed with tall, dark trees. Hagrid's hut stood near the edge of the forest, smoke curling from its chimney. Harry gazed out, feeling his chest tighten with awe. I never imagined, for so long, I was stuck under the stairs, believing there was nothing special about me except some freakish accidents. Now there's this whole world, and I'm a part of it. Dorimon gave him a gentle nudge. You are, Harry, and you're not alone. Remember that. Harry smiled, but his mind drifted to the horcruxes. They'd have to keep that knowledge secret, focusing on their daily routine. Someday, he vowed silently, we'll figure out exactly where they are. And we'll destroy them all. Meeting the professors the rest of the day was a whirlwind of introductions and mini-orientations. McGonagall guided Harry and Doraemon to various classrooms, where each professor greeted them with varying degrees of interest or confusion at Doraemon's presence. Professor Flitwick, the small charms master, greeted Harry with excitement. He was enthralled by the idea of teaching. The boy who lived, though he was equally curious about Doraemon, exclaiming, a marvelous magical creature? Or an automaton? I must know more. Doraemon, slightly embarrassed, promised Flitwick a private conversation about his technological origins someday, if it wouldn't violate Hogwarts policy. Next was Professor Quirrell, the stammering defense against the dark arts teacher. He wore a turban and looked perpetually anxious, fiddling with his robes. Harry P. Potter, A&Y your C cat friend, yes? He said in a quavering voice. I welcome you to class, oh dear, I do. He seemed nervous, eyes darting about as if expecting trouble. Harry found it odd, but put it down to Quirrell's rumored timid nature. Professor Sprout in the greenhouses was delighted to see a new face. She introduced Harry to the basics of herbology. Though short in stature, she had a warm, motherly demeanor. Doraemon politely asked if he could help tend the magical plants, which made Sprout beam. Any friend of Hogwarts is welcome to help my seedlings, she said cheerfully. Professor Snape was a different story altogether. Down in the chilly potions dungeon, the moment Harry introduced himself, Snape's dark eyes flickered with undisguised dislike. Late to the party, I see, Mr. Potter, he drawled. Fame clearly isn't a guarantee of punctuality. He didn't even greet Doraemon, ignoring the cat-like figure as if it were beneath his notice. Harry left Snape's classroom feeling uneasy, though Doraemon whispered, he seems to have a chip on his shoulder. Don't let him bully you. They also passed by an office door belonging to the history of magic teacher, the ghostly Professor Binns, who was drifting through a wall with a stack of spectral books. Harry barely managed to wave. Binns simply nodded dreamily, apparently uninterested in the new arrival. By late afternoon, Harry was exhausted from all the walking and talking. He and Doraemon retreated to the Great Hall to find some early dinner. The hall was less crowded than at mealtimes, but a few students took advantage of the open seating to study or chat. They picked at a meal of roast chicken and potatoes while recapping the day. That was intense, Harry admitted, chewing thoughtfully. I think I prefer Flitwick's enthusiasm over Snape's hostility. Doraemon nodded. He definitely singled you out. Think it's something personal? Harry shrugged. Could be. I heard rumors Snape hated my dad at school. Maybe that's it. Before Doraemon could comment, a tall figure approached. Hagrid, the half-giant gamekeeper. All right there, Harry. I been looking fair yay. He boomed in a friendly manner. He waved a massive hand at Doraemon. And, who's this fella? Saw some commotion a blue cat, but couldn't believe me eyes. Doraemon hopped down from the bench, offering a handshake. His paw looked comically tiny in Hagrid's giant hand. Nice to meet you, Hagrid. I'm Doraemon. Hagrid let out a hearty laugh. Well, yay certainly are a surprise. Didn't know Hogwarts was adding new magical creatures to the student list, but I suppose Dumbledore said it's all right, so that's that. He plopped down on the bench, making it creak. Harry, how ye settlin' in? I remember ye when ye was just a baby. A tender look crossed Hagrid's features, and Harry felt warmth bloom in his chest. Hagrid's kindness radiated genuineness. It's all a bit overwhelming, Harry admitted. But I'm happy to be here. Hagrid nodded, glancing between Harry and Doraemon. If ye ever need help, come down Termy Hut by the forest. We can have a cup of tea, talk a creatures, and all that. I'd love to show ye around, how things work round Hogwarts. We'd love that, Doraemon replied cheerfully. I'm fascinated by all the magical beasts. Maybe you can introduce us to some. Hagrid looked delighted. Ah, a cat that likes creatures. "That's me new best friend," he joked, patting Doraemon on the back so hard that Doraemon nearly toppled over. After a bit more pleasant conversation, Hagrid bid them goodbye, mentioning he had chores to do for the evening. With dinner finished, Harry decided to walk back to the Gryffindor common room, hoping to have an early night before his first full day of classes. Doraemon agreed, saying he wanted to rest his circuits, though Harry knew Doraemon was half joking about the robotic aspect. As they strolled, a wave of chatter caught their attention near an alcove. Leaning in, they saw Draco Malfoy, now full-sized, complaining bitterly to a group of Slytherins. "Ridiculous cat made me look like a fool," Malfoy was snarling, voice dripping with wounded pride. "I'll show him. I'll show them all. Potter thinks he's special. Just wait." Harry felt a pang of apprehension. Draco's resentful tone was all too clear. Doraemon only shrugged. "Let him stew. Maybe he'll learn not to be such a bully," he whispered. They continued, rounding a corner. The corridor was lined with torches that crackled in the dimming light. Students bustled by, heading to their dorms or the library. Harry's mind drifted once more to the discussion with Dumbledore. Horcruxes, Voldemort, his parents. So much weighed on him. Without thinking, he said in a low voice, "I wonder if Malfoy's family ever supported Voldemort. I've heard rumors about the Malfoys being dark supporters." Doraemon put a paw on Harry's sleeve, gently. "Even if they did, he's just a kid himself. Maybe he's just repeating what he's heard. Don't let it consume you. Focus on why you're here." Harry nodded. "Right. Classes first, horcrux hunting later," he said in a half-joking manner, though it churned his stomach to think about the black magic that might have kept Voldemort alive. They re-entered the Gryffindor common room, finding it lively with chatter. First years studied together, older students laughed or argued over Quidditch tactics. Hermione Granger waved them over to a table where Ron, Neville, and Seamus were flipping through books. Hermione had apparently taken on the role of study guide for the group, showcasing spells they'd learned so far. "Harry, do you want to see the levitation charm we practiced?" Hermione asked excitedly, brandishing her wand. "Wingardium Leviosa. It's one of the earliest spells we learned in charms. I can show you the wand movement so you can catch up." Harry, intrigued, nodded. "Yes, please." He set his bag down. Doraemon perched on a cushion nearby, quietly observing. Hermione placed a feather on the table. "You do a swish and flick, like this, and say the incantation clearly. Wingardium Leviosa." She demonstrated, and the feather rose gracefully in the air. Ron watched with mild annoyance, but had to admit Hermione's technique was perfect. Harry tried it next. His wand, he'd purchased a second-hand one in Diagon Alley until he could get to Ollivanders properly, gave a few sparks. The feather quivered, lifted a few inches, then fell back down. "Close," Hermione praised. "Try the flick a bit sharper." On his second attempt, the feather hovered steadily, making Neville and Seamus clap. Harry broke into a grin. A surge of pride filled him. This was real magic, not illusions or high-tech training. He was finally doing it. Ron attempted it as well, muttering, "Wingardium Leviosa," with a sloppy flick. His feather barely nudged. Hermione sniffed. "You're pronouncing it wrong. You have to make the gar nice and long, Wingardium Leviosa, not Wingardium Leviosa." Ron rolled his eyes, though it was clear he appreciated the help beneath his prickly pride. Doraemon chuckled. "Already seeing the difference a bit of technique can make. I'm impressed." Harry, recalling Dumbledore's words about focusing on his education, redoubled his efforts. He practiced the movement a few more times, feeling the subtle shift of magic coursing through his wand. It was exhilarating to realize this power was inside him, waiting to be harnessed properly. By the time they wrapped up, Hermione was beaming at Harry's quick progress. "You'll do fine," she said confidently. "You're obviously a fast learner, and if you need extra notes, I have color-coded ones you can borrow." "Thanks," Harry said, appreciating her enthusiasm. He was equally grateful to Ron, Neville, and Seamus for the practical tips they'd given. He felt more welcome in Gryffindor than he ever had anywhere else. As the evening wore on, other students drifted off to bed. Doraemon and Harry sat by the common room fire, discussing the day's events. Above the crackling flames, the mantel was decorated with shifting wizard photographs of past Gryffindor Quidditch teams. A sense of history and camaraderie enveloped the space. Dorimon stifled a yawn. I'm exhausted, Harry, but also excited for tomorrow. You have a full day of classes, right? Harry nodded. Charms and transfiguration. That's enough to keep me busy. I just hope Snape's class isn't tomorrow. I need time to steel myself for that. They shared a chuckle, then fell into a comfortable silence. Harry couldn't help replaying the day's memories, from Malfoy's humiliation to Dumbledore's solemn talk about horcruxes. He felt both the thrilling possibilities of Hogwarts life and the heavy responsibility of his role in the looming conflict. Yet knowing Dorimon was by his side, unwavering in support, made it less daunting. Eventually, they trudged up the dormitory stairs. The dorm was quiet, save for the soft snores of Ron and Neville. Harry changed into pajamas. Dorimon curling up in a makeshift bed near the trunk. Candlelight flickered across the stone walls as Harry lay down on his four-poster. Staring at the canopy, he thought about the vow he'd made. We'll find Voldemort's horcruxes. We'll destroy them. The notion still scared him, but a spark of fierce determination burned inside. He closed his eyes, letting the rhythmic hush of the castle at night lull him to sleep. The first day of classes morning dawned bright and crisp. An owl hooted somewhere in the distance as Harry rose, quietly dressed, and joined Ron, Neville, Seamus, and Hermione for breakfast. Dorimon followed, carrying a small pouch with a few harmless gadgets, as he called them. He'd learned from the Malfoy incident not to brandish them freely. The great hall buzzed with the hum of hundreds of conversations. Harry found a spot at the Gryffindor table next to Ron and Hermione. Dorimon hopped onto the bench, drawing curious but somewhat more accepting glances now that people were getting used to him. There was bacon, scrambled eggs, fruit, toast, and porridge. Harry happily filled his plate. Hermione systematically flipped through her charms textbook, reviewing spells they'd covered. We've got Flitwick first, she said between mouthfuls of porridge. Then Transfiguration with McGonagall. Busy morning. Ron groaned. He'll probably have us practicing that silly levitation charm again. I can't seem to do it without messing up the incantation. You just need to practice, Hermione scolded gently. That's all it takes. Harry listened, a mixture of nerves and excitement swirling in his stomach. He was about to attend his first real wizarding class, taught by a teacher who was no illusion or simulation. He glanced at Dorimon. You coming? Dorimon rubbed his chin. McGonagall said I can attend if I behave. Maybe I'll observe quietly, see how human wizard education works. I won't get in the way. Yeah, just don't shrink anyone, Ron teased, throwing Dorimon a playful grin. A faint snicker rippled across the table. Even Hermione cracked a small smile. After breakfast, they made their way to Flitwick's classroom, a cozy space on the third floor with tall windows overlooking the grounds. Tiny Professor Flitwick perched on a pile of books behind his desk so that he could see over it. He practically sparkled with enthusiasm when Harry entered. Mr. Potter, welcome. Flitwick squeaked in a high, cheerful voice, motioning them in. And your friend, Dorimon. Yes. Marvelous. His gaze flicked around the class. Most seats were already filled by first years, including a few wide-eyed ones who whispered behind their textbooks at the sight of Harry and Dorimon. Find a seat, find a seat. Harry ended up at a desk with Ron. Hermione took the desk behind them, paired with Neville. Dorimon settled on a small stool near the front, carefully out of the way. Flitwick rapped his wand on the lectern, and the class fell silent. Today, we continue our practice of Wingardium Leviosa, Flitwick announced, voice brimming with excitement. But for you, Mr. Potter, we'll start from the basics. I trust you've done some self-study? Harry nodded, feeling a little relief. Yes, sir. I tried the feather-floating charm last night. Flitwick clapped his tiny hands. Excellent. Then we'll see how you fare. Everyone, take out your feathers. A swish and flick, with the incantation clear. Enunciate each syllable. The class began. Ron scowled in concentration, flicking his wand. Hermione lifted her feather effortlessly. Neville's rose an inch before flopping back down. Harry steadied his wand, took a breath, and gave a purposeful swish. Wingardium Leviosa. His feather soared upward, then hovered at eye level. A grin broke across his face. Flitwick let out a squeak of delight. Splendid work, Mr. Potter. Well done indeed. Ron, trying again, managed to raise his feather a few centimeters. Hermione muttered corrections under her breath. Dorimon watched with intense focus, as if analyzing the technique. Every so often, the cat robot jotted notes in a small notepad, presumably to learn the differences between real magic and futuristic illusions. After about 15 minutes of practice, Flitwick introduced a new twist. Now, a little friendly competition, he trilled. Let's see who can guide their feather through that small hoop on the other side of the desk. Control is key. He produced small golden hoops that floated about a foot above each pair of students. Harry swallowed, wondering if he could maintain the spell while moving the feather. Nonetheless, he exhaled, focusing on his wand motion, and guided the gently floating feather toward the hoop. It dipped uncertainly, but he maintained the levitation. With a final careful flick, it drifted cleanly through the ring. Ron's attempt proved comedic as he overcompensated, the feather shooting straight up to the ceiling. Hermione hissed instructions, but the feather plopped back down onto Ron's desk with a gentle puff. Laughter rippled among classmates. "Don't worry," Harry whispered to Ron, "you'll get it. Took me hours of practice last night." Ron reddened. "I'll keep at it," he muttered, determination in his eyes. Class ended on a high note, with Flitwick praising Harry's quick grasp of the levitation spell. "You've got a knack for charms, Mr. Potter," he said. "Keep practicing, and you'll be at level with your classmates in no time." He also winked at Dorimon. "Should you wish to watch again, my dear cat friend, you're welcome. Though we must abide by the school's guidelines, yes?" Dorimon nodded vigorously. "Of course, Professor. Thank you for having me. This is truly enlightening." They filed out into the corridor, the first chunk of the morning behind them. Ron still grumbled about not mastering the hoop challenge, but Hermione insisted he practice more. "It's just a matter of pronouncing it right," she said matter-of-factly, repeating the incantation in that know-it-all tone that made Ron roll his eyes. Their next stop was Transfiguration with Professor McGonagall. The classroom felt more formal, with rows of desks and a single large blackboard. McGonagall stood at the front, arms folded, commanding an air of respect. She wasted no time. "Today, we continue our lesson on basic transformations, turning matches into needles." She gave Harry a brisk nod. "Mr. Potter, you'll need to start from the beginning with this. Keep an eye on your technique." Transfiguration proved trickier than charms. Where charms required focusing magical energy outward, transfiguration demanded precision and a clear mental image of what you wanted. Harry's match wiggled in place but stubbornly refused to become a needle for the first half of class. Meanwhile, Hermione's transformation was so perfect it gleamed in the light. Ron's half-transformed needle had a wooden tip. Neville's exploded in a puff of smoke at one point, startling half the class. Dorimon observed from a corner again, scribbling notes. At one point, McGonagall caught his eye and said, "Mr. Dorimon, is it? Do refrain from offering technical assistance. Our students must learn proper wandwork themselves." She gave him a pointed look. He held up his paws in surrender. "Understood, Professor. No gadgets here, promise." Harry chuckled inwardly. He appreciated that Dorimon wanted to help, but McGonagall's domain was strict. By the end of class, Harry finally managed a halfway decent needle, silvery, though with a slightly jagged edge. McGonagall nodded once in approval, remarking, "A fair first attempt. Keep practicing, Mr. Potter." Exhausted but exhilarated, Harry left the classroom, Dorimon trailing at his side. The corridors filled with chatter again as the morning's lessons concluded. Harry noticed that his peers seemed more comfortable around him now that he'd been in class with them. They'd realized that, while famous, he was still just a boy catching up on magic. A serious interlude after lunch in the Great Hall, where Draco Malfoy glared daggers at Harry and Dorimon but didn't approach. Harry and Dorimon decided to explore more of the castle. They passed suits of armor, hidden passages, and at one point discovered a moving tapestry depicting trolls dancing ballet. Dorimon tried to snap a future photo, only to realize his camera device was low on power. They ended up near a courtyard with a fountain, the afternoon sun lighting up the stone arches. The quiet trickle of water provided a welcome respite from the bustling corridors. Harry slumped on a bench, letting out a long breath. "I still can't believe this is real. One day at Hogwarts, and I feel like I've learned so much." Dorimon joined him, setting the malfunctioning camera aside. You have, but we've barely scratched the surface. Remember, you've got potions, defense against the dark arts, and other subjects still. Harry's thoughts drifted to defense against the dark arts. They had it next day with Professor Quirrell. The mention of defending against the dark arts conjured images of Voldemort, horcruxes, and Lily's last scream. A knot formed in his stomach. "Doraemon," he said softly, "do you think we'll ever be fully ready to face Voldemort?" The cat robot's gaze softened. "You heard Dumbledore. It'll take time. This place is your training ground, not just academically but spiritually. Learn spells, make allies, grow confident. When the time comes, we'll tackle the horcruxes. But you don't have to do it alone." Harry appreciated Doraemon's reassurance. At that moment, an unmistakable voice echoed across the courtyard. "There you are, Potter." Both spun around to see Professor Dumbledore approaching, his long robes swishing elegantly. 2 or 3 students in the courtyard respectfully stepped aside. "Professor," Harry greeted, standing up. Doraemon bowed politely. Dumbledore smiled. "Afternoon, my boy. And to you, Doraemon. I was simply enjoying a stroll when I spotted you here. How have your first classes gone?" Harry recounted his experiences. Flitwick's praise, McGonagall's strict but fair approach. Dumbledore listened with a content nod. "I'm delighted you're settling in. Hogwarts is a place of wonders, but it can be daunting for a newcomer." Harry mustered his courage. "Sir, can I ask you something about Voldemort?" Dumbledore's eyes flickered with empathy. "Of course. Though perhaps we should speak more privately?" They found an empty archway, stepping behind a tall pillar for relative seclusion. Doraemon, glancing around to ensure no eavesdroppers lurked, nodded. Harry lowered his voice. "I've been thinking about the horcruxes, sir. Do you have any leads on them now? I know it's early, but it's weighing on me." Dumbledore sighed softly. "Harry, I do not wish to overwhelm you. However, since we have decided to be forthright, I have certain suspicions. Voldemort may have placed a piece of his soul in objects of significance. One such possibility is an old diary rumored to have once belonged to Tom Riddle. Another might be an heirloom from one of the Hogwarts founders. But these are mere hypotheses, gleaned from old research." Harry's pulse quickened. "So if we find those objects and destroy them, we weaken Voldemort?" "Precisely," Dumbledore acknowledged. "But locating and neutralizing them will be no small feat. I am quietly investigating leads, though I must be discreet." Dorimon rubbed his chin in thought. "If we do find one, can we destroy it easily?" Dumbledore's gaze turned somber. "Destroying a horcrux requires extraordinary measures. Basilisk venom, the fiendfire curse, and other potent forces can damage such an object enough to release the soul fragment. However, the process is dangerous. You must not attempt it alone without guidance." Harry swallowed, remembering the raw power of basilisk venom from some fleeting mention in a book. "I understand. Thank you for telling us. We won't do anything reckless." A kindly smile curved Dumbledore's lips. "Your determination is admirable. Continue your studies, forge friendships. This war against darkness is not fought by one wizard alone, no matter how gifted. Allies, loyalty, and love are what truly give us power over evil." Harry nodded, a flicker of warmth in his chest. He remembered how his parents' love had protected him as a baby. Perhaps that force, love, unity, was the key. Even Doraemon's presence, an unexpected friend from a far-flung era, might be part of that equation. With parting words of encouragement, Dumbledore left them, heading to oversee afternoon affairs. Harry gazed after him, mind swirling with horcrux theories and the notion of Riddle's diary. Doraemon gave Harry's arm a light pat. "We'll keep our ears open," the cat robot said. "We'll find that diary or any other artifact. But for now, classes, remember?" Harry mustered a small laugh. Yes, classes. Relieved to have at least some direction, he felt more at ease. He patted Doraemon's head affectionately, then turned to walk back inside. The day wasn't yet over, but he felt a renewed spark of purpose. Evening in the common room that night, the Gryffindor common room was vibrant with life. A few older students huddled by the fire, discussing Quidditch tryouts. First years scribbled homework. Hermione drilled Ron on pronunciation for charms. Neville flipped through herbology text, brow furrowed. Harry and Doraemon found a corner table to review Harry's notes from Flitwick and McGonagall. So, transfiguration is limited by the complexity of the intended target, Harry read out, recalling how his needle had ended up with ragged edges. Doraemon nodded, scanning the text over Harry's shoulder. Yes, so you have to have a precise mental image. If you just, sort of, imagine a needle, you get a half-baked transformation. That's exactly how illusions work in my era. Clear visualization is key. Harry scribbled down that insight. He noticed Hermione glancing their way curiously, as if itching to join in but unsure how. He waved her over. Hey, Hermione, do you mind checking my understanding of transfiguration theory? Hermione's eyes lit up, and she bustled over with a thick volume in hand. Of course. What do you need? Soon, they were engaged in a lively discussion about Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration, the 5 principal exceptions to conjuration, and other fundamentals. Dorimon added occasional commentary from a futuristic angle, which Hermione devoured with fascination. Ron lurked nearby, half listening until the academic talk grew too dense, then wandered off to chat with Dean Thomas about Quidditch. At one point, Hermione asked Dorimon, "So, how exactly do you do that shrinking beam? I've read about Reducio in spellbooks, but that's a wand-based incantation. Yours seems purely mechanical." Dorimon hesitated. It's technology from the 22nd century, bends space-time on a local scale. Essentially miniaturizing the target. It's not standard wizarding magic at all, so I'd prefer not to show it off too much. Hermione's brows knitted in deep intrigue. So it's like advanced science that mimics certain effects of magic. Fascinating. She seemed ready to ask 100 more questions, but Harry steered the topic back to homework. Not wanting Dorimon to reveal too much, she took the hint and let it drop. By the time the common room's fire burned low, the students started drifting upstairs to their dorms. Dorimon stifled a yawn, an affectation, Harry suspected, since the cat robot claimed he could run for days without rest but still enjoyed a good snooze. Harry felt the day's exhaustion settling in his bones. Classes had stretched his mind in ways he'd never experienced before, and the promise of so much more learning both thrilled and tired him. When Hermione and Neville said goodnight, Harry and Doraemon tidied up their notes. Ron wandered back over, looking beat. "We've got an early morning tomorrow. Defense against the dark arts," he groaned. "I hear Professor Quirrell's classes can be a bit dull, but at least it's not Snape." Harry chuckled. "I'll take what I can get. Dull or not, I want to learn everything about defending myself. And defending others," he added silently, remembering the vow to defeat Voldemort. They climbed the stairs. The dorm room was shadowy, with moonlight shining through tall windows. Harry changed into his pajamas, carefully placing his wand on the bedside table. Dorimon fussed with a small blanket and pillow near the trunk. The other boys were either in bed already or quietly chatting about tomorrow's lessons. Harry drew the curtains around his four-poster, staring at the canopy again. The day had been full, flashes of success, feather floating, partial transfiguration, and reminders of the looming threat. Dumbledore's talk of horcruxes. He closed his eyes, letting the swirl of emotions settle. Warmth filled him at the thought of Doraemon's unwavering friendship, plus the new bonds he was forging in Gryffindor. Tomorrow, he whispered to himself, I face defense class. One step at a time, and someday, I'll face Voldemort. In the hush of the night, the only response was the soft breath of sleeping students, and somewhere, the gentle purr of a futuristic cat robot who'd become Harry's closest ally. Secure in that knowledge, Harry drifted into dreams of swirling spells, hidden horcruxes, and the bright hope of a future he was determined to protect. Unfolding days, deepening resolve. The next few days at Hogwarts settled Harry into a routine. Each morning, he joined the Gryffindor first years in the Great Hall for breakfast, bantering with Ron, listening to Hermione's eager study tips, and sharing quiet smiles with Neville, who found confidence in small increments each time he succeeded in a spell. Dorimon often sat with them, munching toast or pastries, occasionally drawing stares from passing students, but fewer than before. Harry attended his classes diligently. In defense against the dark arts, Professor Quirrell's stammering made lectures awkward, but the subject matter, theory of jinxes and counters, captivated Harry's imagination. He practiced wand movements carefully, feeling as if each small improvement prepared him for the bigger battles ahead. Potions with Snape was tense. The professor singled out Harry's mistakes, criticized his technique, and seemed determined to belittle him in front of the class. One morning, Snape demanded Harry explain the properties of asphodel in the Draft of Living Death. Harry stumbled, missing a nuance, and Snape sneered, "Fame clearly isn't everything, Potter." The rest of the Slytherins sniggered. Hermione tried to raise her hand to answer, but Snape ignored her. Despite Dorimon's silent moral support from the sidelines, Harry left each potion's lesson feeling deflated, yet all the more determined not to let Snape crush him. Meanwhile, Draco Malfoy maintained a simmering rivalry. Though he hadn't confronted Doraemon again, he occasionally lobbed insults at Harry, sneering about Potter's pet cat. Harry did his best to ignore it. Doraemon advised patience, but they remained wary of Draco's schemes. Between classes, Harry devoured the textbooks, both wizarding and the ones Doraemon had helped him buy. He discovered a passion for defense spells, soaking up knowledge about curses, counter-curses, and magical creatures that threatened wizards. He also found satisfaction in transfiguration once he grasped the underlying principles. Every small success felt like one step closer to readiness for the dark times he believed lay ahead. Dumbledore's words about forming friendships rang true. Harry grew closer to Ron, Hermione, and Neville. He also made acquaintances with Dean Thomas and Seamus Finnegan, who introduced him to wizarding chess and Quidditch mania. Doraemon, though not an official student, was treated like an honorary Gryffindor by many, occasionally invited to watch a class or join them at mealtimes. Some students even asked Doraemon for pranks or silly stunts, but he usually refused, not wanting to risk McGonagall's wrath. Throughout it all, the specter of horcruxes lingered in the back of Harry's mind. Dumbledore was busy, often away from his office on unexplained errands. Doraemon once quietly admitted he wondered if the headmaster was investigating leads on those rumored artifacts. Harry tried not to dwell on it, focusing on the present. Passing potions, perfecting levitation, learning how to handle a broom. Though he hadn't yet had official flying lessons, still, late at night, as he drifted off, he replayed the memory of his parents' final moments and silently vowed, "I'll do whatever it takes to stop him." A promise renewed one late evening, about a week after their arrival. Harry and Doraemon found themselves alone in the Gryffindor common room. A hush lay over the tower. Most students slept, and the dying embers in the fireplace cast dancing shadows on the red and gold tapestries. Harry sat in an armchair, gazing into the fire. He couldn't sleep, haunted by random nightmares of green light and fleeting images of a black diary. Doraemon perched on a nearby ottoman, fiddling with the corner of a blanket. "Can't sleep?" Doraemon asked softly. Harry shook his head. "Too much on my mind. The classes, sure, but also, sometimes I think about the horcruxes. Is it crazy that I want to start looking for them already?" Doraemon's round eyes showed understanding. "Not crazy, but you heard Dumbledore. You're not ready, and you don't even know where to look. This is bigger than just you and me." A log crackled in the fireplace, sending a flurry of sparks up the chimney. Harry sighed. "I know. I'm just impatient. Every day I learn a new spell or potion ingredient, I feel a bit stronger. But then I remember how powerful Voldemort is. How cruel. And I get angry, like I want to do something right now." Doraemon set a gentle paw on Harry's knee. "Anger can be motivating, but it can also lead to rash choices. You're doing exactly what's needed. Learning, growing, building alliances. That's the surest path to success." A flicker of gratitude surfaced in Harry's chest. He recalled how Doraemon had saved him from Dementors, how they'd traveled through time to witness Lily and James's sacrifice, how they'd arrived at Hogwarts together. This unusual companion was more than a friend, he was family in all but name. "Thank you," Harry murmured. "For everything." Doraemon gave a humble shrug, cheeks coloring slightly. "I'm just glad I can help. You've been through so much, Harry, but you're not alone anymore." Harry gazed into the fire, letting the quiet comfort of Doraemon's presence wash over him. Then, softly, he spoke the words that crystallized everything he felt. "Doraemon, I promise, I'll become strong enough to destroy Voldemort. And when we find those horcruxes, I won't hesitate. I won't let fear or doubt stop me. I'll do it for my parents, for everyone who suffered under him." Doraemon's expression turned serious. He placed a paw over Harry's hand. "And I promise you, I'll stand by you every step of the way." We'll face the darkness together, and we'll bring it down. That's a vow. They let the words settle, two unlikely allies forging a bond that transcended time and magic. The flames dwindled, the embers glowed softly. Eventually, Dorimon stifled a yawn. This time real or not, Harry couldn't tell, and suggested they get what little rest they could. As they climbed the stairs to their dorm, Harry's heart felt lighter, his resolve fortified. He might be late to Hogwarts, behind on his magical foundation, but he had a purpose. He had friends. And he had the unwavering determination born from love and loss. Someday, he thought, Voldemort will regret everything he's done. Doraemon and I will see to that. And with that vow echoing in his mind, Harry slipped beneath the covers of his four-poster bed. The moonlight shone through the window, casting gentle patterns on the stone floor. Dorimon curled up in his little corner, purring softly. Outside, the ancient walls of Hogwarts stood sentinel, keeping watch over the boy who lived, the cat from the future, and the promise of a brighter destiny waiting just beyond the darkness. Dorimon, perched on a nearby stone bench, was still fiddling with one of his futuristic devices when Harry exited the castle to meet him. The crisp air carried the fragrance of dew-covered grass and distant pine, while a vague hush spread across the courtyard before the day's bustle began. In many ways, it felt just like any other morning at Hogwarts. But a shift had taken place, an urgency and gravity that set this day apart. They were about to embark on a quest that none of Harry's schoolmates could even imagine. Several weeks had passed since Harry had learned of horcruxes from Dumbledore. Foul objects tethered to Voldemort's soul, anchoring his existence to Earth. And now, after intense discussions, clandestine research, and an unprecedented stroke of discovery, Harry and Doraemon were on the verge of the next big step. Finding a particular horcrux that existed in the present timeline. But it wasn't so simple. Late the previous evening, Harry and Doraemon had uncovered shocking news that the horcrux they'd been tracking, a rumored piece of Voldemort's soul, was actually one of three. This triad of horcrux fragments, as far as they understood, spanned not just geographical locations but time itself. One lay hidden in the present day, one had slipped into the past, and another lay somewhere in the future. The very idea had left Harry stunned and Doraemon incensed at the cunning or chaos behind such a puzzle. How or why Voldemort had splintered his soul across time was an enigma that only the darkest of magic, or a malicious twist of fate, could explain. Now they faced the immediate problem. Where in the present timeline was the horcrux hidden? How had it come to exist in multiple eras at once? Their frantic research over the last few days had revealed no easy answers. Dumbledore, concerned but bound by his responsibilities at Hogwarts, had given them only a cryptic nod of permission, and a warning to be extremely careful. Hermione, Ron, and the rest of the Gryffindors still didn't know the details, though they suspected something momentous was afoot. Harry's frequent absences and Doraemon's hush-hush gadgets hinted as much. Doraemon glanced up as Harry approached. The robot cat's eyes shone with sympathy and determination. "Harry, you ready?" he asked, voice subdued in the stillness. "We have a lot of ground to cover." "Yeah," Harry said softly, trying to swallow the nerves clogging his throat. He exhaled a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. "Let's do this. We'll find the horcrux in the present first." From the pockets of his magic-enhanced pouch, Doraemon produced a slender metallic rod with a glowing orb at the tip. "This is the Time Soul Scanner, an upgraded device I've been tinkering with. It can pick up traces of temporal anomalies left by the horcrux. I'll have to calibrate it for the present first. No sense chasing the past or future echoes yet." Harry watched as Doraemon pressed a series of buttons. Tiny sparks crackled around the orb, accompanied by a faint humming that made Harry's hairs stand on end. Finally, the orb blinked green. "All set," Doraemon said, stowing it inside his pouch again. "But just scanning might not be enough. We'll have to move fast, and likely to a lot of different places." Harry nodded. "I'm ready. What's our first destination?" According to what we pieced together, bits of old diaries, half-finished notes from Dumbledore, and some ancient wizard lore about Dark Lords, there's a lead that this horcrux might have once been in the hands of a Death Eater. Or maybe it passed from wizard to wizard through black market trades. Doraemon rubbed his chin. "But there's no single place to look. We'll have to track rumors, interview those who knew anything about you-know-who." That was how their day started, a hurried journey, quietly leaving Hogwarts' protective wards by way of Doraemon's anywhere door. They stepped from the castle courtyard directly into the outskirts of a tiny wizarding village half a continent away, a place that smelled of fresh hay and horse manure, where the street was lined with modest huts and a single tavern. The villagers gawked at Doraemon, but Harry, hooded and trying to be inconspicuous, gently asked around about lost artifacts or strange curses. They got next to nothing. So they pressed on to the next location, and the next, and the next. Word spread quickly among the suspicious or fearful. A teenage wizard, with a lightning scar partially hidden by his fringe, and a bizarre blue cat were flitting from place to place, seeking traces of old, malevolent magic. Many doors closed. Some folks offered cryptic hints, old wives' tales about cursed relics in the swamps or jungles. Others said they remembered hearing rumors of a shadowy figure who'd carried a small locket or ring, but no one had concrete proof. By midday, they'd visited half a dozen small towns, perhaps more. The sun beat down mercilessly over rural farmland and lonely crossroad inns. Harry's cloak grew dusty, and Doraemon's eyes glowed with frustration. Still, they pressed on. They rummaged through centuries-old archives in one hamlet, reading crumbly tomes about local legends. They trudged through a dense forest known for its man-eating plants, only to find the plants inert, and no sign of a horcrux. Eventually, hunger gnawing at them, they paused to eat in the corner of a dilapidated inn, the barkeep muttering that he'd heard of a man who boasted about a piece of the Dark Lord's soul, but that was decades ago. Thus began the horcrux adventure in earnest, an odyssey that extended far beyond that single day. Over the span of a week, Harry and Doraemon roamed countless miles. They soared overseas with a disguised bamboo copter, making sure to remain invisible from Muggle eyes, scoured deserts with the Time Soul Scanner, rummaged through abandoned wizard huts perched on bleak moors. They went to dark wizard hideouts rumored to have old relics, only to find empty caves or illusions that spat curses at them. They consulted with seers, most of them frauds, who spouted nonsense about the child of prophecy and the cat from beyond. All the while, they meticulously recorded even the slightest whiff of horcrux-like energy. After nearly 2 weeks of fruitless searching, exhaustion weighed heavily on them. They returned to Hogwarts briefly to rest and regroup. Dumbledore, upon hearing their lack of success, rubbed his temples but reassured them that perseverance was key. Meanwhile, Doraemon pored over the notes they'd compiled. One lead said that the horcrux might have found its way into an ancient black market ring in the deserts south of Europe. Another claimed it had been lost in a sunken ruin. Another pointed to a caretaker who had once served the Dark Lord's circle but vanished decades ago. What unnerved them most was the realization that there were indeed 3 pieces of this horcrux, each existing in a different timeline. The present piece, presumably, was the easiest to locate, yet they were failing to find any evidence, and that boded ill for chasing the others in the past or future. One night, splayed out on the floor of an unused classroom they'd borrowed for planning, Harry cradled his head in his hands. "We're running in circles. How are we supposed to keep searching? The world's huge." Doraemon's eyes flickered with equal parts sympathy and frustration. "We need a more efficient approach," he said. "Going place to place is insane. Even the Time Soul Scanner helps only if we're within range, and we can't be in thousands of spots at once." He paused, rummaging in his 4D pouch. "Unless." Harry sat up, noticing Doraemon's expression shift as he clutched a small cylinder with a neon label in Japanese script. "Doraemon, what's that?" A hint of a grin tugged at Doraemon's mouth. "It's called the Supaclone device. It's one of my more advanced gadgets, rarely used. With it, I can create a limited number of duplicates of a person, or even of me. Each clone is physically real, though less durable, and they vanish after a certain time or when I dispel them. I was hesitant to use it, but I think we need an army of searchers." Harry's eyes widened. "You can clone us? As in, multiple Harrys and multiple Doraemons?" "Exactly. Each clone will share our memories and abilities up to the point of cloning," Doraemon explained. "They can scatter across the globe, check every lead, every deserted ruin, every hidden fortress. It's like deploying an entire search party." "That's brilliant," Harry breathed, though a flicker of nerves prickled in him at the notion of multiple versions of himself roaming the world. "Wouldn't it be risky?" Doraemon nodded. "It is. If the clones are destroyed or tampered with by dark magic, it could feed back to us, though usually it just means we lose their memories. And we must be sure none of them draws attention from muggles. But the payoff could be huge. Driven by desperation and the looming fear that if they didn't find the horcrux, Voldemort's spirit might grow stronger, they decided to attempt it. The next day, in the secrecy of the old classroom, they stood side by side. Dorimon held the Supa clone device aloft, its tip glowing faintly pink. "All right," he said, voice steady. "I'll do 10 clones of me, 10 clones of you. That might be enough." But Harry, adrenaline surging, said, "We need more. We've been all over, and we barely scratched the surface. If we're going to do this, do it big." Dorimon eyed Harry, then nodded with grim determination. "Very well. Let's push it." He dialed the small knob on the device from 10 to 100. Harry barely had time to brace himself before Dorimon pressed a button. A prismatic beam erupted, engulfing them. Harry felt a bizarre lurch in his stomach, as though reality had multiplied. Instantly, the classroom was crammed with figures, 100 Harrys and 100 Doraemons, all blinking and looking around in confusion. The real Harry stared, feeling a rush of vertigo. He realized that each clone was wearing the same clothes as him, each sporting the same messy hair and lightning bolt scar. The Doraemon clones, meanwhile, stood in neat rows, identical pouches bouncing on their round bellies. An odd hush overtook the crowd. Then, spontaneously, the clones began conversing in hushed tones, each one aware of the mission. It was surreal beyond anything Harry had experienced. "This is insane," he muttered to Doraemon Prime, the original. Doraemon Prime just gave a weak laugh. "Yes, well, we wanted manpower, now we have it." They wasted no time. Doraemon Prime took command, outlining the plan. Each clone pair, 1 Harry, 1 Doraemon, would take a bamboo copter and an anywhere door, traveling to a different region of the planet. They'd rely on the Time Soul Scanner or other detection gadgets to sniff out the horcrux's magical residue. They'd investigate leads, question locals, where safe, scour land, sea, and sky. If they found any sign of the horcrux, they'd notify Harry Prime through a special communicator Doraemon devised. Then they'd converge for backup. The clones nodded in unison. A frenetic energy crackled in the air. One by one, the pairs stepped through miniature pink doors, vanishing off to their assigned coordinates. The classroom emptied with startling speed, leaving behind only the real Harry and the real Doraemon. And so, like an orchestrated swarm of searching bees, the clones spread across the globe. In the days that followed, cinematic vistas played out across the planet. 1. In a vast desert of rolling golden dunes, a contingent of Harry and Doraemon clones soared overhead with bamboo copters, scanning for hidden tombs. Winds whipped stinging sand across their faces, and scorching heat battered them, but they pressed on, landing occasionally to rummage through half-buried ruins. Their scanning devices beeped quietly, detecting faint traces of old curses but not the horcrux. 2. 3. High in the mountains, where air grew thin and snow blanketed jagged peaks, 3 clone pairs huddled around a rocky cliff, checking an ancient fortress rumored to hold dark relics. They found collapsed corridors and tattered banners of some lost wizard clan but no sign of the horcrux. Their breath frosted in the air as they forced open a creaking door leading to an underground chamber, only to discover it was filled with skeletons and stale air, no living curse. 4. 5. Deep in a steamy jungle, vines dripped with condensation, insects buzzed incessantly, and each footstep sank into wet earth. Several clone groups, guided by the scanners, hacked through thick foliage with conjured spells. They encountered giant magical carnivorous plants that snapped at them, forcing hairy clones to fling small stupefied jinxes to clear the path. Parrots squawked overhead, and a labyrinth of creepers tested their patience. They found hidden tribal altars, some reeking of ancient blood magic, but no horcrux. 6. 7. Over a sprawling sea, a handful of clone pairs zoomed with bamboo copters, scanning the horizon for any remote island rumored to house cursed treasures. They landed on reefs, rummaging through coral caves, sometimes diving below the waves in bubble-like suits conjured from Doraemon's gadgets. Submerged wrecks yielded battered chests of gold, pearls, and ominous waterlogged tomes. Yet none revealed the horcrux they sought. 8. 9. In old wizarding enclaves hidden in mountainsides or behind illusions, clone teams politely knocked on doors or approached suspicious sentries. They brandished their detection gadgets, explaining their quest. Some wizards spat curses in fear or anger, wanting nothing to do with Voldemort's leftover evil. Others offered cryptic advice. Try the lost catacombs, or the Wailing Well in the Highlands. Clones followed every rumor, every half-credible story. 10. 11. In a remote swamp, the greenish water glowed with magical algae. Clone pairs hopped across stepping stones, scanning for signs of dark magic. Mosquitoes the size of fists whirred about. Sometimes illusions danced over the waters, flickering shapes that teased them into wading deeper. They found stashes of old bones, rotting chests, even half-decayed magical trinkets. But still, the horcrux's signature eluded them. 12. Each day, the clones reported back to the original Harry via a telepathic link device Doraemon had invented, lovingly named ComChain. Harry would stand in the same old classroom at Hogwarts, bracing himself as dozens of voices overlapped in his mind, each clone feeding back what they discovered. Then, almost as quickly, they'd vanish again, continuing the search. At times, the reports teased them with near hits. A ruined fortress that reeked of vile curses, but scanning revealed no horcrux. Or a suspicious antique locket found in a crypt, which turned out to be just an old cursed necklace that summoned malevolent ghosts. The frustration mounted. Harry's real body tired from the mental strain of receiving so many partial updates, but he endured, because this was their best shot. Then, one evening, as Harry and Doraemon Prime slumped in the classroom, half-dazed from yet another day of fruitless leads, a burst of static crackled through the comm chain. The link flared bright in Harry's mind. One of the clone pairs sounded breathless and triumphant. "We've found something. Present-day timeline. Northeast coastline. A hidden cave. You need to see this." Harry leapt to his feet, ignoring how his legs trembled from exhaustion. "Coordinates?" he asked aloud, breath ragged. In his mind, the clone fed him a quick mental image of a rocky shore battered by harsh waves. "Yes, got it. We'll come." Doraemon's eyes widened with excitement. Without hesitation, they summoned an anywhere door. In a flash, they stepped from Hogwarts to the windswept beach. Dusk tinted the sky fiery orange as the sun sank behind ragged cliffs. The smell of salt and seaweed filled Harry's nostrils. He spotted the clone pair standing near a jagged opening in the rock, waving them over. "This place is riddled with wards," Harry Clone said, voice shaky. "We did a preliminary scan and detected a massive spike in dark magical energy. It's deeper inside." Doraemon nodded briskly. "Lead the way." Entering the cave felt like stepping into the maw of some primordial beast. Darkness closed around them. The air was clammy and oppressive, carrying a faint stench of decay. Doraemon flicked on a small orb of light from his pouch that hovered overhead. Their footsteps echoed on damp stone. Water dripped from stalactites. Every so often, a faint vibration pulsed through the walls, as if responding to the presence of something powerful and malicious. They passed broken pillars that suggested someone, or something, had used this subterranean space for dark rituals. Strange runes were carved into the stone, half obscured by dripping moss. Harry's scar twinged uncomfortably, and he grimaced. "We're close," he murmured. "I can feel a sense of dread." Doraemon clutched a scanner, its readings spiking. "The horcrux energy is strong here, no doubt about it." They reached a chamber that opened up wide, the ceiling lost in shadow. In the center, a rough altar hewn from black stone rose from the damp floor. Runes glowed faintly on its surface. It was cracked as though from age, but the aura of malevolence emanating from it was palpable. 4 stone pillars circled the altar, each adorned with a battered chain or ring as if something had once been fastened there. Suddenly, a presence seemed to swirl in the air, an almost invisible shape that flickered at the corner of their vision. The two clones tensed, wands drawn. Doraemon braced himself. Harry clenched his own wand. "Show yourself," he commanded, voice trembling with a mixture of fear and fury. A swirling mass of black vapor coalesced above the altar, forming a vaguely humanoid shape. A raspy whisper echoed through the chamber. "Who dares approach?" Harry felt a wave of cold wash over him, reminiscent of a Dementor's aura but more raw. "We've come for the horcrux," he said, trying to keep his voice steady. "We're destroying it." A twisted laughter echoed from the entity, bouncing off the walls. "Ignorant boy, the peace of the Dark Lord's soul shall endure. You cannot claim it. Be gone, or face torment." Before Harry could retort, the swirling shape lashed out with a tendril of darkness. One of the clone pairs dived aside, nearly toppling into a pit in the floor. Dorimon sprang into action, rummaging for a gadget. "Harry, keep it busy," he shouted. Harry gritted his teeth. A white-hot anger flared at the memory of his parents, and he aimed his wand. Stupefy. A red beam shot forth, slamming into the swirling vapor. The entity recoiled but quickly reformed, screeching as it lashed out again. The chamber shook with dark energy, bits of rock crumbling from the ceiling. Meanwhile, Dorimon yanked out an odd metallic tube that crackled with bright arcs of energy at the tip. "This is the Soulbreaker beam," he said, voice grim. "It's a future tech attempt at dispelling malevolent energies. I designed it for the Dementors, but it might weaken this thing, too." He fired a bolt of brilliant light. It slammed into the entity, slicing through the darkness with a crackling hiss. The shape shuddered, screaming in unearthly tones. For a moment, the darkness receded enough to reveal what was behind it. A small, battered object on the altar, scarcely bigger than a snuff box. A ring? A chunk of metal? Hard to tell from this distance, but it thrummed with that dreaded aura. "That's it!" Harry yelled over the screeching chaos. "The horcrux." He dashed forward, ignoring the fear coiling in his gut. The entity raged, flailing shadowy limbs at him. Another clone Harry provided covering fire with a jinx, while Dorimon fired another Soulbreaker beam. Through the swirl of dark mist, Harry reached the altar. Up close, the horcrux looked like a fragment of a ring, almost as if the band had been broken in half. A carving of a serpent's head on its surface glinted in Dorimon's orb light. The instant Harry touched it, pain lanced through his scar, and the chamber spun. He nearly collapsed, but forced himself to grip the fragment. A wave of despair and vile laughter flooded his mind. Images of Hogwarts in flames, his parents' bodies lying still, himself alone and broken. But from somewhere, a rush of determination rose. He would not let Voldemort's illusions defeat him. "Dorimon," Harry gasped, pressing the fragment to the cold surface of the altar. "How do we contain it?" Dorimon pulled another device from his pouch, a small spherical container with swirling inscriptions. "This is the anti-evil capsule," he shouted, voice echoing. "It can temporarily seal dark magic. We can store the fragment there until we figure out how to destroy it properly." The entity, sensing their plan, shrieked with renewed fury, launching a final torrent of darkness. The entire cave vibrated, pillars cracking. One of the clone pairs got knocked to the ground, vanishing instantly from a blow that disrupted its temporary existence. Harry cried out in alarm, but there was no time to grieve the lost clones. He slid the horcrux fragment into Doraemon's capsule. Doraemon twisted the top, murmuring a command that glowed bright. The capsule snapped shut, and a dim roar echoed within, as though an angry spirit was banging on the walls of a prison. Immediately, the swirling shadow in the air recoiled, losing cohesion. Without the physical anchor of the horcrux fragment, it disintegrated in an explosion of black dust. A final wail reverberated off the dripping stone, then silence fell, broken only by the hiss of water and Harry's ragged breathing. For a moment, no one moved. Then Dorimon exhaled, cradling the anti-evil capsule. We did it," he whispered. Harry stared at the capsule, heart pounding. Inside that small sphere was a piece of Voldemort's soul. A piece that belonged in the present timeline. They'd found it, after scouring countless corners of the earth. Relief and dread mingled in Harry's chest. It was done, but they still had to find a way to destroy it permanently. And beyond that, there remained two more fragments. One in the past and one in the future. "Is it safe in there?" Harry asked, voice husky. "Safe as can be," Dorimon said, though he looked unsettled. "I'll keep it locked. We have to figure out a method to break it. Basilisk venom, or an ancient curse-laden weapon, something that can tear a horcrux apart. But for now, it's contained." Harry sank to his knees, exhaustion crashing over him like a tidal wave. The clone pairs that survived gathered around, scanning the cave's perimeter. Several started to fade, their temporary lifespan nearing an end. One by one, they offered triumphant salutes, murmuring, "Mission accomplished," before dissolving into motes of light. The knowledge they'd gleaned, all of it, would remain with Harry Prime, thanks to the calm chain link. But seeing them vanish made him feel a pang of strange sadness. They were him, after all. Once the last clone had dissolved, Harry and Dorimon faced each other, bruised, weary, yet victorious. "We still have more pieces to find," Harry said, voice trembling with a complex mix of relief and looming dread. "One in the past, one in the future. How do we even?" Dorimon swallowed. "We'll have to unravel that mystery. Time travel is possible. I have my time machine, but searching all of history, or venturing into the unknown future, that's beyond anything we've done." A surge of fear flickered in Harry. Facing dangers in present day was daunting enough. But traveling across centuries or forward to uncharted times to chase a fragment of Voldemort's soul, it felt like an impossibility. Yet he also sensed a fierce resolve, the same that had driven him to find this first piece. "We'll do it," he said quietly, "because we have to. And at least we have one piece now. That's progress." Dorimon nodded, tucking the capsule safely into his pouch. "For now, let's get out of this cave. We can debrief Dumbledore, figure out how to destroy this horcrux. Then we plan our next steps." They made their way out, stepping carefully over chunks of rubble. The waves pounded the cliffs outside, the sky now dark with stars. A cool breeze kissed Harry's sweat-damp face, and he drew it in with a shuddering sigh of relief. Overhead, the moon shone silver, as though offering a silent benediction for their victory tonight. "Let's go home," Dorimon murmured. Through the roar of ocean wind, he produced the anywhere door. They stepped through, emerging back at Hogwarts. The difference in temperature and ambiance was stark. The castle corridor was quiet, turquoise, faintly echoing with the footsteps of a caretaker. The sense of normalcy almost made Harry laugh. It was as if the world had no idea they'd just fought a piece of Voldemort's soul in a cursed cave across the globe. Wordlessly, they hurried to Dumbledore's office, anxious to update him. The griffin knocker parted for them once they muttered the password. Inside, the headmaster stood by a window, gazing at the moonlit grounds. When Harry and Dorimon entered, battered and dusty, cradling the anti-evil capsule, Dumbledore's expression tightened with concern. "You've found it," he said quietly, turning fully to face them. "The piece in the present timeline." Dorimon nodded, carefully setting the capsule on Dumbledore's desk. A faint swirl of black mist flickered inside, as if it recognized its new surroundings and hated every inch of them. Harry swallowed hard, still somewhat in shock that they'd succeeded. Dumbledore placed a gentle hand on Harry's shoulder. "My boy, you've done extraordinary work. I sense it cost you much." Harry's throat tightened. He could almost feel the weight of the countless villages, jungles, deserts, and seas they'd scoured. The clones lost in the final battle. The nights of frustration, near giving up, only to push forward because they had no choice. He just nodded, blinking back tears of exhaustion and relief. Dumbledore's gaze flicked to Dorimon, full of gratitude. "Your assistance is beyond measure, Dorimon. Hogwarts owes you a debt." Dorimon shifted uncomfortably. "I'm just fulfilling the promise I made to Harry. But we still have two more pieces, one in the past, one in the future. That means even more challenges." A hush fell over the office, heavy with both triumph and the knowledge that this was only the beginning. The piece of the horcrux they now possessed was still a ticking bomb of dark magic. Until they found a method of destruction, basilisk venom or another lethal approach, it remained dangerous. Worse, they had no clue how to retrieve the remaining fragments from eras not their own. Harry cleared his throat. "We'll handle it," he said, voice cracking. "We have to. It's the only way to ensure Voldemort can't come back." Dumbledore exhaled softly. "Yes, we must. For now, though, you must rest. I'll confer with certain trusted allies about destroying this piece. As for the time-bound fragments, we shall speak soon, once you've had a chance to recover. There are ways, perhaps, but each risk-laden." Harry felt a wave of crushing fatigue wash over him. He realized his hands were shaking. "Thank you, Professor." He turned to Dorimon. "I guess we survived. Let's get some sleep." Dorimon nodded, giving the headmaster a polite bow. "We'll talk more in the morning." With that, they left the office, footsteps echoing down the spiral staircase. As they made their way through Hogwarts' dim corridors, neither Harry nor Doraemon spoke. Words felt insufficient after such an ordeal. It was only when they reached the quiet safety of Gryffindor Tower that Doraemon finally let out a weary laugh. "We did it, Harry. We found it." Harry sank into an armchair by the dying embers in the common room fireplace, dropping his head back. "We really did." For a moment, he saw images of the deserts, mountains, jungles, watery depths, all the clones searching in tandem. It was like a dream. "But what a cost," he murmured. "And we still have 2 more to go, across time." Dorimon gently patted Harry's shoulder. "We'll handle it, together." Harry closed his eyes, letting the warmth of the fire lull him. He thought of his parents, of the vow he'd made to end Voldemort's threat once and for all. Tonight, at least, they'd won a small victory. They had the present horcrux locked away. The piece of the Dark Lord's soul that haunted this era would soon be destroyed, if they had any say in it. And beyond that lay the mysteries of the past and the uncharted future. For now, though, Harry allowed himself one moment of relief, a quiet exhalation of triumph in the silent, flickering firelight. Tomorrow, they would face the next steps, consult Dumbledore, and prepare to wield the time machine or any means necessary to chase those other shards. But that was tomorrow. Tonight, they had something real to cling to. Proof that no matter how cunning Voldemort's plan, they could and would dismantle it, piece by treacherous piece. Harry Potter stood at the edge of a wide meadow behind Hogwarts, gazing across golden fields that seemed to stretch indefinitely toward the horizon. A gentle breeze stirred the summer grass, but its calming rustle did little to ease the knot twisting in Harry's stomach. Nearby, Dorimon was busy double-checking the modifications he'd made to the Super Clone device. Every so often, the robot cat cast a worried glance in Harry's direction, as though sensing the building tension radiating from his friend. It had been almost a week since they'd contained the present-day horcrux fragment in the anti-evil capsule. According to Dumbledore, that small piece of Voldemort's soul was safely locked away, though it still awaited final destruction. Yet the greater problem lay in the other horcrux shards. One in the past, one in the future. And now something else threatened to plunge Hogwarts, and perhaps the wizarding world, into darkness. A war that loomed closer with every rumor and every cryptic warning. Only a few hours ago, Hedwig, Harry's faithful snowy owl, had delivered an urgent letter from Dumbledore himself. "Harry, word has reached me that Voldemort is gathering his forces more quickly than anticipated. Plans are afoot to attack Hogwarts, perhaps within the coming weeks. The only sure way to prevent him from returning in full strength is to neutralize all horcrux fragments. I implore you to continue your searches with Doraemon. Time is not on our side." Albus Dumbledore reading that letter had felt like a punch to Harry's chest. All the frantic searching, all the clone deployments, all their best efforts, and they still didn't know how to retrieve the horcrux from the past or the future. They barely had a clue where to even begin. The last attempt at using Super Clone duplicates to scour for hints. Any hints of hidden pathways through time had turned up nothing. They'd rummaged through old wizard archives at Hogwarts, pored over dusty tomes in the restricted section of the library, with Dumbledore's discreet permission, and even combed the labyrinth of underground passages under the castle for hidden time doors. The clones had journeyed far beyond Hogwarts grounds, too, surveying magical research institutions, ancient runic circles rumored to manipulate time, and obscure wizard families rumored to possess time travel relics. Yet each time, the clones returned empty-handed, merging their knowledge with the original Harry and Doraemon. The net result was frustration and heartbreak. Worst of all, the sense of urgency was growing. With every passing day, the corridors at Hogwarts felt more tense. Students whispered about possible raids. Rumors spread that Death Eaters had been spotted near Hogsmeade. Even the staff, usually a reassuring presence, appeared preoccupied and wary. That evening, as the sun lowered in the sky, painting the world in shades of orange and purple, Harry found himself wandering aimlessly across the Hogwarts grounds, dwarfed by the weight of his obligations. Eventually, he ended up near a secluded cliff overlooking the Black Lake. A place many students never ventured because of the steep drop and howling winds that sometimes rushed through. But Harry welcomed the isolation. The sense of standing on a precipice mirrored how he felt inside. He sank down onto a flat rock near the cliff's edge, hugging his knees to his chest. The panoramic view of the lake and the rolling hills beyond might have been beautiful, but Harry found no comfort in it now. His mind churned with worries. Voldemort. War. Horcruxes in different timelines. Over and over, he told himself he had to solve it all, had to save Hogwarts, had to prevent the return of the Dark Lord. But he felt utterly powerless, useless. As the breeze died down, the only sound was Harry's own ragged breathing, and then the soft scuff of paws on stone. He turned to see Dorimon approaching, his round figure outlined against the sunset. The robot cat's big eyes brimmed with concern. He didn't speak at first, simply settled beside Harry, letting their shoulders brush. A hush stretched between them, broken only by the distant cry of a bird across the lake. "Harry," Dorimon finally said, voice warm, "everyone's wondering where you went. Even some of your Gryffindor mates were worried you'd run off again." Harry gave a hollow laugh. "I just needed space." His eyes roamed across the water, glittering under the dying sunlight. "Dorimon, we're not getting anywhere. We can't find the other 2 horcrux fragments. No matter how many clones we send, or how many libraries we search. And now Dumbledore says war's coming. War on Hogwarts." His throat constricted at the final word. I can't let that happen. But, I don't know how to stop it." Dorimon nodded, letting Harry's frustration spill into the air. "I know it seems bleak. We're trying everything, but time travel is complex. The leads are contradictory or non-existent. We'll figure it out eventually, I promise." Harry clenched his jaw, tears threatening to gather in his eyes. "But what if we don't, Dorimon? What if the war starts before we get the other pieces? All my friends, everyone at Hogwarts. They'll be in danger. And it'll be my fault for not stopping Voldemort." "It's not your fault," Dorimon said gently. "You've done more than anyone else could. Don't shoulder all the blame for the world's cruelty." Harry's shoulders slumped as he gazed at the sunset. In a quiet, trembling voice, he said, "I feel worthless, Dorimon. I can't do anything right. I'm just Harry, the boy who lived by chance. I'm not good at wizard classes. Snape hates me, I'm always behind in potions. I can't even figure out how to time travel properly. I'm weak, I'm not brilliant like Hermione, not brave like the real heroes. I let everyone down. I'm nothing." Tears finally broke free, trickling down Harry's cheeks. He'd thought of himself as strong enough to handle the stress of this quest. But the letter from Dumbledore had cracked the dam. All his self-doubts, the old wounds from living under the stairs, and the trauma of losing his parents came surging to the surface. He clutched his knees tighter, burying his face. Dorimon watched, heart heavy. The sight of Harry in such despair was like a dagger to the robot cat's chest. He reached out, gently patting Harry's back with a soft paw. For a moment, Dorimon considered how best to console him. Then, quietly, he spoke. "Harry, you remind me of a dear friend I once had. Somebody I cared about very much, still do, in fact. His name is Nobita." Harry sniffled, lifting his head slightly. "Nobita? Who's that?" A sad smile tugged at Dorimon's mouth. "Nobita Nobi. In my time, back in the 22nd century, and also in the time I used to travel to the 20th century, he was my companion, my mission, and my closest friend. He was, well, a lot like you say you are. He believed he was worthless. He failed tests, got 0 marks, was bullied every day. He felt weak and hopeless. But you know what, Harry?" Dorimon's eyes shone with a gentle fondness. "He wasn't worthless at all. His kindness and heart were his real strengths." Harry, tears still clinging to his lashes, straightened a bit. "He was weak, but kind?" "Exactly," Dorimon replied, voice growing warm with nostalgia. "From the moment I met Nobita, I saw that inside him was a huge capacity to care, for others, for friends, even for animals that crossed his path. He was clumsy, sure, and academically he struggled. But whenever someone was in trouble or hurting, he couldn't turn away. He'd do anything to help, even if it meant facing danger he was terrified of. And that made him special." Harry let out a shaky breath. But how did that matter if he always failed at everything? Did he ever become better? Dorimon's gaze drifted to the horizon, as though recalling an entire lifetime of memories. It mattered because that kindness made him push forward. Nobita stumbled a lot, he'd cry, He'd think, I'm useless, I'll never improve. But whenever someone needed him, his family, his friend Shizuka, or an animal in need, he found the courage to keep trying. And across all our adventures, we discovered that genuine kindness is a power all its own. Even if you can't see it on the surface, it changes everything. A faint spark of curiosity lit in Harry's eyes. So, you were sent to help him. You said you were on a mission. Dorimon nodded, patting his belly pocket. Yes, indeed. In the original timeline, Nobita's life turned out difficult. No success, always in debt, always unhappy. But I came from the future, sent by one of his descendants, to guide him, help him do better, and maybe, just maybe, change that bleak future. We had many mishaps, used many gadgets, and faced countless comedic or dangerous situations. But despite all his flaws, Nobita was a friend who taught me that empathy and kindness can be more important than raw talent or brute strength. Harry listened, transfixed. The grief on his face eased, replaced by a timid wonder. And, did Nobita's future change? It did, Doraemon said, smiling. Not always dramatically, but enough that the path of his life got brighter. He learned little lessons about perseverance and caring for others. He found happiness, made friends, built a family. He still stumbled a lot. He was never a perfect student or the bravest hero, but he had heart. That's what counts. And that's what you have too, Harry. You might feel weak, but your compassion, your willingness to fight for others, that sets you apart from many wizards far stronger. A stuttering breath escaped Harry's lips. He wiped his cheeks on his sleeves, absorbing Doraemon's words. He sounds like a nice person, Harry murmured. I can't imagine always failing yet still having the drive to keep going. Did Nobita ever get discouraged? Like I am now? Oh, constantly, Doraemon answered with a rueful laugh. He was discouraged half the time. He'd flop onto the floor crying that he wanted to give up, or he'd hide in his closet during thunderstorms. But somehow, in the end, he'd muster the determination to step out again. Often for the sake of his friends. That's what made him a hero in his own quiet way. They fell silent again, the wind brushing across their faces. The sky was now aflame with orange and red, the sun dipping lower behind the distant hills. Harry let the colors wash over him, thinking about everything Doraemon had said. He pictured Nobita. A young boy, always scoring 0 on tests, getting bullied, possibly overshadowed by everyone else. Yet Doraemon saw him as special. Because of kindness. Because he never truly gave up on caring. Harry felt a twinge of empathy. He'd spent years overshadowed by Dudley, neglected by the Dursleys. He'd felt worthless and lost. And now, ironically, he was a wizard at Hogwarts with a weighty destiny. Harry, Doraemon said quietly, you call yourself weak, but look at all you've done. You saved a horcrux from the present timeline. You battled Dementors. You stood up against bullies like Draco. You overcame every obstacle in your path. Don't you see how far you've come? Harry's throat tightened. But it's never enough. Voldemort's going to wage war. People might die, people I care about. Doraemon's voice softened. That's why we keep fighting. Nobita might have been too weak to stop a war by himself, but if you took away his kindness, his determination to help others, there'd be no hope at all. It's the same for you, Harry. Even if you're not the best at potions, or if you second-guess your magic, your heart is what guides you. I see it every day. You want to protect your friends. You want to save Hogwarts. That's the real magic, stronger than any spell. Tears welled in Harry's eyes anew, but this time they weren't tears of despair. They were tears of a painful, heartfelt yearning to believe in something. I worry it won't be enough. If you ever doubt yourself, Doraemon said firmly, remember what Nobita taught me. One small act of kindness or courage can turn everything around. Yes, it's cliché, but it's true. You're not worthless, Harry. You're human. You're allowed to feel fear, to feel overwhelmed. But you keep going anyway. A faint smile tugged at Harry's lips, though it was tremulous. Thank you, Doraemon. Maybe I needed to hear about Nobita. I needed to know that someone who struggles with everything can still be a hero in his own way. Doraemon nodded, relieved to see a glimmer of hope returning to Harry's gaze. They sat quietly, watching the sun's final sliver slip beneath the horizon. In the distance, lights from Hogwarts windows flickered to life, warm beacons in the deepening twilight. After a while, Harry let out a long breath, as though releasing a burden. "You know," he said, "I'd like to learn more about Nobita sometime. How you two had adventures. Like we do. It might help me remember that, even if I mess up, I can keep trying, like he did." A genuine smile spread across Doraemon's face. "I'd love to tell you more. Some are funny, some are scary, but all taught me something about friendship. Maybe once we solve this horcrux crisis, I'll share everything." Harry dipped his head. "Deal." For a moment, they relapsed into silence, letting the restful hush of the evening wrap around them. Eventually, Doraemon gently tapped Harry's shoulder. "We should head back. The others might worry, and you need rest. We'll keep searching for a clue about the next horcrux. But let's not let hopelessness consume us. If we can approach this with the same spirit Nobita had, kindness, perseverance, maybe we'll find the key." Harry rose to his feet, feeling a twinge of stiffness from sitting so long. He brushed some dust off his robes and stared out at the lake one last time. The sun was gone, leaving the sky a tapestry of pink, purple, and fading orange. A sense of resolve flickered in his chest. He still felt fear. The war still loomed. The horcruxes remained elusive. But something about the story of Nobita's gentle, unwavering spirit made Harry think that maybe, just maybe, he didn't have to be perfect. He only had to keep trying. Turning around, he followed Doraemon back across the meadows, heading for the castle. The first stars blinked overhead, like distant watchers to their burdens. They returned to the common room just as the clones were disbanding for the night. A cluster of Harry and Doraemon duplicates milled about near the fireplace, each set returning from fruitless hunts for any sign of a time travel gateway or a hidden knowledge that might guide them. The clones looked fatigued. Some battered by thick forests, some dripping from watery expeditions, others dusty from rummaging in musty archives. Every single one shook their heads gloomily, confirming they'd found nothing. "All our leads were dead ends," reported one of the Harry clones. "The old wizard library in Tuscany had a rumor about a time key used centuries ago, but it was just a myth. No location, no actual evidence." Another clone chimed in. "We tried that ring of standing stones in northern England. Some said it was a portal. But we scanned the entire site and found only faint residual magic. No sign of an active time portal or how to manipulate it." Doraemon Prime nodded, motioning for them to gather in a semicircle. "All right. Thank you all for your efforts. Merge your memories with us so we have the full picture." One by one, the clones touched a small receiver Doraemon held out. A soft glow enveloped them as their experiences transferred. Moments later, they vanished in shimmering motes of light, returning to the intangible place from which the Supa clone device had conjured them. Harry felt a familiar wave of dizziness as the knowledge of multiple fruitless hunts seeped into his consciousness. It was a disheartening sensation, feeling 100 versions of himself fail time and again. But this time, the sting was tempered by the conversation he'd had with Doraemon at the cliff. Even if they'd failed so far, they could keep trying. The real question: what do they do next? Ron, Hermione, and Neville, who had been watching from the sidelines with wide eyes, approached cautiously. "Harry, are you all right?" Hermione asked, her voice tense. "You look exhausted." "We all do. Maybe we need a new strategy?" Ron frowned. "No luck with the horcrux search or the time doohickey? Not a single clue?" Harry shook his head. "Not yet." Neville fidgeted, sympathy plain on his round face. "We heard from some older students about the letter Dumbledore sent you. They're saying the war's coming soon. Is it that bad?" Harry's heart squeezed. He glanced at Doraemon, who gave him a quiet nod, permission to share, at least a bit. "Yeah," Harry said, voice subdued. "Dumbledore believes Voldemort is accelerating his plans. We don't know the exact day, but Hogwarts is in danger. That's why we have to hurry." A thick silence fell. Hermione looked around at the glum faces, then steeled herself. "We'll help however we can. Don't forget, you're not alone. If you need us to research old magical theories or run errands, we're here." Ron, though pale, nodded firmly. "Yeah, mate. Let us lighten the load. You two have been doing everything yourselves." Harry mustered a grateful smile. "Thanks, you guys." He paused, glancing at Doraemon. "For now, though, we might just need rest. Let's call it a night. Tomorrow, we can talk with Dumbledore again. See if there's some angle we've overlooked." The group agreed, though Hermione insisted on providing a brief pep talk about not giving up. Harry, normally averse to such earnest speeches, found himself oddly appreciative. Perhaps something in him had shifted, and he valued every ounce of positivity after the day's heartbreak. Later that night, long after the others had gone to bed, Harry lay awake in his four-poster bed, staring at the scarlet hangings. Across the room, the soft snores of Neville mingled with the occasional creak of the ancient wooden beams. On the floor, curled in a makeshift bedding of pillows, Doraemon dozed. The faint hum of the robot cat's internal mechanisms provided a steady, soothing presence. Harry's mind churned with the emptiness of their search. So many clones, so many leads, so much effort, all for naught. Fear threatened to coil around his heart. War could break out any day. People might die. He might fail them. He might fail his parents' memory, fail Dumbledore, fail the entire wizarding world. Then, he remembered Doraemon's voice at the cliff, telling the tale of Nobita. A boy who had everything stacked against him, no talent, no strength, no luck. Yet he persevered through kindness and a stubborn love for others. That simple story offered a fragile comfort in the darkness. Maybe, just maybe, Harry didn't need to be some unstoppable hero. Maybe he just needed to keep caring enough to try. A gentle warmth spread in his chest. He closed his eyes, letting thoughts of Nobita's unwavering spirit lull him. And for the first time in days, he drifted into a sleep unbroken by nightmares. Morning arrived in a blaze of sunlight through the tall dorm windows. Harry awoke to find Doraemon perched on the sill, gazing out over Hogwarts lawns. The cat robot turned at Harry's stirring and smiled softly. "Good morning, Harry. You slept better, I think." Harry rubbed the sleep from his eyes. "Yeah, I did. Thanks, for last night." His cheeks warmed slightly, remembering the vulnerability he'd shown at the cliff. "No need to thank me," Doraemon replied. "That's what friends do. Should we get breakfast?" Harry nodded. They headed down to the Great Hall, where bleary-eyed students were just starting to trickle in for morning toast, eggs, and pumpkin juice. The tension around Hogwarts remained, a subtle hush underlying the usual chatter. People sensed something ominous in the air, though no official announcements had been made yet. Harry and Doraemon sat at the Gryffindor table. Ron and Hermione soon joined them, while Neville trudged in moments later, yawning. They exchanged minimal small talk, more focused on fueling up for a busy day. After finishing his meal, Harry said, "I'm going to see if Dumbledore can meet me in his office. Maybe he's got a lead on time travel or something else we've overlooked." Hermione brightened. "I'll come with you, if you don't mind. 2 heads might be better than 1. Ron, Neville, you can handle classes for a bit without us, right?" Ron shrugged, looking only mildly put out. "Sure, go do your top-secret stuff. We'll cover if Snape asks where you are. Let's just hope he's not too suspicious." Hermione finished her orange juice, and Harry gave Doraemon a quick glance. "You coming, too?" Doraemon nodded. "Definitely." The trio left the Great Hall, weaving through the corridors toward the headmaster's tower. Past the gargoyle statue, they climbed the spiral stair, only to find the door at the top cracked open. Dumbledore must have expected them. They stepped inside the circular office, greeted by the gentle ticking of silver instruments and the watchful eyes of old headmaster's portraits. Dumbledore stood by a table cluttered with books, his half-moon glasses perched on the tip of his nose. He looked up, mild surprise crossing his face as he saw Hermione along with Harry and Doraemon. "Good morning. I gather you have news, or questions?" Harry cleared his throat. "Both, sir. The clones found nothing about traveling to the past or the future to find the other horcrux fragments. We're stuck. We were hoping you might have some insight." Dumbledore sighed, his gaze drifting over to a tall glass cabinet containing various relics. "I've been researching as well, speaking to certain contacts. Unfortunately, time travel is a heavily restricted and dangerous branch of magic. Most legitimate time turners were seized by the Ministry and destroyed some years ago. True time portals are largely mythical, or so we believed." Hermione stepped forward, a determined set to her jaw. "Isn't there any record of a wizard who traveled far back in time or forward into the future? Even legends or half-truths might guide us." The headmaster tapped his chin thoughtfully. "Legends, yes. But sifting out fact from fiction is no easy task. Some claim that in the age of Merlin, a powerful enchantment allowed glimpses of future events. Others speak of a wizard named Aldebaran the Chronomancer, who allegedly vanished into his own time spell. But none of these tales provide a reliable method. Dorimon listened intently, arms crossed. We do have my time machine from the 22nd century, but the device can't lock onto horcrux fragments without a proper time anchor. The moment we skip across centuries blindly, we might wander for ages with no guarantee of finding that one piece of Voldemort's soul. Dumbledore's brows rose. A time machine from the future is indeed a powerful asset, yet as you say, directionless leaps through time may lead nowhere. He shuffled a few parchments on the desk. I did find one intriguing reference, however, in an ancient grimoire that survived the library purge centuries ago. It speaks of a phenomenon called the temporal rift gate, formed under extreme magical stress. Sometimes, when a place is saturated with residual magic from significant events, like a violent battle or a catastrophic spell, it can tear a small hole in time. Such rifts are not stable, nor easily found, but they could, in theory, allow one to slip into a different era. Harry's heart quickened. So we need to find a place so charged with magic that it might have a time rift? Precisely, Dumbledore said, nodding gravely. And you can guess where such a place might exist soon, if Voldemort truly attacks with significant force. Hermione's eyes widened. Hogwarts. If a massive war breaks out here, the magical energies could spike dangerously. A rift might form. A hush fell as the implications sank in. To open a path to the past or future, they might need a catastrophic battle at Hogwarts. That was exactly what they wanted to prevent. Yet if they didn't retrieve the horcrux fragments in time, Voldemort's resurrection could become unstoppable. It was a grim irony. The war itself might be the key to traveling through time. Harry's stomach lurched at the thought of waiting for a war to break out just to slip through a momentary time rift. That can't be the only way, he whispered. Dumbledore placed a hand on his shoulder. I hope it isn't. But we must be prepared for every possibility. For now, continue to search for any other leads. If we cannot locate a controlled means to travel, then we must brace ourselves for the conflict here. Should that tragedy come to pass, we might find a chance, however fleeting, to access that rift. And I pray it won't cost too many lives. Hermione looked pale but resolute, and Dorimon wore a thoughtful frown. Harry, on the other hand, felt the old dread coiling in his belly. War might be inevitable. A violent confrontation to produce a time rift. People he loved could perish. But what choice did they have? Slowly, they thanked Dumbledore for the information and left the office, each lost in grim reflection. As they walked down the spiral staircase, Harry turned to Doraemon. Looks like we're back to searching for other ways, but if that fails, we might have no choice. Doraemon's whiskers quivered. We won't stop trying. But, yes, it seems we have a fallback plan, as horrifying as it sounds. Hermione, lips pressed thin, asked softly, Are you two okay? Harry considered lying, then shook his head. No, but I won't give up. Glancing at Doraemon, he added, We'll keep going. That's what Nobita would do, right? Doraemon's expression softened. Exactly. They parted ways in the corridor. Hermione returned to class, while Harry and Doraemon headed outside for fresh air. The sky above Hogwarts was a brilliant blue, at odds with the heaviness in their hearts. Students chatted or laughed in small groups near the courtyard. A few greeted Harry with polite nods, though they missed the turmoil behind his eyes. In the days that followed, a new cycle emerged. Harry and Doraemon would attempt fresh expansions of the Super Clone approach, this time scouring magical knowledge for any mention of stable time portals. They even attempted cross-referencing Muggle science archives, on the off chance that experimental physics held a clue to bridging eras. The clones once again spread across the wizarding world, politely knocking at every scholar's door, rummaging every black market or hidden library. And again, heartbreakingly, they found nothing concrete. Old legends, half-coded manuscripts, mention of time anomalies that never panned out. Every failed report weighed heavier on Harry's mind. The other Horcrux shards felt more elusive than ever. Meanwhile, the tension in Hogwarts thickened. Patrols around the castle increased. The staff locked away precious artifacts. Whispers abounded of infiltration attempts. students from wizarding families received anxious letters from home. Dumbledore, looking more burdened each day, continued to assure everyone that Hogwarts remained a bastion of protection, but his eyes held a flicker of sorrow, as if he suspected the storm was close. One afternoon, Harry slumped in the Gryffindor common room, exhaustion etched into his face. Dorimon sat beside him, fiddling with the comm chain used to link with clones. Outside, rain pelted the windows, a steady downpour that mirrored Harry's morose mood. Hedwig perched on a high-backed chair, ruffling her feathers anxiously, as though sensing Harry's turmoil. Then came the final blow. An owl soared in through the open window, nearly colliding with the fireplace mantel. It bore an envelope bearing Dumbledore's seal. Harry ripped it open, dreading the contents. It said, simply, "Harry, we've received intelligence that Voldemort's allies have begun to mass near the Forbidden Forest. Please remain vigilant. I fear this conflict may ignite at any moment. Continue your horcrux search, but prepare for the worst." The letter fluttered from Harry's trembling hands, landing on a small rug near Doraemon's feet. The cat picked it up, reading quickly, and exhaled a shaky breath. "So soon," Doraemon murmured. Harry said nothing, his gaze distant. Already, he imagined the castle under siege, corridors ringing with spells, flames licking at the walls. Fear roiled in his gut, and with it, a crushing sense of failure. They hadn't found the other shards. They hadn't prevented a war. Everyone he cared about, Ron, Hermione, Neville, Hagrid, even Snape, might be caught in the crossfire. Without a word, Harry rose from his chair and strode out the portrait hole, ignoring the fat lady's startled protest. He walked fast, not caring where he went. Some part of him wanted to run away from everything. Another part wanted to fight. Yet he felt powerless, small, worthless. No matter how hard he tried, how many illusions or clones or hunts he'd done, he couldn't save them from this war. He was supposed to be the boy who lived, the hero, but he was just a scared kid who'd never asked for any of this. After roaming aimlessly through corridors, he ended up outside again, near the same cliff as before, though the day was dark with storm clouds. The wind whipped his hair, and thunder rumbled in the distance. He sank to the ground, hugging himself against the cold drizzle that began to fall. Tears pricked his eyes, swirling with the raindrops. "Why can't I fix this?" he raged inwardly. "Why am I so useless?" Footsteps behind him made him turn. Doraemon. Of course. The faithful robot cat who never left him alone too long. Doraemon approached slowly, water beading on his blue fur. He said nothing at first, simply lowered himself to the wet grass and sat beside Harry, offering quiet companionship. Lightning flashed across the sky. After a moment, Doraemon spoke softly. "Harry, it's the second time I've found you at a cliff, upset. Please talk to me." Harry's voice cracked. "What's there to say, Doraemon? It's happening. War. And we haven't found anything to stop Voldemort. We can't get the horcrux shards in time. All my training, all my illusions, none of it matters. I'm worthless." Doraemon's eyes brimmed with sympathy and pain. "Don't say that." "Why not?" Harry lashed out, bitterness lacing his words. "It's the truth. I can't do this. I failed at everything. My clones are useless. My spells are subpar. My potions are a joke. What am I good for?" His voice broke on the last word, tears mingling with the rain on his cheeks. He squeezed his eyes shut, shoulders shaking. Doraemon hesitated, then placed a gentle paw on Harry's arm. "Harry," he murmured, "I told you before about Nobita. Remember? He felt exactly like you do now, helpless, overshadowed, worthless. But do you remember how I said his kindness was everything?" Harry let out a choked sob. "Kindness doesn't stop wars, Doraemon. It doesn't defeat Voldemort." Doraemon's expression grew uncharacteristically stern. "It can inspire the people who do. If you ever doubt your power, look at how your friends rally behind you. Hermione, Ron, Neville. They do it because you care about them, and they care about you. That bond is your strength. If war comes, you won't be alone." The same was true for Nobita. He was never alone once his friends believed in him. Harry sniffed, burying his face in his hands. Doraemon pressed on, voice trembling with a mixture of tenderness and urgency. Nobita's 0 test scores didn't magically turn to perfect marks overnight. He didn't transform into a brilliant hero. But step by step, with each small act of kindness or courage, he changed the future. He overcame challenges that seemed impossible. So can you, Harry. Even if you can't see it now, you are changing everything. Through your persistence, your loyalty, your willingness to fight for others. A bolt of lightning illuminated the overcast sky, followed by a crash of thunder. Harry shuddered, but Doraemon's words sank in, stirring that tiny flame of hope again. He remembered how Nobita must have felt, beaten down day after day, yet refusing to abandon his compassion. Slowly, Harry lowered his hands, his breathing still shaky but a flicker of resolve returning to his eyes. "What if," he began, voice wavering, "what if the war comes and I freeze? What if I can't do it?" Doraemon's paw squeezed Harry's arm. "You'll stand up anyway, for them. That's who you are. Even if you stumble, you'll try again. That's why you're not worthless, Harry, you're you." Fresh tears dripped down Harry's cheeks, but this time they were tears of raw emotion, not merely despair. He turned toward Doraemon, letting out a ragged breath. "Thank you," he whispered, echoing the same sentiment as the last time. It felt so inadequate for all Doraemon had done, but it was all he could manage. Doraemon reached into his pouch, pulling out a small, worn handkerchief. He offered it to Harry, who accepted it with a soft laugh. "Thank you," he repeated, wiping his face. They sat there together as the rain continued, an odd calm settling over them despite the looming threat. Perhaps that moment of connection, Harry's heartbreak meeting Doraemon's unwavering compassion, was exactly the anchor Harry needed to carry on. There was no sudden solution to their predicament, no immediate insight on how to find the lost horcrux shards. But the conversation reminded Harry that he wasn't truly alone or doomed to fail. At length, Doraemon took a shaky breath. "Harry, if war truly arrives, we might have to do something drastic, like Dumbledore mentioned, using the chaotic magic of battle to find a time rift. It sounds terrible, but we can't let Voldemort's horcrux pieces remain intact." Harry swallowed hard, nodding. "I know, but if it comes to that, we'll face it together. I won't run away." A small smile curled Doraemon's mouth. "And that's exactly why you're not worthless. You care enough to fight." Lightning flashed again, painting their figures starkly against the looming storm. Harry felt cold water trickling down his neck, but inside, a quiet warmth pulsed. He recalled Nobita's story. The boy who was teased, who flunked, who everyone dismissed, yet who loved people fiercely and never truly gave up. That spirit gave Harry the will to stand. "Let's go in," Harry said, rising to his feet. "We'll regroup. We'll keep searching for another solution. But if none appears, we'll do what's necessary to protect Hogwarts." Doraemon stood, nodding. Together, they made their way back, drenched from the storm. The path ahead was murky, but neither felt quite as hopeless as before. Yes, war was likely approaching. Yes, time travel remained an enigma. Yet they had each other, and the memory of a boy named Nobita, whose gentle perseverance lit a candle in the darkness. The next morning dawned stormy, with low-hanging clouds casting Hogwarts in a gray pallor. Whispers of an imminent battle ran rampant through the halls. Professor McGonagall led the younger students in drills on basic defense spells. Flitwick worked frenetically with older students on advanced shield charms. Snape brewed emergency potions in the dungeons. Though he did so with his trademark sneer, he allowed advanced potion students to assist. The entire castle braced for the blow that might fall any day. Harry and Doraemon spent the day coordinating the clones one final time, combing every last lead. Hermione aided them, scouring the library for references to the legendary time turners destroyed by the Ministry, hoping a single artifact might have escaped. Ron and Neville kept watch for any signs of suspicious movement near the castle gates. The tension was suffocating. But even in that suffocating tension, Harry found a new equilibrium. When doubt gnawed at him, he remembered Nobita's unwavering kindness. He wasn't worthless, wasn't alone. Doraemon was with him, along with everyone else who believed in him. He just had to keep going. Late that evening, after the final clone reports trickled in, still no success, Harry lingered in the empty corridor near the Transfiguration classroom. Outside, thunder rattled the windows, but a small lamp burned over a carved statue of an old wizard. Doraemon finished merging the last clone's memories, exhaling in disappointment. "That's it," he said softly. "No new lead, nothing." Harry's throat tightened, but he nodded. So we wait. War might break out. If it does, we do our best. Maybe the magical energy will open a rift. It's our last shot. Yes, Dorimon said, looking deflated. But then he mustered a gentle smile. We'll be ready. No matter what happens, Harry, I want you to remember. You're not worthless. You're strong in the ways that matter. Harry's heart swelled with gratitude. And you remember you're more than a cat robot from the future. You've done everything for me. I won't forget it. They shared a quiet, understanding look. Then, stepping out into the corridor, they walked back toward Gryffindor Tower. In the hush of the castle night, each footstep felt laden with the gravity of what was soon to come. The horcrux shards remained out of reach, time travel elusive, and war imminent. But Harry clung to the lessons he'd learned. Nobility doesn't come from never failing, but from caring and trying again. That was Nobita's story, and it could be his as well. As if reading his mind, Dorimon murmured, "One day, when this is over, I'll tell you all about Nobita and me. All our little adventures, how we overcame silly bullies, how he discovered that his biggest strength was his heart. I think you'd love to hear the details." Harry smiled, a genuine warmth flooding him despite the gloom. "I'd like that. I really would." Thunder rolled again, and a flash of lightning illuminated the hallway, casting their shadows tall against the walls. In that fleeting light, Harry glimpsed a reflection of two friends. An unlikely pair drawn together by destiny, forging a bond that transcended magic and time. The moment passed, darkness returned, and they continued down the corridor side by side, unwavering. This is the end of Season 1 Episode 1 of this series. I will continue only if this video will get 100 likes. Make sure to like and subscribe.